Test, test, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Test, test, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Welcome back to a sunny Banks Homes Riverside for the second day of this Rothesay County Championship. Top of the table clash. It's first place Durham against second place Northamptonshire. We had quite the day yesterday. It went the way of the visitors. It was all about Ricardo Vasconcelos, the Northamptonshire opener, who is still out in the middle. 181 not out to his name. And the other story really was what could have been for Durham. That man on your screen there getting a wicket just before the close of play. But he could have had a few more. Vasconcelos dropped early in the day at leg slip by Ben McKinney. A couple more put down in the slips during the rest of the day, and a few decisions from umpire Treadwell turned down. It's a new day, it's a new dawn. It's a new partnership here in the box as well. I'm joined by Ash Thorpe. Morning, Ash.
Good morning, mate. How are you?
Yeah, I'm very well, and I'm really looking forward to today. I was driving in, the sun was shining. I saw all the punters coming back from their park run. Saw the Riverside Park had a bouncy castle up. I thought that was quite exciting.
Yeah, it's been very busy out and around the ground, and what a beautiful day here in Chesley Street. Another great day to bat, if I'm totally honest with you. And striding out to the crease at 180 odd not out is a pretty nice feeling, I'd imagine. Never done that myself.
Yeah, the pitch was not offering loads for the bowlers yesterday. It looks a good batting deck. Not a lot of movement through the air, and not a lot of movement off the pitch either, which will make it even more frustrating for Durham that they did put down the chances that came their way.
Yeah, 100%. And when you on a flat one, you win the toss and bowl, you need to take your chances. As Matthew Potts is going to kick us off from the Finkel end. Just the one slip in place, as you'd imagine, to a man on 181. He's earned the right to start off in relative comfort here today. Sweeper out both sides. And it must have been a great feeling going to bed last night with 181 tucked under the pillow. Harry Conway at the other end. Real character of the game.
It's quite an amusing moment at the end of the day. The final delivery. Harry Conway was on strike, and he just fended it into the leg side and looked for a single, and Vasconcelos was leaning on his bat and had absolutely no intention of getting down to the other end, and Conway was absolutely fuming about it, which I was surprised that he
wants to get off the mark.
He also wants to face the first ball of the day.
It's not all about you, mate, but actually it is, because I'm the night watchman and you're the bloke I'm trying to protect. Yeah, big character. I saw him take a wicket last week and literally not even celebrate, just run off the ground, straight up the stairs at, I think it was at Wantage Road. Matthew Potts just having a little look at the footholds there.
Harry was showing me that video upstairs just before I came down. Phenomenal. What I enjoyed about that is that at the beginning his teammates were running with him and celebrating, and then when they realised he wasn't going to stop, just gave up.
Let him go.
Let him go. Yeah, he's a busy man, Harry Conway. You can see fiddling and fidgeting.
Yeah, I wouldn't like to sit next to him on a flight.
Well, not with those long legs either.
Oh my God.
He can't stop moving, can he?
Beautifully driven through extra cover for the first runs of the day, and it will go all the way for 4. What a lovely start from Vasconcelos. He's on to 185.
Yeah, and that now equals his career high score made against Glamorgan at the county ground in April 2021. That was in the 4th innings, and they chased down 357, won by 7 wickets. Put on a big 239 run partnership with Rob Keogh that day, and a similarly big partnership yesterday with his opening partner Luke Proctor. 191 they put on.
Yeah, not an ideal start, is it, when you win the toss and elect to bowl, get 191 on the board. Short and down the leg side.
That's something we saw quite a lot of yesterday. I wouldn't go as far to say there was ever necessarily a short ball ploy, but it was never far away from a short delivery, and Ben Stokes did clock Proctor on the helmet pretty convincingly. There's maybe a half, not necessarily a half chance, but Vasconcelos went on the pull and got a top edge. It went for 6, but there was a half a second of interest.
Potter's going to try round the wicket to the left hand. 185 not out.
That's also something we saw a lot of yesterday, Ash, was the change of the angle.
Yeah, and I think it's, I guess maybe a bit of frustration and a bit of just seeing what works. Matthew Potts might be a little bit concerned with the footmarks there and his front foot landing. See, umpire Treadwell there has just been checking that front foot as well. Ben Stokes is going to kick us off from the Lumley end. Nice long day in the dirt for him to get back into county cricket.
Yeah, long old day. In this last couple of overs, he did pick up a wicket, but he was also just suggesting his left heel was a bit tender. So keep an eye on that. And he bowled exclusively from the Finkel end yesterday. Got through 18 overs. So it's going to be a change of end.
Hopefully from a Durham point of view, a change of luck.
Well, quite. Got 3 slips waiting. David Beddingham at 1. Casey Aldridge at 2. Ben McKinney at 3. Stokes for his first delivery of the day. Straight into the pads. Harry Conway turns it away. Thinks about coming back for a second.
Vasconcelos is not even looking at him there. Back turned at him.
They've only batted together for maybe about 30 deliveries, these two. Vasconcelos is probably already fed up of this running between the wickets. As he retakes his guard. What I enjoyed about the way that Conway walked out onto the field yesterday as well. Normally, maybe you have a couple of squats or turn your arm over a couple of times, bit of shadow batting. Just walked in with the 2 most half-hearted lunges I've ever seen. Got Graham Clark just in front of us at fine leg, who was very busy yesterday during schools day. Stokes coming round the wicket. Left alone. Yeah, we had 600 school kids just to our right in the LNER stand. And for, I'd say, the first 14 overs of the day, between every single delivery, he would run 10 yards to sign autographs and run back.
He's a great man, Clark. He won't want to have upset any of the kids by them missing out on an autograph.
No exaggeration, every single delivery. And
good for the GPS tracker.
Well, exactly. The physios be statisticians wondering why Graham Clark's run 10 kilometres more than anyone else.
Might be in the red zone.
Left alone again. Just a 1 slip in for Vasconcelos, and something we didn't see loads of yesterday, just due to how stacked the Northamptonshire batting lineup is with left-handers, is a right arm bowler to a right-hand batter. We've seen a lot of right-armers to left-handers, and they haven't ever quite settled on a plan.
Yeah, the 3 lads that have made the bulk of the runs are all lefties, aren't they? So yeah, been a lot of action for the left-handers, which is brilliant to see from my point of view.
Straight and defended. It was sometimes hard to make out what the Durham bowling plan was yesterday, but the majority of the bowling was straight. Sometimes veering too straight, and Vasconcelos scored a lot of runs through mid-wicket. Looks very comfortable off his pads. Although a couple of chances offered up 2-leg slip when it got a bit too straight. Your eyes light up. Left alone again, but a hint of movement away after the ball passed the bat. And it's worth noting that this ball is into its 18th over. So it's the new ball, although it's the 4th ball we've used so far.
I did see, I mean, the cricket badger in me did check the summary on NV Play, and I did notice a couple of ball changes. Yeah,
Had one in about the 20th over, and another one at the mid-60s. And in order to steal a few overs before the new ball was taken, it's over to Ben McKinney. You've rolled your eyes, Ash.
I knew you were going to bring that up. I got some messages last night with regards to Ben, and honestly, I felt sick when I watched it. I saw his wicket, I saw his celebration.
He was loving it.
He was, and rightly so. Picked up his first-class wicket, but I bet Saif Zaid did not sleep last night thinking about that moment.
I was thinking all that those two batters would have been thinking at the time. Just don't get out to this.
Yeah. And you could see the delight of his teammates as well. They were absolutely pumped for him. But
you know what? There was somewhat an air of inevitability about it. As soon as he came on, it felt like he might do something.
Oh, I feel ill. Harry Conway, look at that thump of the ground. Oh, he's in such good form. He's leaving them off the middle, Harry Conway. He's going to pick up at least 2. In fact, he's just going to jog 2. Wants to keep the strike. Interesting shuffle.
Bet he wouldn't play that shot again if he tried it 100 times.
Reminds me of back in the day when I wind Gareth Breeze up when they won the final down at Lord's. Maybe 2014. I think he left one exactly the same to win the game. Oh. This could be really interesting to have some time with Harry Conway in the middle. There's an inner Marnus in there somewhere.
There's a bit of Marnus and there's a bit of Smith.
Yeah. Some isms.
Yeah, talking about isms, not pure batting ability there. Although, not out.
He'll love a contest as well, absolutely no doubt. He'll be loving this. Two test bowlers coming at him, and he's right up for the battle. And solidly in behind that one.
Now we've got a right-left combination, which we haven't had a lot throughout the game. Had a brief stint with when Proctor left between overs 49 and 55. That's basically all we've had. But apart from that, there's also a massive height difference.
It's huge.
5'9" plays 6'7".
I mean, the fact that Vasconcelos is closer in that shot as well.
So how much will that upset the lengths of these bowlers?
Yeah, definitely. Angles and lengths. A great leaf. Good area that from Potts.
Yes, we saw a couple yesterday giving head height wides against Vasconcelos, which would probably be clipping around the armpits of Conway.
Yeah, it is a new challenge, isn't it? Bryden Carse just having a wander down in front of us. Nice to see him close back to action.
I was thinking only yesterday how much both Durham and England are missing him.
Driven by Conway.
It's been tough going at the Oval for this young bowling lineup.
Yeah, it's hard, isn't it? You lose all that experience. You lose your captain, who's on screen there, and you lose Ollie Robinson, who, although has just made that comeback to the team, he's been around the block for a while. And you've got Josh Tongue, who I really, really like the look of. Jofra Archer, Sonny Baker, and Fisher, all relatively new to the game at Test match level. On a pretty good pitch at the Oval. Big shout of no from Conway as he keeps that one out. Just a 2 from the over.
Yeah, it's always a pretty good batting deck at the Oval. There's been some big scores made so far this season.
Was a bit of turn there out of the rough for Bethel yesterday. I did watch a little bit yesterday afternoon, and
took a long time to bring Bethel on.
Indeed. Got the wicket of maybe with the two lefties. They've tried route first. There's my twin brother just having a wander down in front of us. But there was definitely some bite out of the rough. He picked up the wicket. So New Zealand have, I guess, similar options with the ball. Ravindra Jadeja. That's not him at all. Rachin Ravindra, even.
2 players in one there.
I think there's 3 or 4. And then you've got Glenn Phillips as well. So they've got a couple of maybe more than part-time options.
Stokes to continue round the wicket. There's the first genuine play and a miss from Vasconcelos of the day, and we didn't have many of them yesterday either. He's been very comfortable just leaving the ball outside off stump, encouraging the Durham bowlers to bowl at him.
I think that'll be the key, just trying to be patient, especially to the batsman that's been in for such a long time now. Bowl as much as you can at the night watchman.
We were discussing yesterday, how do you take wickets on a pitch that doesn't offer you loads? It's just been line and length which has offered the bowlers the most. That's how Stokes got his wicket last night. That's how Ben Raines had success.
There's nothing wrong with just being boring, George, if I'm honest with you, and just trying to hit that channel outside off stump. See that the run rate's around that 4 and over mark, which Northants will be really happy with. Top of the table clash, pushing themselves into a position where really they shouldn't lose the game. So, and then hopefully from their point of view, they'll push on and have 2 cracks at Durham. From Durham's point of view, they might be happy to walk away from this game with a draw and just continue with that lead at the top of the table.
Here we go. That's a terrifying sight for Harry Conway behind him as Ben Stokes runs in. Short. He's had 2 balls at Conway now today, and they've both been carbon copies off the hips. I'll trot down for a leg bye.
Thudded into the thigh pad, that one. Umpire Michael Goff signalling leg bye.
We had a lot of close calls yesterday. A lot that if this was a test match may have been umpire's call, but they were all at the end of James Treadwell. Umpire Goff not had many decisions to make. Pulled. Very hard, but straight to Ben McKinney. He does really well to gather that. He's absolutely hammered it.
It's a brilliant shot. It's probably not quite the height that Stokes wants at. He wants that probably just on top of his shoulder, but was really well controlled and brilliant fielding that by McKinney.
He's on it so early as Vasconcelos. And as a shorter in stature opening batter, you'd hope he would be good on the back foot.
Yeah, you're going to get a few of those.
Here we go. Stokes got 2 in a row now at the right-handed Conway. Just has a little discussion with umpire Goff about the footmarks.
Yeah, he might be just asking where he's landing there on each ball.
We had a few overstepping from the Lumley end yesterday, including Casey Aldridge, which is somewhat inexcusable given his absolute boats he's got.
They are big feet. Massive feet.
It's a lot of shoe to get behind the line. I think we had one from Ben McKinney, actually.
No comment.
Stokes sending Will Rhodes out to the ropes at deep square leg. It's left alone. Kept a little low, perhaps, at the end of the over. 3 from it. Northamptonshire edging closer towards an extra batting point. They're 398 for 6.
Yeah, it'd be interesting whether they'd even target the 450 there. That got 10 overs to get 52 runs to take maximum batting points. Durham have picked up 2 bowling points so far. So you would think unlikely on the pattern of play for them to get 3 wickets in the next 10 overs to get to that next point.
Well, from a Northamptonshire point of view, the way that yesterday unfolded is they didn't really change the way they played at all.
Similar tempo, wasn't it, all the way through?
Maybe a bit of a attack taken to Callum Parkinson, but apart from that, it's pretty steady going. They've been very patient, and Vasconcelos especially very happy to leave anything he doesn't want to play, safe in the knowledge that eventually there will be a boundary ball on its way. And we had 4.5 overs of maidens at one point yesterday, and it felt like there was a bit of pressure building. It was Potts from one end, or Stokes from one end, and Aldridge from the other, and eventually there was an over where there were a few boundary balls, and that was pressure released.
That's the area. Just Durham will want to channel in. They'll want to try and almost bore Vasconcelos, but he looks in no hurry whatsoever. And why would you be?
Now, Ash, we're allowed to mention once per session the state of Ben Rain's floppy here.
Yeah, outrageous.
It's absolutely
Love it.
phenomenal.
All for it.
He's trying to work out the last time he washed that. Is that a this season job, or is that years gone by?
Oh, mate, there's a lot of sweat in that one. I think it's great that our Durham caps don't really fade, but you see some of the caps that the players that have been playing for a few years now, and they might even do it intentionally, leave it out in the sun during the week and stuff, but they're just a total different colour. Bit of alphaness.
Yeah, it's a strange cultural nuance of cricket. The faded cap. Maybe slightly superstitious in there as well.
It's a high bouncer and a big shout. And he's given. He's given. Vasconcelos is scratching at the crease. Doesn't want to go, but trudges off after making a brilliant 187. And Durham get the early breakthrough that they wanted. Northants now 7 down for 398. And maybe that second bonus point is in play. He looks absolutely devastated. But what a brilliant innings from the little left-hander. 23 fours, 2 sixes in that innings. And I didn't see a lot of yesterday, but you've got to feel that he's deserved a double 100 there.
Yeah, it's a career high score in first class cricket, but he'll be devastated that he's chucked away a double ton through strangling a short one down the leg side.
And that's fair play to Potsy there. Like, you look at the ball that he hooked the over before that McKinney stopped on the boundary, and it was just kind of armpity shoulder, and that one was just kind of at the right ear, so it was harder to control. But you can see the disappointment there in him as he walks up the stairs to the applause. Quite a nice crowd here on a beautiful Saturday afternoon.
Something he did really well yesterday was playing the short ball, and by playing the short ball, that doesn't necessarily just mean hitting it, but it means ducking and weaving as well. And he chose which ones to play and which ones to leave.
That's a long trudge off that. I know he's only got little legs, but they haven't moved very quickly at all there.
No, he is distraught. As good a chance as any today of getting that maiden double ton.
Justin Broad, the new batter, out there, and what Durham will really want at this stage is to try and wrap this innings up as quickly as possible. It's been a great effort so far from Northants, being put into bat on day one, sitting in a great position at 398 for 7. And that is a beautiful forward defence first ball.
Yeah, he's carded in at 9, but he does have 2 first-class tons to his name.
Yeah, he would have batted at 8, wouldn't he? Obviously, Conway's jumped up one, but he was here not long ago. Both Vasconcelos and Broad in the T20 for Northants, and both played pretty important innings in that game. Not sure if they are still top of the T20 group that they're in, but they were flying here.
When he's turned up, he's gone big. Both coming last year, 157 not out versus Kent, and that was a tough day for Kent, conceding over 700 before declaration.
Wow.
And then 1 month later, his career high score, 171 he made against Derbyshire.
I guess if you get them go big. Wicket maiden for Potts, 1 for 77 after taking 8 for here last weekend to bowl Durham to victory.
Now, for the first time since the dismissal. Actually, no, this is the first time in the game. It's a right combination.
Two righties. Knew where you're going there.
Stokes will be licking his lips at this. Chance to settle in.
Be happy he's got Conway on strike, I know that.
Goes back to a full length delivery. What I did enjoy about that Vasconcelos dismissal is as soon as he was dismissed, Harry Conway, gloves off, calling to the pavilion. He's only been out there for a few overs. Get him a drink, get him a change of gloves. He's chatting to his teammates now as well. Always on the move.
It's brilliant to have characters, isn't it, in the game?
Oh, and he's got out the way of that one, I think. May have clipped a bit of shirt or shoulder on the way through. He's just practicing his squats. It's phenomenal form.
That was naughty, that. That's a bouncer.
Has he got out of the way of that? I think he has.
I think it's missed him, and then he's got under it.
That's one way of putting it.
That will wake him up, that is for sure.
It was sharp from Stokes. Really sharp. Short again, and it's a really good take by Ollie Robinson. It's climbed after it's gone past Harry Conway. I think that's pretty much the same. It's missed him.
Yeah, a little bit higher, that one.
It's quick, sharp from Stokes.
That was, yeah, 100% right.
He seems to get so much purchase off the deck. It doesn't lose pace. It really zips on.
Yeah, he bowls a heavy ball. Bowls from a funny angle as well. Just beyond the perpendicular, and he's able to get the ball to move away from the right-hander.
And
That's
one
awful.
is a bit loose. That is going to be 4 byes. Probably not far away from being 5 wides.
Ollie Robinson must be filthy with that. How can that go against a wicket keeper? So that brings up the 400 and another batting point for Northants. Absolutely no chance. It's almost like a penalty. And the keeper goes the wrong way and just watches it roll in the corner. Just immediately turned his back on the world, Ollie Robinson.
8.2 overs to get 48 runs if they so wish. Leg side again, but this time Robinson can get there. Bit of excitement from the Durham bowlers that maybe Conway's hands were a bit
I'd like to
close
see
the
Will
ball.
Rhodes come a bit. In fact, he is going to come a bit finer here. Just feeling it backward square leg there.
Doing a swap.
Yeah, the skipper
Alex
I think is going to
Lees.
come into leg gully.
Oh, fantastic. I've missed this. We had quite a lot of it yesterday. Leg slip, leg gully. Ben McKinney had
Go
a
on,
good chance.
Take the hook on.
And it's actually played really well by Harry Conway.
Ow.
Because in his mind, I think he knew that Alex Lees was there. And that's exactly the delivery that he's there for. That was just flicked off the hips, but he left it. He wore it.
Yeah, got the rib guard on.
It's the end of the over. Northants 402 for 7.
Yeah,
definitely
fourth
thought
batting
about
point for
playing
Northants.
Definitely considered playing it.
Just tough, mate. Just wears one for the boys. Tell them all about it. Back to more lunging.
What was your routine in between deliveries?
I just used to wander away to square leg a little bit and mess on with the gloves, and nothing too giddy.
Have a little think to yourself.
Yeah, just relax and enjoy the day. Love to scratch my guard as well. Groundsman must have hated me at some stage. It's good that's hitting the bat high from Potts. The old Hessian out there protecting what I'm assuming will be maybe the India T20 wicket.
Going back a few minutes to superstitions and leaving your cap out and getting the sweat marks on it, etc. I played with a bloke not so long ago who, as a superstition, didn't wash his towel for the whole year.
Disgusting. I'll go one better than that in a moment.
Oh no.
You probably know what's coming. As Broad keeps this one out. Yeah, the undies. There's a guy that I used to play with, had the most disgusting underwear I've ever seen.
That is
Probably
beyond
could have
grim.
walked out of his cricket bag. I'm not going to shame him. But if he's listening, he'll know exactly who it is.
Did you have any superstitions? Pad on first, or
Nah, not really. Nah.
just play the game?
Yeah, just crack on. It's a beautiful defensive shot from Broad.
Yeah, it looks really solid. Sounds lovely as well.
What about yourself, mate? Any superstitions? Or any in general? Anybody watching on wants to whack them in the chat? If you've got any superstitions when you play, or entertain us.
I wouldn't say superstitions, but there are certain things I like to do. That sounds a lot like a superstition.
Little routine. Potts likes to bang that one in. You can hear the effort.
Not so much cricketing, to be fair, but when I was playing football, I used to put wrist tape on when I played, which looks a bit try-hard, but for me, it just got me in that mindset of match day. And I used to wear compression shorts as well, which I didn't wear for training. Just a couple of distinctions between training and match days.
Just to ramp it up.
Potts sporting the white armband as well. That's maybe a superstitious thing. It's got to be good to wear an armband as a bowler, I think.
You've got to sweat for one, haven't you? That's those Potts bowls, another maiden over. It's been a tidy start this from Durham. They haven't really leaked any runs this morning. They've picked up the big wicket of Vasconcelos. Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? All these things go into the psyche. I remember, was it, what's he called? Mackenzie used to play here. Neil Mackenzie, I think he used to, if he was not out overnight, he would tape his bat to the ceiling. And like weird stuff like that.
That's brilliant.
If I was his teammate, I would have just taped the rest of his gear up there with it. That was probably my problem when I played. You're
a bit of a prankster.
Oh, I had a crack.
Stokes for his third of the day. So we see a little bit of a plan here. Can you tell me who that is at short leg?
I'd be very surprised if it isn't Graham Clark in there.
I can't see him elsewhere. So it might
Yeah,
be.
it is Clark.
Yeah, there we
100%.
go. So we've got Alex Lees at leg slip, leg gully. We've got Graham Clark in short at bat pad. And I reckon it's going to be Stokes targeting the hip of Harry Conway. How many can he wear before he pops one up? No ball from Stokes, and we saw him a couple of overs ago looking at that front foot, just discussing with umpire Goff where he was planting it, and on this occasion he's planted it half a step too far. I was talking yesterday with Ben about Sonny Baker, who bowls mid-crease.
There was, I think it was Broad was commenting on it. Had gone to short ball plan, which is kind of a bit of a default now if you haven't taken a wicket for a little bit, and he was trying to work it out. He was going, if you want to try and bowl short, why would you not try and get closer to the batter to make it more effective? But yeah, you're right. He lands in between the two creases there.
Well,
Definitely not going to bowl a Noe.
He suggests that's exactly the reason he does it. It's because when he runs into bowl, he doesn't He doesn't want the thought of a front foot no ball on his mind. But in doing so, he's losing 50 centimetres of distance and therefore pace.
I mean, he gets it down pretty nicely, to be fair, but obviously you can bowl a bit quicker, but maybe that mental block of potentially bowling a no ball might make him tense up or freeze a little bit, so it's got him to Test cricket so far, so he must be doing something right.
Well, what could be?
Indeed.
Look how far across Broad has come there as he flicks that down to Callum Parkinson at fine leg, but by the time Stokes delivered that, he was batting with his toes maybe on at least fourth stump.
Conway just checking with umpire Treadwell at square leg how many balls left in the over.
Never quiet out in the middle when Conway's there.
Hang on, Ben. Hang on, man. I'm not ready, he says. Just checking out that glove.
Very wide on the crease is Stokes. Maybe that's avoiding the footholes because he's looking a bit unhappy with the surface there. Scratching and scraping it, trying to give himself more grip.
Yeah, you're right. He doesn't look happy at the moment.
And here we go, right? We talked about this yesterday.
The old bat gauge.
The bat gauge. It seems to be the topic of conversation recently. But Justin Broad has faced 10 deliveries. If he was to use an illegal bat, surely he'd check that before he started. And maybe it's just umpire Goff feeling like he just wants something to do. But
Is it mandatory that you have to check them? I might ask the match ref at lunch.
I don't understand why, if this is going to become a thing, why they don't check either at the beginning of the day or when the new bat comes onto the field.
They're normally doing the T20s, don't they? As soon as they kind of come in, as soon as they're at the non-strikers, then it goes through.
Kept out again. We had an
Well
interesting
played.
one in a Surrey women's game a few weeks ago. I can't remember who the batter was. I think it might have been Kira Chatley, but don't quote me on that. Who came down the steps and did have her bat checked before she went out to bat, and it didn't fit through. So she was sent back to find another piece of willow, and
Time her out.
there was some sort of penalty. But
We had Nick Maddinson here a few years ago as our overseas player, and he definitely failed one through the back gauge. And I mean, again, don't quote me. I think it was a 10-point penalty that Durham received.
that seems the
On the
way to
back of
do
that.
it, to check it before they face 10 deliveries. But there we go.
It's been a good opening spell from Potts and Stokes so far. Like I mentioned, they've kept the runs quiet and picked up that big wicket. Vasconcelos going to bed 181 not out overnight. Only added the 6.
And he got through the toughest of the bowling conditions. Yesterday we had the lights on for about 4 hours.
Got gloomy there, didn't it?
Went off for rain at about 2:30, and by that point it was dark. But then when we came back on, the cloud cover remained and the lights were still on, and it looked like difficult batting. And he got through that period, and then he's come out with the sun shining. That's the end.
I'm sure he'd be sitting a little bit happier up there now, realising that he's got 180 odd against an attack of Potts, Rain, Stokes. It's definitely worse attacks knocking around county cricket than that. And you mentioned it was a career best as well, didn't you?
Yeah, career best by 2 runs.
But then just, he'd be typical greedy batsman. He'd be thinking that, I've missed a double, first opportunity to double.
They're saying that 185 red inker, he would have been feeling pretty good to go on if they hadn't won the match.
Oh, middle stump out of the ground, and Potts picks up his second as Broad leaves. Might have got an inside edge there. I'm going to have to watch that back. But from our angle, it looks like the leave off the inside edge onto middle stump. A little bit of extra bounce there from Potts as that one cannons into middle. And Durham pick up their 8th, 406 for 8. And still in hunt of a third bowling point.
I could just imagine Harry Conway from the other end saying, we can't all play that shot, can we?
Look at him walking off with the batter as well. It's so under 12s. Absolutely love that. He's nearly off the ground with Broad.
It's more or less his first shot of the day. He went for the old leave run down to third man. Played it perfectly.
Yeah, you might walk him through that, how to hit it off the middle rather than off the edge. We've got another lefty here. It looks like Guthrie. He's going to come out. Well done, Darren Lehman. Team full of lefties. Love your work.
Liam Guthrie, just over 100 first-class runs to his name this season. He's come off 3 innings, but he has hit 50.
I think he went to my school. I'll have to check that.
He's averaging a somewhat unbelievable 34 this season, coming in at number 10. What's Wikipedia returning for you?
Yeah, nothing. Giving me absolutely nothing. I'm going to put my school in and find out.
I can tell you what school he went to. He went to Kent Street Senior High School.
Absolutely. Same school as myself. Yeah, Marcus North also went there. They're obviously a lot younger than I am. But yeah, that was similar to a gig that I've got at the moment. There was a school set up as a cricket scholarship in Perth. So we used to get kids from all around Western Australia travelling to there, and we used to have great facilities to train at. Used to train at the Wacker as well sometimes, which was really good. Leg slip in place again here for Guthrie.
Maybe just with the angle, Potts coming round the wicket, trying to target the stumps.
100%.
Does drift leg side, then it's worth the possibility of turning that into a wicket ball. Wonder if Ben McKinney feels a bit relieved now that Vasconcelos is back in the hutch as well.
Yeah, not a great feeling, that. Thick inside edge. Misses the stumps and gets down to Callum Parkinson, who is doing the old traditional get the bike out and go from fine leg to fine leg. Wicket taking over from Potts. You can tell from the applause from the crowd. 407 for 8.
Well, that final batting bonus point looks more or less out of the question. But that full bowling points for Durham, if they can just pick up one more in the next 5 overs, it's looking increasingly likely.
Yeah, at the start of the day, like I said, the pattern of play yesterday, you would have backed Northants to be the one to picking up extra points this morning. They've picked up 1 batting point. But Durham, 1 ball away from picking up the 9th wicket, which will be an extra bonus point for them. Northants now need 43 in 5 overs, which you would think is unlikely. Until that ball
heaved into the offside, and he's leaning back. But he's managed to just about get in control of it. Liam Guthrie sends it to the ropes, and he scored 5 runs off basically the same shot. That one came out the middle. The last one came off the inside edge. But it doesn't look the most in control cover drive.
He just laid back and slapped it, didn't he, through the covers?
Now on second watch, looks pretty good. Bend the knees, get right into it. This one's back and defending. Harry Conway, you may have heard, with a loud shout of no, now an apology.
Yeah, he did not move from the non-striker's end as Guthrie was thinking of a single.
I think that'd be the other way around. Ben Stokes just lost that one in the sun, I think. His rain chucked it back to him.
Yeah, it's on that angle, isn't it? Looking at the shadows.
Getting a bit under 12s. Ben Stokes doing the fielding. Turns it into his run-up. That's full off the pads. Might have been a bit of bat, might have been going down the leg side. Either way, no appeal. It's not out. Well, you mentioned Harry Conway taking a wicket and running straight off the field. This last delivery, Ben Stokes went to do his fielding and his run-up actually started from the boundary.
It's like the kids in the nets, isn't it? If they get whacked out of the nets, I'm bowling from here, and then somebody will jump in front of them right at the last minute.
Oh, net etiquette. We could talk about that for a while. That's a play and a miss. Guthrie just looks slightly tetchy out in the middle.
Yeah, just staying a little bit leg side of the ball, isn't he? And then 3 slips will be feeling that they're in the game here. 3 regulation slips, and skipper Alex Lee's in. Had a leg slip, short leg in place. It's been a good 45 minutes for Durham so far.
Full again, driven down the ground, and that's a better looking shot from Liam Guthrie. It's going to race away. Despite the chase of Ben Rain, he moves on to 9. Just over pitch from Stokes and put away.
A lovely shot, that. On drive, nothing better as a batter than hitting an on drive.
So Northants lost the toss and were inserted. 415 now on a good deck. But I think losing the toss, they'd be taking that every day.
100%.
From a Durham point of view, it was close of play. Was it 388 for 6? First order of business, take those remaining 4 wickets as quickly as possible. They've got 2 of them, with Northamptonshire sitting on 415.
That might
Having won the toss and chosen to bowl, how are Durham feeling at the minute?
They'll be happy with their morning's work. I still don't think they'll be happy about yesterday. I think that might be the end of Ben Stokes' spell also. So we might see a bit of Ben Rain from the Lumley end. Potts is going to continue. But yeah, I think picking up the in batter would have made them very, very happy this morning. Picked up another. The night watchman still giving great nuisance factor on many levels out there.
Graham Clark coming out of short leg and going all the way to the ropes to fine leg. Taking the leg slip out as well.
Very short, that one from Potts. Even to somebody as tall as Conway, that's gone.
What's he seen here? Little loose turf. Always got a smile on his face, does Matt Potts?
Well, sometimes. I actually like an angry Matthew Potts, if I'm honest. He got fired up last week.
Well, his patience was definitely tested yesterday when he had safe say caught, or so he thought, in the slips twice in 2 overs. Both put down. As a bowler, he's done everything he can do. It's not always down to you in the end.
Loving the value Conway's putting on his wicket here. 38 balls in, just the 4. And another lunge. It's been more lunging than running.
Doesn't want to be pulling a hip flexor just before he
Oh,
goes
mate.
out to bowl.
I was just thinking the same thing here. I wonder if he's just struggling a little bit. Won't have developed his batting muscles yet.
Well, he's hit 365 first-class career runs now. He's got a high score of 40. I don't know how many deliveries that was off. But he can't have faced 40 deliveries many times in his career.
He'll love it. I bet his teammates are enjoying it as well because he's not in the change room annoying them. Just about the first play and miss we've seen from the big fella so far. As he shadows a few times and lets everybody know that it's just done a little bit off the wicket. Potts has been very controlled, hasn't he, this morning? Just one ball away from another maiden over. At this spell, 6 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 7 in this spell.
Yeah, very tight indeed. And I wonder if he might feel slightly aggrieved not to be playing at the Oval this week.
Yeah, I think there's baggage, isn't there, I think, from that test match where he went in so undercooked it wasn't funny and didn't show the best Matthew Potts, and that will carry over, no doubt. That will have played on the selectors' minds. He then, when he wasn't selected, he picked up 8 wickets here last week to just to remind them to go, listen, I'm still around, I can bowl, I'm a competitor and I want to play for England. So
It's such a different situation though, bowling in home conditions versus bowling away in Australia when the series has already gone.
yeah,
Stokes to continue.
yeah, he is going to continue. Graham Clark gets a couple of hands to that.
Yeah, picks up 8 last week. I just feel sorry for him because down under, he was watching, carrying drinks. He hadn't played red ball cricket in a long time. And then he's thrown into the heat of the battle. The series already over. Said, go on then, do your best. And that's...
I think you can look at the whole squad as being undercooked going into that first test, but he was definitely undercooked going into the last one. Like you said, probably wasn't expecting to play.
pulled.
Hooked out into the deep, won't carry to McKinney. And having known Matthew since he was, well, about 10 years old, watching him develop from a batter to a bowler, he's a man that just needs to bowl overs constantly. And even when he plays for Durham, when he's been rested, it takes him an innings to get back to his best. So it's about knowing your players, isn't it, I guess, and working out the best way to get a performance out of them. But the man's a workhorse, absolutely just wants to bowl every day.
Stokes back over the wicket to the right-handed Conway. Short, flicks off the hips. Wide of Lee's, but Parkinson's there to cover and it'll be a single.
If they might have a think of Parkinson here.
Well, it was interesting yesterday that the Northamptonshire batters pretty much kept the same tempo all day except from when Parkinson came on, and then they did take the attack to him a little bit. And he was expensive.
I guess that bowling to the left-handers as well. And knowing that he is the only spinner, so not letting him settle.
Stokes back round the wicket to the left-hander. Full, driven. Straight to Matthew Potts. It's a dot ball.
He's timing them nicely, isn't he, Guthrie? He's not getting into the greatest positions, but he's making some sweet contact.
Stokes has had a look at that, just told Potts to take a couple of steps back. Then mid-off.
It might be the last one in his half as well, I reckon.
I've got 2 to go from this over. Guthrie has taken on the short ball already. That one's full, and he was almost looked like he was maybe hanging back a little bit, expecting the short one.
He's probably thinking what I'm thinking here. There's one coming.
Well, there's one coming and there's only one more ball in which to do it.
Absolutely.
You do the maths.
At least I'm 100 metres away and not 22 yards.
So some tinkering. Lees comes out of leg slip. And he's going to go...
He's going to float here, isn't he?
He
like
is a little bit.
Deep square leg-ish.
A deepish...
Ish. Oh, and a fly slip there. Let's get funky.
This is proper Stokes now. Casey Aldridge. Is he going a bit wider? No, he is. Proper fly slip. No, Stokes is getting a bit agitated now with Callum Parkinson, who's now just in front of us. This is a funky field. There you go, you can see it there. This is going to be short, or is it the double bluff? It is short. Has he hit it? They think he has. Umpire Goff, however, remains unmoved.
I think that's hit him in the head.
Stokes staring daggers at Guthrie,
tell you
who
what.
takes his helmet off. Gives it a check.
Still looking at him, Ben.
He's convinced, absolutely convinced that's hit his glove. He takes his cap. There's no other option but
It
to
was a
walk off.
beauty. And they're going to have to do a concussion test as both umpires.
Yeah,
Ceiling,
absolutely.
if not one. I think it's just grazed a little. He'll be absolutely fine. But that was a brute of a delivery. Had you on your feet, didn't it? You were up and ready for that.
Yeah, I was just trying to work out what was going on. There was a lot going on. All the Durham players were celebrating. And I wasn't sure if it was one of those where it's so obvious that umpire Goff doesn't even need to give a signal, or whether he turned it down, and it was the latter.
I'm telling you, I'm backing his umpire Michael Goff, who I think is... He's a former roommate of mine, but he is one of the best in the business. All around the world.
Guthrie had absolutely no chance
Yeah,
against
it's-
that. Quick. Right at him. Oh, it's a well-directed bounce. And Stokes just celebrated. He didn't even appeal. Which happened. Play for play yesterday. He thought he had Luke Proctor caught behind. 40 overs in. Thought he had Proctor strangled down the leg side off the short one. And again, just celebrated. That was umpire James Treadwell who turned it down that time. Stokes will be thinking he can count himself pretty unlucky over the course of the 108 overs we've bowled so far. But it was fun to see a bit of Stokes tinkering with the field, getting a bit funky. It'll be Matthew Potts to continue from the Finkel end.
Yeah, a little bit more regulation field here. 3 slips and a leg slip still in place. And there's some pretty skies here at the Banks Homes Riverside in Chesley Street. Very pleasant day. Oh, it is full, it is straight, and it's a beauty. Harry Conway goes back and he's going to try and replay that one over again, but he's still going to miss it. And Potts picks up his 3rd wicket of the morning, and he thoroughly deserves it.
Yeah, how do you bowl to a man who's 6'7"? Oh, Yorker's the answer in the end. And you're right, Conway just shadow batting, replaying that one over his head a few times, but I think he'd missed that 9 times out of 10.
It was a beauty, wasn't it? Potts picks up his 3rd wicket of the morning, his 3rd wicket of the innings as well. Went wicketless the whole day yesterday. And from seemingly nowhere, Durham have picked up full bowling points.
Yeah, you're right, he was wicketless yesterday, but he toiled and he bowled really well. And of course, had safe save. Dropped twice, had a few close shouts turned down. And he's finally getting his reward here.
One of my favourites coming into bat now, Ben Sanderson. Proper county cricketer. Day in, day out, consistent. Must be a coach's dream. Be the Northants equivalent of a Ben Rain.
Trying to work out what bat he was using there. Had some funky stickers on it.
Yeah.
Might get a closer look at it here.
Wasn't sure if it was a kookaburra there at one stage, but then, yeah, I wasn't sure either. Factory is down Northampton way. for Kookaburra.
That's the extra bonus point for Durham as well.
Yep.
Taking their 9 wickets inside 110 overs. So maximum bowling points for the home side.
4-3 on the bonus points front so far in favour of the visitors, who have batted very well. But Durham will be thrilled with their morning's work so far. Nearly an hour in, and to have them 9 down. Sanderson. Oh, that's a brute of a delivery, that first ball. Wow. Right on the money, and he's done well to, 1, keep it down, and 2, not to be hit in the head.
Well, I thought on first viewing he maybe clipped the gloves into the helmet. Maybe it was all glove.
I wonder if you followed up with that Yorker again.
Bowlers Union long out the window.
Yeah, nothing doesn't exist anymore. What a ball to get first up that is. Have another one for good measure, but not quite as on target.
Yeah, you mentioned it earlier, Ash, but it's a really strong bowling lineup. And I think, well, they are disappointed to have let Northamptonshire get to 417. Because they created a lot of chances yesterday on a pitch that really wasn't offering them a whole lot.
Thuds into the thigh pad, and we'll get down to fine leg for a leg bye.
As a batter in your sights, you've got Matt Potts running towards you, flanked either side by Ben Stokes and Ben Rain. That's a lot of wickets combined.
Indeed.
International pedigree.
Yeah, I'm still trying to work out what that brand of bat is.
Very funky stickers. You don't often see a black sticker with neon yellow.
Round the wicket to Guthrie, who carves this away to Ben McKinney at backward point. There will be no run.
What was the best bat you ever used?
Oh, mate, I've been really lucky, and I'm going to choose my words carefully.
Not got to keep any sponsors happy here, do you?
Mate, it's a bit late for that. I'm very lucky that I have Newbury looking after me at the moment, who have sent me up some fantastic equipment. Before that, I used Kipax for quite a long time. They were fantastic. I've been through them all, mate, if I'm honest with you. I was, yeah. I'm sure there's words for men and women who have done many things with many partners, and you can apply that to my bat equipment. But another wicket maiden for Matthew Potts. So I was trying to be careful with my words. I like to get around a bit.
When you've had a go with everything available, which one would you go back to? If you were to face a bowling attack?
Anybody right now who's silly enough to give kit to a 50-year-old, well, 51-year-old.
You're back in your prime, you're facing Potts, Stokes and Rain.
Mate, to be honest with you, I was really lucky. Before I was with Durham, I was with Gray Nichols for quite a while, and then I moved over to Slazenger when that all became the fashion, and they had some brilliant kit, and yeah, went around Kookaburra and Gunham Moor before that, and geez, yeah, just about all of them covered off.
Well, Stokes is going to continue.
A long spell, this.
Oh, and there was a shout of catch. I'm not sure there was any glove involved.
No, I don't think so.
Ollie Robinson parried it away for a single nonetheless.
A little bit of lack of concentration there from Ollie.
He's moved a long way after the bat.
Did, yeah.
Seen that a couple of times from Stokes, and now we have the merry-go-round as the field changes to the left and right handers. We've got the same funky field as we had at the end of last over.
7 over spell for each of them so far this morning.
Well, now they're 9 down. As a bowler, probably just want to see it off. Short. And he has flashed it at Liam Guthrie. He's got nowhere near it, though. He must be playing in his head a little bit. The fact he's got Casey Aldridge is a fly slip. He's got Callum Parkinson as a very fine leg.
There's the old back gauge getting tested again.
Again, he's faced 4 deliveries already.
I'll find out. I'll ask Goffey what the protocols are.
Tickled away.
Tell you what, he's hit that
He's
nicely.
found the gap. He's found Callum Parkinson, who dives to stop it. That amused me yesterday as well. Callum Parkinson has pretty routinely bowled the ball back in, which, in stark contrast,
Club cricket style.
Well, yeah,
I don't know if he's struggling with his shoulder a little bit, but he was 100% doing that last week as well. Courtney Walsh style back in the day of just picking it up and just languidly lobbing it back in a bowling motion.
It's quite the contrast after he does a full-length diving stop and bowls it back in. And why not? Right-hander back on strike. Stokes over the wicket. Clipped away. Stokes liked it. It'll be the single and the merry-go-round continues.
Not what you need at fine leg this when you're going from one end to the other. David Bedingham, being the gentleman that he is, he's going to save Parky from doing the full probably 80-metre run.
So Aldridge back in the cordon.
Yeah.
Parkinson at fly slip and Bedingham at a fine leg. It's aerial, but it's not quite found the hands of Graham Clark. And it didn't sound great. It was missed time. But got away
Great
with a
club.
single.
Right off the splice.
So Liam Guthrie's got a knee on. That's pretty clear.
Yeah.
But who
Got anybody on the comments?
is sponsoring
Coming
Ben
through.
Sanderson? It's a loud bat for a number 11. That's what he's got in his hand to face Ben Stokes. Final ball of the over. He gets behind it and fends it off. 4 from the over. Northamptonshire 422 for 9, and we are now through 110. So all bonus points have been collected.
4-3. 4-3 to Northants.
He pots again.
Mate, he's got 4 for in his mind here. You're never going to get the ball out of his hand. Like I say, the man loves to bowl. Guthrie pulls that away out into the deep. To Will Rhodes, one of the many fielders out on the Toblerones. 5 of them in total. And the majority of them wander back into more regulation positions for Ben Sanderson.
It will be his first 4 of the season. Took 6 for 92 against Kent. And then, of course, as you alluded to, that 8 for 66 against Derbyshire last week.
Yeah, he ripped them open last week. Superb. I tell you what, there's not many better shots get played than that from Ben Sanderson as he pushes this one and Stokes is after it. He won't pull it in though. That's a glorious shot for Sanderson. Picks up his first boundary. Score moves on to 427 for 9.
Yeah, full face of the bat, straight out the middle. He's barely hit it. Just punched it down the ground. Ben Stokes, 7 overs into his spell, was sprinting after it. Not even he could cut it off.
Oof. Not driving that one, he says. Nicely played by Sanderson. Certainly covering his stumps, getting right across in behind that one.
It's a slight lull in play. Potts readjusts his left boot. Stokes is hands on knees in the background there. After bowling 7 overs and chucking in a 50-metre sprint. More delays. Sanderson had something to umpire Goff, I'm not sure what.
I hope it's not money. You'll not get that back. Well, one off a leading edge. We'll get him to the non-striker's end.
Well, these are all handy runs.
Yeah, it's annoying this. I mean, the two lads are at the back end of their spells, aren't they? Mentioned that they've bowled all morning so far. What you want is for one of these two to pick up that wicket. You don't want to really bring anybody else on now. But it is getting to the point. Just watching Ben Stokes walk in the outfield as well. He mentioned his heel yesterday, and he's had a crack, hasn't he? He might just be struggling with that heel a little bit.
Yeah, Potts was feeling his shoulder last night as well, but seems to be okay for the minute.
Still all effort from Potts.
Yeah, I was going to say
running
good
in and
sound
bashing
effects.
it. Yeah, he's a great grunter. He's almost like a Russian tennis player. With the grunts and groans. Swing and a miss from Guthrie ends the over. Potts has given everything this morning for his team. He's picked up 3 wickets, got them to that bonus point. And I tell you what, if you're looking to have some fun in the sun, look at that fine bunch of gentlemen. It says something when Barry's got the strongest haircut of the lot. And I'm all for it, lads. Hey, listen, the amount of times that these lads put the covers on and off over a season, it's brilliant to see them out there enjoying the sunshine. Got Victor Main and his team there produced this beautiful batting pitch. And it looks like we are going to see our first bowling change of the day, George.
Yeah, it's going to be Ben Rain, as you suggested might be the case from the Lumley end. Well, he would look right in place if he was sitting in one of those 2 spare chairs next to the ground staff.
It doesn't make you a bad person.
It's nice to see Vic's deck chair back out. I don't think it was there yesterday. Ben Rain for his first go of the day. Inside edged onto pad from Sanderson. The rest of the ground staff reduced to the school chairs. Vic's left to lounge in his
Same
deck
chairs
chair.
as us, mate.
Only the best. Carved away, stopped by McKinney in the covers. And yesterday was a case of whatever the context, whatever the situation, chuck the ball to Ben Rain, and he did get the breakthrough. 2 quick wickets yesterday. And now Durham in need of that final wicket. I imagine it'll be on the mind of Ben McKinney and Alex Lees, who will just want to get the pads on and get going. The longer they're in the outfield, the longer they're thinking about it. Driven to Stokes. Are you having a little look at your team, Ash? How are they getting on?
I'm having a look at all the Premier League games at the moment. I'll take you through them. Benwell Hill, 65 for 2 at home to Castle Eden. Burnmore, 59 without loss at home to South North. That game will go a long way to deciding the title, especially if South North get the win there. My Chesley Street are 61 without loss, which is a nice start for the boys. AJ Ty returning back to the club for a couple of games.
Flicked away. It'll just be a single.
Yeah, AJ just playing for Yorkshire as a local player this year. He's been away on holiday in between the 2 T20 blocks with his family and had a look at the fixtures and decided he had room for a club game now and possibly another one later in the season. So great to have him back. Was at the club for a good few years. I think we tried to work out about 15 years ago.
Been some wickets in South London as well.
Oh, what's the score in the Test match?
New Zealand 307 for 5. That's a lead of 407.
Yeah, it's
which
a nice
makes it
lead, that.
Slightly unassailable. But James Rue will be happy. He copped a little bit of flack yesterday for putting down a couple of chances. One I thought was maybe a 7 out of 10 chance. The other one I thought was tough.
Is that the one down the leg side? It was quite high.
High one, yeah.
Yeah, it was
But
tough.
he has taken one today. Blundell caught behind off the bowling of Josh Tongue.
Is Nichols still in?
Nichols is gone.
Is he? Played a lot of cricket in the North East, Henry Nichols, along with Tom Latham.
Caught by Brooke off the bowling of Jofra Archer for 121. Pulled away for a quick single. Get home very comfortably. And that's the end of the over. It's 2 from it, and it continues to be slightly annoying. This Durham side, 430 for 9,
Yeah, a little
and
bit.
potentially a change of bowling.
Yeah, a little bit of drifting, isn't there? And it's a good change. This bringing Callum Parkinson on, kind of almost forcing Northants to make a decision whether they continue to attack him like they did yesterday. Alan Walker having a wander around, absolute stalwart for both clubs. Moved up to Durham from Northampton. Absolute legend of Durham cricket. Fantastic fella. Still loves the day in, day out grind of county cricket. The other couple of games, Hetton Line 71 for 3 against Newcastle. Seaham Harbour have Burnetfield 27 for 1 from 16 overs. What's going on there? And the last one, Shotley Bridge are 58 for 1 against Ashington. Callum Parkinson, left arm over the wicket to Guthrie. Be interesting to see if there's any turn. I think both teams will be actually really interested in this short little spell. Genuinely doesn't start to turn here until kind of late day 3.
Well, he gave it a go yesterday. He was giving it plenty of air. Sneak by for a single. Plenty of air. He was changing his pace quite nicely, but he wasn't getting a lot of help from the surface.
And bowling to 2 lefties as well. Probably wasn't pleasing him very much. He has a right-hander in Ben Sanderson in his sights here. Will Sanderson resist, or will he just have a crack? I'm hoping for the latter. It's a very straight, solid forward defence from Sanderson first up. Can he tempt him? Short and wide and hammered. Good parry from Graham Clark in the covers.
I was talking yesterday about how Ben Sanderson can stick around and has done previously against Lancashire earlier this season.
Most of the tail enders now can just give real nuisance factor, can't they?
Well, George Bartlett didn't look too fluent yesterday, but did hit 95 not out a few weeks ago against Lancashire in the 4th innings as they were batting out for a draw and they were 9 down. Ben Sanderson hung around for 35 deliveries as they batted that one out.
Useful. Just the 2 off that over from Parkinson.
He's faced 15 so far today. And he hasn't really handed out any chances.
Look at them bright shoes. Graham Onions walking in front of us.
See them from the moon.
Yeah, I've got exactly the same pair.
Got some blue ones on today.
I have.
Good pair of shoes, those. Off-roaders. There we see Graham Onions patrolling. Ben Rain starts his 2nd over of the day.
Yeah, the warm-up shoes these days tend to be... These ones are the Terex range. A bit of... is it the Gore-Tex, I think? Just a bit of waterproof stuff, mate. You know, you get that morning dew on. You don't want wet feet for the whole day. That's the theory, anyway.
And grippy underneath as well.
Oh, mate, how are they grippy? We need to get these on camera. Them bad lads. I think they've got Continental tyres actually on the bottom.
Feet stuck to the floor. Yeah, look at that. Continental
Genuine.
sole.
Genuine.
A staple of the Adidas trainer in recent years. Thankfully, chosen to put your shoe back on.
Yeah, I have.
Although the windows are open. We went up to the Lake District not so long ago for a little holiday. Got our uni group back together. Got the band back
Nice.
together.
Get the band back together.
It was ended up being a 10-hour drive. Defended. And with about 7 hours to go, I picked up my mate and he sat in the passenger seat. And 10 minutes into the journey, said, "Do you mind if I take my shoes off?"
And the politeness in you says yes, and I bet you instantly regretted it.
Spot on. The next 7 hours, I was thinking, is it too late to ask him to put them back on?
I would have done it straight away. Mate, come on.
Yeah, who would go away on a bank holiday weekend? Punched away, dot ball. Will Rhodes and the covers doing the work. So what will be going through the minds of Ben McKinney and Alex Lees? 'Cause it's normally around maybe the 8th wicket down, you start thinking about your own innings with the bat in hand. But the longer these two stick around,
This is actually can get mentally tiring, this part for them here, because they'll have now started to switch almost into batting mode, and even tougher as captain as well.
shot. Listen to the sound of that, crunched off the bat to the point boundary. It's absolutely
Fantastic.
glorious from Sanderson.
Fantastic shot, short and wide, and absolutely hammered.
You were mentioning there, Ash, the mental fatigue of waiting to bat. I felt really sorry yesterday for Calvin Harrison, who waited 191 runs
Good pad rush.
before he came in. The pad rush must have been absolutely phenomenal. He lasted 4 deliveries before being LBW to Ben Rain. He's coming in now for the final ball of the over. Just flicked away elegantly and effortlessly from Ben Sanderson for back-to-back boundaries.
Wow.
And he's not looking like a number 11 one bit.
Mate, offside, leg side, it doesn't matter to Sanderson.
So one down the ground, one through the covers and one through mid-wicket. Thanks for coming.
Just get the wagon wheel going. Coach, run me through my analysis, please.
But yeah, he's watched 191 runs be scored,
Yeah,
Calvin Harrison.
It's the worst thing.
But all that time, you're thinking, it only takes one ball, I'm in. So you can't switch off. So by the time he got to the crease, to a degree, you must have been slightly mentally fatigued already.
Yeah, 100%. So you're invested in the game. Normally, I guess depending on the person, you had some of the greats used to sleep before they went into bat and stuff like that. Oh, this is leading edge. But yeah, if you're intense, that's a long period to wait to bat, and you almost have played your innings before you even get out to the middle. That's nice from Parkinson, just slowing it down a little bit. It's good work from this pair already.
I think it helps as a bowling lineup as well, coming in as the tail ender and just having a bit of time out in the middle, getting a feel for the pitch.
Yeah, and I think tail end runs always gives the bowling team some energy as well. Yeah, 100%. Whip down to long on. You can even hear their balcony there shouting kind of every run, and especially the boundaries for Sanderson. They're absolutely loving it. They'll all have their whites on up there, no doubt, ready to go.
Slight field change. Ben Rain being sent out into a halfway house at deepish square leg.
There's been a few issues this morning, hasn't there, with field placings? Oh, that's an attempt there from Parkinson, who's wrong-footed, but gets a hand or a thigh or something on it and keeps it down to 1. But this is where you love this if you're the coach of the batting team or the captain of the batting team, that's almost just drifting here. And you're feeling It's a strong whiff of paint or something there coming through the window. As this one's cut down to third. And it's going to run away for 4 more. So this is really good from this pair. When Potts picked up that 9th wicket, they'll have been thinking, can we get off this field as quickly as possible? 9th wicket going down with 417 on the board. It's an excellent partnership between these two already. Real nuisance factor from this pair. And Durham want to get off this field as quickly as possible, but this Northants pair are absolutely loving life at the moment.
Yeah, and Ryan Campbell said after the day's play yesterday that it was a frustrating day, that they made chances and couldn't take them. And this 10th wicket partnership, well, this is definitely frustrating. As you said, at 417 for 9, mentally, maybe they were already back in the shed. Yet they persist. Guthrie and Sanderson, as does Ben Rain. That's half a hand from Graham Clark. Can't stop the single. And we're on player watch as well, because at the end of that over I saw James Minto.
Yeah, I think the bowlers have just rotated going off. I think Potts is the man off the field at the moment. Stokes is unusually down in front of us at fine leg.
I was thinking yesterday there might have been times when Alex Lees might have liked to call on James Minto.
Yeah.
Just that change of angle against the left-handers, having the left arm bowling against the left hand batting. More conventional, slightly easier maybe to work the angles and to find the outside edge.
Absolutely. Guthrie solid.
What's happened in the life of James Minto? Last year he looked good with the ball and he looked really good with the bat as well. How much first class cricket has he got up to?
Yeah, not a lot, to be honest with you. I think Durham have really good options and they're trying to almost ease them through another year of experience. They've obviously blessed this game that they have Stokes comes back, and I think the following first class game you may have the likes of Cast back into the attack as well, so it's fitting them in. We saw Olivier play the last game. That probably didn't go as well as he or the side will have wanted, despite Durham getting home. But you've got the likes of Minto, you've got Luke Robinson, you've got Daniel Hogg, Archie Bailey's still not back to full fitness, but you've got a real good core of young fast bowlers. Sam Connors has been injured as well. He's another week away from bowling, I believe.
It's a half volley slashed unelegantly down the ground for a dot ball. You mentioned Bryden Cast. How far away is he? Say next week, maybe?
Yeah, I think he would have been close to playing today. Maybe just a little bit cautious around the time that's taken, I believe, his hand to heal.
Marcus North and the England selectors might have a keen eye on him when he comes back.
I have no doubt. He just offers something with everything, Carsey.
It's a bowling lineup of workhorses here at Durham. Potts, Rain, Stokes, Cast would all run through a brick wall for another over.
Yeah, and they're led by somebody like Ben Rain. You know that you've got these international cricketers, but the mainstay really has been Ben for the last 5-6 years. Absolutely superb operator, leader of the team, and just Mr. Reliable. I would have thought it'd be just about, after the captain, the first name on the team sheet.
Inside edge down to Stokes for a single, and he's handy with the bat as well. So I see him carded in at 3 not so long ago.
Mate, he's more than handy. Like, he started off similar to Matthew Potts. They were both opening batters in their younger teen years, and then Ben left to go to Leicester and turned himself to an all-rounder there. He was batting at the top of their T20 programme, and since he's come home, he's made more than useful runs down the bottom order as well. Him along with Paul Coughlin, another one similar, who's now obviously at Lancashire. But Durham bat deep. Most of their bowlers have come from a batting background. Parkinson. Hit down to Ben Stokes at long on.
That's the way to be. There are 3 elements of cricket: batting, bowling and fielding. You're taking out the specialist roles.
Yeah, you've got to find a way to influence the game no matter what you're doing, I guess is the message that you would give to any youngster.
Well, 2 of those roles, fielding and batting, are done by every member of the team.
Oh, a heave. Yeah, and you want to be the best in the field that you can be as well. That's where you can really influence the game, and that's why Durham will be disappointed that Northants have just brought up the 450 here. No matter how good your bowling lineup is, on good surfaces, you don't want to have to be creating 15 chances to bowl a team out. And that is tossed up, and it is clipped to the skipper at mid-wicket. So good bowling from Parkinson. Guthrie looks absolutely devastated. But he's hit that to Alex Lees, who's wrestled it in. And Northants, after being put in, have been bowled out for 450. Parkinson picking up his first wicket. But you'd have to say, George, they'd be the happier of the 2 sides walking off after the first innings here.
Yeah, Durham, 10:30 yesterday morning, winning the toss and choosing to bowl. And it was a tough start to proceedings. 191 before taking the first wicket. And this innings was all about Ricardo Vasconcelos, a career best 187. They'll be disappointed to have chucked that away. And this morning it was a tight start from Durham. Potts taking 3 wickets, but then when they took that 9th wicket at 417 on the board, maybe they will have been disappointed and frustrated to have let Northants get to 450. But as the groundsman just come onto the field, it's a good deck, it's a good batting surface, and we had Scott Borthwick in yesterday saying there's a little bit of grass cover, but it's hard underfoot, and it should continue to be a good batting deck for all 4 days. So we've seen Northamptonshire get 450 on the board, which is probably about right, and be exciting to see what Durham can do with the bat.
Yeah, heavy roller rolling across your screen. Is about to spend 7 minutes going up and down that surface to try and flatten out a little bit further before Alex Lees and Ben McKinney have a tricky, 20 minutes before lunch. We'll be back in about, I don't know, maybe after Barry's rolled the wicket, with Durham's reply to Northants 450. Well, welcome back to Durham's reply to the Northampton 450. The usual suspects of Alex Lees and Ben McKinney opening the batting. Well, just discussing on off air, what did Durham think here? And I just think that the challenge is not to think too far ahead. It's to just almost play each moment as it comes, get to lunch. And I think Ricardo Vasconcelos showed the longer you bat, the easier it gets. Ben Sanderson is going to start us off just in front of us in the media centre at the Finkel end. And I'm sure we'll see Harry Conway start us from the Lumley end. But Alex Lees to face first ball. And you'd expect the Northampton fielders to be up and about here. 450 in the bank. First ball, nice feeling as a batter as well, finds the middle of Alex Lees' bat. Ben Sanderson, outstanding cricketer for Northampton over a long period of time now. Talked about Ben Rain being one of the first names on the team sheet. I have no doubt in the Northampton change room that he is exactly in that boat. A few clouds have just started to roll in, so it might be a nice time to bowl, especially a nice little period here as we lead into lunch. Northampton will love to have one or two Durham batters having a horrible lunch.
He's taken 4 5-wicket hauls already this season.
Yeah, he's a great bowler. Really underrated. Nicely timed by Lees as he pushes this one through the covers. He'll get at least a couple. I think the way that Alex is going, he'll just settle for the 2. Is that McSweeney doing the fielding?
I think that's a sign of a good deck. He's just defended that into the offside. He's come onto the bat really nicely. Come off the bat even better. Just
it sounded nice, didn't it? All 3 of the balls he's faced so far. Bless you.
He started the season in week 1 with a fifer against Lancashire in early April. Took 5 for 79. Then a couple of weeks later against Middlesex, took 5 for 62. And his season best figures of the year came in early May at home to Worcestershire. He took 7 for 31.
Yeah, and he's a huge reason why they are where they are in the table and pushing for promotion.
5 for 47 2 weeks later against Gloucestershire.
Pushed and eased through cover point for Alex Lees and Durham's first boundary of the day.
Yeah, just a touch too wide from Sanderson. And Alex Lees more than happy to jump on the drive. That'll be a nice one. That's a nice one to get in the first over.
Yeah, it's good control, isn't it? I don't think Northampton will be that bothered. They're trying to see if this ball's going to swing as well. You'd rather be there than and kind of in the middle of the pitch. He's going to try round the wicket there, which might indicate that he's not getting really anything out of this brand new Duke's ball. Different angle creates a different problem. Beats the bat. Durham has 6 without loss after 1.
Yeah, and after 5 balls, Ben Sanderson has come to more or less the same conclusion that the Durham bowlers did, who all at least started coming over the wicket to the left-hander, which is the conventional way to bowl to a left-hander, angling it across and just trying to get one to nip back in. But after a few overs, realising that the nip backer wasn't really on the table, they all changed around the wicket, which is how Ben Sanderson finished that first over. It's going to be the ever mobile Harry Conway, all 6'7" of him from the Lumley end.
He's going to start around the wicket as well, George.
Ben McKinney facing his first delivery of the game. Harry Conway, 29 wickets so far this season. And it's solid from McKinney.
It's a long follow through as well, that from Conway first up.
It just looked like he might have had a little word with McKinney, I'm not sure.
I hope so.
I'm sure McKinney will have a word back.
Ben will just smile. He'll just smile.
One fifer for Harry Conway. That came against Kent. That was just a really tough game all round for that Kent side. Conceded a load of runs, over 700 of them. And it's off the pad, maybe a little bit of bat as well. It was short of the slips anyway. There was a shout of catch. I think it was off the pad. Hit him outside the line.
It went
anyway.
straight down anyway, no matter what it was off. Awkward bounce in front of the third slip.
Took 5 for 36 from 15. That game against Kent. Took 7 in the match. And he took 4 for 38 in that Lancs game. 2 best bowling figures so far. Took 3 last week against Gloucestershire. There's a big swish from McKinney, and Harry Conway thinks he's got his man, but I heard nothing. And McKinney felt nothing.
Look where he's followed through as well, right down, like his appeal was right down the middle of the pitch.
Well, it now makes sense in that game against Gloucestershire that his follow through continued all the way to the change rooms. Because that's not far off what happens every ball. It's just standard Harry Conway shenanigans.
Love it. Love characters in the game.
He's got 3 slips waiting for him. It's wide. Too wide for McKinney to have a go at that one.
What are your thoughts on the keeper with no pads on?
Well, up until now, Ash hadn't noticed that. I think it's good culture. You sure he's not got little shin pads on underneath?
He might have something under his whites, but
To be fair, if I'd worn pads for the best part of a day and
I hear
maybe
what you're
another
saying.
hour, I'd quite enjoy a little bit of respite.
he might have some of them wear baseball catchers stuff underneath their whites as well.
Driven. Down to third man off the outside edge, a thick edge. And McKinney's off the mark.
Yeah, not in control there, McKinney. Similar to that first drive in the over. I guess the positive thing is he's going at it. So if somebody's going to catch it, he's going to make them catch it.
Corden maybe slightly interested for a minute there. Justin Broad at first. Calvin Harrison at second. Flicked away into the mid-wicket. There was a shout of catch, but I'm now starting to believe we shouldn't believe everything Harry Conway says.
That went all the way along the carpet. Mate, I can't wait to watch him bowl today. Like, not necessarily his bowling, but just everything that goes with it. You need people like that in your team. They just push you along. They'll drive you crazy on a long bus ride or in the change room, but once you cross that white line, they're exactly who you want in your team. And he seems absolutely mental. I love it. Sanderson to continue round the wicket. "14 minutes to lunch."
And our standard fish and chips yesterday.
Standard
Friday.
pie, I think, today. Or butternut squash tikka, I think, for our leaf muncher up on the camera.
My sins, Ash, I've gone veggie today.
Have you?
Yeah.
I'm not against it. I had a curry last night. I must admit, if I'm ever tempted to go vegetarian, it is for curry. But I had a mixed madras last night. It was absolutely outstanding.
What was in the mix?
Bit of chicken tikka, bit of lamb, bit of the kebab, whatever that's called. And then just drowned in madras sauce. Nice from Sanderson, nice and straight there, trying to bring the stumps into play.
Yeah, and that's what Durham went for predominantly with their bowling attack, because same here, we've not seen a whole lot of movement in the air or off the pitch. It's pretty up and down so far.
Quite intrigued with the Northants caps as well. Looks like Proctor's got like the baggy maroon on with some yellow stripes on her. It looks like some of the others have the more traditional English. There you go, there's the two right in picture there. No stripes on one, stripes on the other.
I was going to mention that when I was having a close look at Vasconcelos. I imagine it must be some sort of honorary system or...
Yeah, I don't know, we'll have to check that out.
I know it's Surrey, they've got a capping system. Dan Lawrence was given his a couple of weeks ago.
You've got Yorkshire and Lancashire have the buds, don't they, before you get the full rows? Oh, that's close. That is close and gone. Lees goes. Hitting quite high on the back leg. Lees looked a little bit surprised when the finger went up. Treadwell gives it. And Durham moves that first wicket before lunch, which is exactly what Northants were looking for. 10 for 1.
Yeah, James Treadwell's had a lead finger for the entirety of yesterday. So it's a slight surprise to see it go up there. My initial thought was maybe it is high. It's hit him on the top half of the knee roll. He's had his back pad though, probably about on the line of the crease. And he's got no other option to walk off. I was thinking in the innings break, mentally, albeit it's a great deck, and they've got a full day of batting, but going into bat with 450 already on the board might just be in the back of your mind. You've seen 191 go on for the opening stand from the visitors.
Yep.
Maybe mentally that's slightly on your mind when you go out to bat.
Absolutely right. And the lefty fest continues with Will Rhodes coming out to bat at number 3. I spoke to him before the game last week, and he was so looking forward to the next couple of Red Bull games, and let's see if he can cash in on a good surface here. And what's now, talk about periods in the game, 10 minutes to lunch.
Yeah, the beneficiary of the call-up from Milio Gay, who started the season as Durham's number 3. Started it so well, he's now opening the batting for England.
Yeah, a couple of 50 to his name as well. Emilio.
Just that running between the wickets he needs to work on.
Nah, just barbecue everybody else. Makes yourself look better, doesn't it? Rhodes solid in defence, first ball. Ends the over a wicket maiden for Sanderson. He has 1 for 6, Durham a 10 for 1.
Yeah, Will Rhodes, not a bad option, coming in at 6,700 first class career runs. 13 centuries, 27 unconverted 50s. That's a high score. Hit last year in mid-September against Worcestershire. That's 151 not out in the second innings in that match. Our man Emilio Gay, he also hit big century, 162. That match was drawn. Harry Conway back in. McKinney is flicking it over the top of mid-wicket. Will bounce a few times and roll away to the ropes. That's easy pickings for him.
Yeah, a little bit straight, a little bit full from Conway. McKinney just, as you said, flicked it away. Timed it beautifully. Got to the Toblerones in a real hurry.
Absolutely no danger in going over the top there. Only 2 on the leg side in front of square, both inside the ring. It's better from Conway.
He's going to have to be careful with his follow through here, Harry Conway. That just
Well, there we go.
in fact, Michael Goff's. Do you know what it is? I'm actually all for it. I think you should be allowed to run down the wicket. I know that's really controversial.
That's a hot take.
But it's going to bring spin into the game. Like, where's the place for spinners now? Like, let that pitch deteriorate. Some will say it's not naturally, but do you know what it is? I'm all for it.
It's a slippery slope.
Yeah, if you start sliding on it, I guess you can.
Wide of the crease, Conway. Really angling it into the pads. But there's a natural follow through, that's fine, and then maybe it turns into
if you see somebody like almost veering off it, and Shahid Afridi kind of pirouetting in the middle of the wicket is a little bit different, as Dale Penkenstein and Graham Onions have obviously just had some slinging duty in the nets.
Well, the umpires had a quiet word with Casey Aldridge yesterday for this same problem running down the middle of the wicket.
Be interesting to get people's take on that, actually. Like, what?
It is such a good deck.
Yeah.
Maybe it needs a bit of spice in it.
Maybe you're allowed 1 and over or something like that. I don't know. Again, you're 100% right. It's gonna if it's a free for all, it's gonna get hard to police, isn't it? And the obviously advantage would go to the team who bowls last on the pitch. But I'm not against it. You know, just to bring everybody in the game.
2 players who have been running down the pitch are probably the 2 players who have caused the most damage.
Yeah, 6'7".
Playing a miss from Ben McKinney. Casey Aldridge with his
another
size
extra long
25s.
follow through there as well. Yeah,
Harry Conway with whatever size his feet are.
I'm sure they're not small. 12 to 14, no doubt.
Sam showed me a picture earlier upstairs of his foot next to one of Casey Aldridge's shoes. Absolutely phenomenal. Look like that of Krusty the Clown. That's the end of the over. 4 from it. McKinney moves on to 8. Durham 14 for 1.
Yeah, can Northampton squeeze a couple of overs in here?
£12.55 on the clock.
I tell you what was abysmal. The over rate at the Test match was under 12. That's bad, man.
I think it was 80 overs bowled on the first day. You paid a lot of money to go and watch that.
I mean, the entertainment was pretty good. I mean, the cricket's great, like Test match cricket, but yeah, you're not getting your full value, are you, if you're only seeing 80 of the 90?
Where are these overs being lost? Is it in between overs or is it in between deliveries?
Yeah, it's a great question. We were talking about this up at my ground this morning. You know, who's to blame almost, and you know, is it the umpire's responsibility to keep the game moving forward, or is it just the player's responsibility, or everybody really? I guess. But it seems so many breaks and.
Yeah. Yeah, people are getting increasingly agitated by the constant calling for drinks and gloves and injury checks, etc. You have scheduled breaks. You've got a drinks break. You've got lunch and tea.
Indeed.
And then you've got a mini break every wicket as well. Shouldn't be too much need for constant stopping in between that.
Oh, I'm with you. A little bit of extra effort from Sanderson. Squares up Rhodes.
It's not doing a whole lot off the pitch, but maybe just holding its line a little bit. Just straightening. Well, Rhodes playing down the line of release. Just past the outside edge as it straightens off the pitch. It's good bowling.
Rhodes tucks this one away fine. Some work for Conway, who was very, very square. In fact, more deep backward square than fine leg. Rhodes is off the mark with a couple.
He seemed absolutely delighted that the ball came to him. Absolutely beaming smile as he picked it up.
Just wants to be in the game, doesn't he? Probably thinks he should be at first slip.
First slip opening the batting. What was Will Rhodes up to whilst Emilio Gay was playing?
Well, initially he was in the side and then he was on medical grounds, so I'm not sure what injury it was, but was unselectable. And then as soon as that kind of resolved itself, he was back in the side.
He's averaging 26.5 so far this year. 35 in his first class career. It's good going across 6,700 runs. .12.58 on the clock with just one delivery to go, so I imagine we will get one final over.
Perfect timing from a Northamptonshire point of view. Oh, is that dropped?
I'm not sure if it ever hit it.
I didn't hear a noise. I'm going to wait to see if there's any signal from umpire Treadwell. He says leg byes.
Looked like it was nowhere near the body though.
In fact, he's rescinded his decision. What's going on here?
Could have been a lot of things.
No, he's called byes. He's called a bye. There you go.
Could have been a lot of things, but leg byes was
yeah.
never
I
in the
didn't.
equation.
I didn't think he'd hit it, and I didn't think it hit his pad, and I just thought the keeper dropped it. If I'm honest with you, and that's exactly what's happened.
It's a strange
Well, so were the
one.
slips. Look at the slips were keen, especially third slip. Hands on heads and everything is devastated.
Would have been
But
an
it's a bye.
interesting one.
Yeah.
It had gone to hands.
Harry Conway will have the last over of the session.
To his third, 8 runs from his first 2. He's going to come round the wicket to Will Rhodes. Oh, and he's left alone. And it's a great leave in the end because it's come in a long way. Both in the air and a little bit of help off the surface. It's ended up being probably a better leave than Will Rhodes originally anticipated, but it's still away from his off stump. He's asking a lot, Harry Conway, with that ball starting on maybe 6th or 7th stump. He's asking a lot for that to come back and take off peg. Will Rhodes more than happy to leave that on line. That one he does play. Flicks it down to Ben Sanderson at fine leg. And I imagine Will Rhodes will be pretty happy just to camp at the non-striker's end till lunch. Ben McKinney puts his gloves back on. And readies himself. He's 8 off 12. He's played 3 boundary shots. The first one slightly thick edge. Then a lovely shot over mid-wicket off the bowling of Harry Conway. Look how far outside the line of off stump he is there. All 3 stumps showing behind him. Just took a step outside the line just before release. Just trying to cover off that in-swinger. It's a tactic we saw the Northamptonshire batters employing as well. It seems like the main danger is the straight one that maybe comes back in. This time he triggers back and not quite so far across.
Might get a warning here. Umpire Goff is not impressed at all with Harry Conway and his follow through. It's another polite, and maybe the last polite message for him to get off the pitch.
And from here on in, it's warning.
Yeah, you'll get a warning and then another one. If you get 2 warnings and the third one's you're off for the innings. Only ever seen it a couple of times. One in a club game, which was bizarre. I think the umpire might have just had a strop on.
2 deliveries to go before lunch. Left alone by Ben McKinney, who's batting maybe 2 stumps outside off.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about big feet. There's another one with a pair of monsters, and his left big toes are definitely outside the line of off stump in his setup. Just got a message from my old S&C trainer, Colin Sanctuary, who was here for a number of years, rugby league background, so we best friends for a number of reasons. One of them that I was in Fat Club all the time, and we spent many an hour on the road talking rubbish to each other, and he's living in Australia now, doing well. If you're watching on, Colt, hope you're well, mate.
Final ball is navigated into the leg side, and they'll jog through for the single. And Northants will be delighted with the start they've made. The early breakthrough, Ben Sanderson trapping Alex Lee's LBW. And they walk off the field. Will Rose and Ben McKinney at the crease. Durham 19 for 1.
Yeah, lovely little period that for Northants. Picked up a wicket. The skipper Alex Lee's going LBW. And the evergreen Ben Sanderson doing the damage, 19 for 1. Trailing by 4:31. Going into session 2, day 2. Northants on top. Well, good afternoon and welcome back to the Banks Homes Riverside for Session 2, Day 2. Northants firmly in control here. Durham already one down in reply to 450. 19 for 1. Ben McKinney to resume on strike. Sanderson to continue round the wicket. And he's immediately into a drive. Not timed. I hope everybody's had a lovely lunch and welcome back this afternoon. And play nice on the live stream chat, please. That would be really nice. If you've got any questions for George, all right, fire them in, or you can email them in at streaming@durhamcricket.co.uk. There you go, all the paperwork out the way. One ball in. Edged and gone. The dream start for Sanderson. McKinney goes. And Durham are 19 for 2.
Yeah, I've been talking about how do you get wickets on a pitch which doesn't offer you lots. And it's always, could go back to line and length. Sanderson has put that in exactly the right area. He's drawn McKinney onto the front foot. He had to play at it. It's just held its line slightly. Caught the outside edge. And Durham in pursuit of 450 and 19 for 2.
It's an interesting one, that with the guard that he's taken there. I'm not sure he does need to play at that. He's set up on off stump and that's just outside his eye line. Don't get me wrong, good delivery by Sanderson. And a comfortable catch for Vasconcelos behind the stumps, who's loving his life in the northeast at the moment on the back of a huge 100 to put Northants in the driving seat. And David Bedingham is the new batter to the crease.
It's coming a long way on the angle. It's probably started on the fifth stump line. It's coming towards McKinney. I mean, if it was to hit his pad, it would have hit him well outside the line.
Yeah, it's that angle though, isn't it? He's come round the wicket, created the thought in Ben's head that he's got to play at that. So full credit to Northants. I say don't judge a pitch until both teams have batted on it. It still looks a really good surface. And Durham need a big partnership here to get this game back on track in this top of the table clash.
David Bedingham taking his guard. He's in good form this season. 677 runs already to his name at an average, have a listen to this, of 84.
Yeah, and I don't think he's been at his best yet either. That's the thing. It's been a lot of mid scores for him. He's off the mark immediately with a graceful cover drive. Somebody that makes batting look so easy.
Yeah, if he could pick and choose his first delivery to face, I reckon it would have been a fifth stump half volley. But he put it away very elegantly.
Yeah, he's a beautiful player to watch.
300s to his name amongst the mid scores.
Yeah, he's got so many how many 50s has he got amongst that?
He's hit 300s and 2 unconverted 50s.
Yeah, maybe I'm being harsh. This one's a thick outside edge and we'll run down to third for back-to-back boundaries for Bedingham. It'd be interesting to see actually how he feels about his form. Hopefully he makes a nice score today and we get to chat to him at the end of the day.
$12.48, then the ton. 17 and then back-to-back tons. And it's been good going since then. Recent form.
It's probably those scores just under 50 as well. He's got a couple, maybe 2 or 3 of just under 50. So yeah, I mean, geez, you would take those stats all day, but I still think there's more in him.
His last 5 innings, 129 not out, 147, 83, 74, 49.
Yeah. Outstanding work from the South African. That one gets through Bellingham. Successful over for Sanderson. Durham 27 for 2. Will Rhodes yet to face a ball. After lunch, he's on 3. David Bellingham's on 8. And the dream start.
Yeah, Sanderson is just... He's putting it full and giving it the option of doing something. I think Durham were potentially slightly back of a length early in their bowling innings. But he's just pitching it up and giving it the chance to move. And it has a touch. Not loads of movement, but just enough to make sure.
Tentative push, wasn't it?
Yeah, quite.
Here he is. Harry Conway back.
That's full. Not a lot of movement there from Conway coming round the wicket. Banks Homes Riverside is bathed in glorious sunshine. Good.
Light breeze coming across from the west.
Got our friends in the LNER stand in the sun trap, settling down for an afternoon of good red ball cricket.
Yeah, a couple hydrating nicely as well. Not jealous at all.
It's a really, really important session in the context of the game. These two, you'd think from here, will have to try and anchor the innings and just rebuild from a shaky start, 27 for 2.
It's a super stacked batting lineup from Durham, but somebody's got to take responsibility. And the earlier that happens, the better.
That definitely helped Northants having Vasconcelos running through all the way, well, more or less all the way. Never want 2 new batters at the crease. Clipped away, straight off the middle of the bat, through the dive at mid-wicket. It's going to trickle and just end up short, so they'll come through for 3. Lovely timing from Will Rhodes.
Yeah, I think that might have just got a little hand to it there at mid-wicket. But you're right, it just sounded nice and full of control from Will Rhodes.
Now you can hear the difference. If you close your eyes, you can hear the difference between cold water and hot water when it's poured into a glass. Just take my word for it.
Mate, I'm with you. I know I'm looking at you like I'm stupid, but that's just my general expression.
I think you could just listen to the sounds of cricket and know pretty well what's going on.
That I 100% agree with, and obviously tonight I'm going to try that theory with the water.
Oh, and he's gone up, and the finger goes up too from umpire Goff, and we were talking about how these two needed to anchor the innings. Well, they haven't done that. Bellingham falls after 8 glorious runs. Durham 30 for 3 and in a spot of bother.
Yeah, they're in a world of trouble here at 30 for 3, and this is what happens when you get that big score on the ball. You get on a roll. Harry Conway picking up his first wicket, and you'd have to say the prize wicket of David Bellingham. Just wanting to feel bat on ball and edge through to Vasconcelos is having an absolute worldie of a game. 180 odd, couple of catches.
You mentioned the last ball, the previous over which Bellingham faced, that was a bit of a prod. He almost caught the outside edge. This time he just flew a bit too close to the sun. And against angling in towards him, it's well bowled by Conway.
Yeah, it's a great delivery. Ben Stokes is the new batter to the crease. I was just talking to a couple upstairs, and their son Jude has come to watch Ben Stokes play, and I says, mate, I'm not being funny, but I hope you don't get to watch him bat. He was only staying for an hour, and unfortunately Ben's in within 2 overs.
Yeah, I imagine there'll be quite a few people here in County Durham who have rocked up on this sunny Saturday for the chance of watching this man take to the crease. He's had a slightly tough go of it with the bat of late, and what he would do for a big knock here, what Durham would do for a big knock here. 30 for 3 and flailing the deficit 420. If there's a man for the big occasion, it's the man with number 38 on his back, England captain Ben Stokes.
And yet another lefty.
It's lefty central, isn't it?
Yeah, I love it.
Oh, batting the wrong way round. What's going on? Harry Conway, fresh off a wicket. Straight into the pads of Ben Stokes.
Straight down the middle of the wicket again. I think umpire Goff might have just about had enough.
So we had 2 polite warnings. No, not warnings. 2 polite conversations before lunch. This is his first over after the break. And judging by the shoulder taps and smiles, that also seemed pretty friendly. Harry Conway and the size whatever's he's got on his feet, running straight down the danger zone. Stokes has seen one and decided it's time to just come down the track and try and off-put Harry Conway on his length. Well, 3 from the over, but more importantly, the wicket of David Beddingham. Durham finish the 8th over and a 30 for 3.
Someone's put, imagine paying to watch cricket just for 1 hour. Just contexted. The young lad that's in is with his father, who is our resident DJ in the house for our T20 game. So I'm assuming he might have managed to escape paying to watch his idol Ben Stokes play. Owes me a playlist as well, DJ Wiggy, if you're watching upstairs.
What was the brief? What did you give him?
Oh, bit of old school rock. He knows what's going on, as Rhodes does as well, as he guides this one through third. Has this got the legs? No, it's a good chase from Calvin Harrison. Going to keep that down to just 2. Good work, good energy from the visitors. Yeah, he's got a T20 playlist, which is a little bit old school, and I says, yeah, hook me up with that.
Yeah, there always is. The vibe for T20 seems to be 70s and 80s.
Yeah, right in my demographic, being a 51-year-old. And another good delivery from Sanderson.
I've not actually been to a 100 game, but I imagine that's maybe where they play a bit of the more modern stuff.
Yeah, been to a couple. They put on. I'm not going to lie, I was 100% against ever going to one until a couple of lads that I've worked with have managed to get out there and do the business, and mate, I thoroughly enjoyed it. I'm not going to lie. A bit more Americanised, but they do put on a good show. I think the way they do the scores is horrific. Interesting colour scheme as well, with the old purple and green on the scorecard. But my
coach from the Oxfordshire under-10s, well, he had James Coles in that age group. He was playing as an under-8. He was playing 2 years up, and apparently he always had something special. There we go. Anyway, he went for 390 grand in the auction. So
he did indeed.
I messaged the coach saying, I hope you're getting a little.
Yeah, where's my fiver? I did the same to McKinney.
And some free tickets to the 100. And he replied saying, if I ever go to a 100 game, then I've sold my soul and I want you to let all the air out my car's tyres.
Life moves on.
Had some good players in that age group. Luke Charlesworth was in there as well. Ben, a couple of years older. Gus Miller, he's at Northamptonshire now. He was in that age group.
Yeah. A little bit more on this one from Sanderson. Nicely played by Rhodes.
Ollie Price, never too far from that part of the world as well.
Another Durham Uni lad. Got to work with him for a couple of years. Good player. Lovely lad. And his brother Tom, possibly one of the most intense cricketers I've ever come across. Making his way down at Sussex these days. Yeah, that was a seriously talented age group as that one goes through to the keeper. Sorry, a year group at Durham Uni there. You had the Price boys, you had Chris Benjamin, who Who else do we have? Who's the wicketkeeper at Middlesex? I want to say Bethel, but something close to that. Oh, he'll kill me.
Have you worked with him?
Joe. Oh my God, he will kill me if he'll not be listening. Hopefully he's playing for Middlesex. Cracknell. Nothing like Bethel.
Harry Conway to continue. It's driven off the inside edge straight to the pads of Stokes.
Yeah, Joe Cracknell was there as well.
Just talking about that under 10s age group, James Coles, I thought was quite a difficult position. Having gone for so much money, there would have been a lot of eyes on him at the county champs this year. And he struggled to get going a little bit until last week when he hit an absolute mammoth 224 not out against Glamorgan.
Yeah, that'll work.
Let's hit the pads. Ben Stokes is furious that he's missed it. It's going down the leg side. I don't know if you managed to catch any of that James Cole's innings, but my word, was there some hitting in it.
I can imagine. I watched a little bit of him in that SAT 20. Very impressive player. He made 100 here last year as well. Lots to like. Big price tag, that wasn't it? 390 grand.
It's only passed 50 on one other occasion in the county champs so far this year.
Pockets must be weighing him down.
Stokes advances and crunches that down the ground to a massive round of applause from a crowd who have come to see exactly that. Stokes off the mark.
Well, this crowd have been waiting a long time to watch Ben play. The members are always desperate to have their best players playing for the club, but obviously understand that they've got bigger things and to go on to, and part of Durham's job is to produce players to play for England. But you could tell by the roar of the crowd there how much this young man means to the people of Durham.
June 2024 was the last time
Yeah.
he played county cricket here. Played 2 other first-class games for Durham this year, but both away from home. Down the leg side, a shot of catch it, but I think that was more performative than anything else. Don't think it's got anywhere near Ben Stokes, who I mentioned has had a slightly tough time with the bat in those 2 county championship games he's played so far. Just 59 runs, 45 of those came against Kent. He looks like he's seeing it all right, judging by that previous shot down the ground. We haven't seen that a lot in this game in general, is players using their feet. But Stokes clearly not afraid to do that. It's driven again off the inside edge into the pad. Doesn't look like he's hanging about here, Ben Stokes.
Yeah, it's an interesting one for Ben. He's almost trying to figure out again the way to build an innings. Been through so many different phases of whatever, buzz ball or whatever you want to call it, and then he kind of tried to do it his way and just almost getting caught in between. But we know and have seen how good he can be under real pressure.
Goes back and just kicks it away in case it rolled back onto the stumps. It's the end of the over. A boundary 4 from it. Durham 36 for 3.
And the best part of, well, I say the best part, one of the best parts about my job as a coach is to see somebody like Ben go about his work. For those that don't know, I run a school program from a school based in Chester Street called Parkview Academy of Sport, and we're really fortunate to partner here with Durham, and we train here. And my kids get to watch Ben go about his work on during the winter it was pretty much on a daily basis when they came back from Australia, how hard he works. Sanderson continues.
It's the same last summer when he was rehabbing his hamstring in the county games. Here, when he wasn't playing, he'd be on at lunch and tea, getting through as many overs as he could. Full pelt as well, absolutely flying.
Oh
through
yeah.
it.
You saw from him, even after all this controversy that's happened to him over the last couple of weeks, last Saturday and Sunday he was here. And he was here for hours. Bowling before the game, batting, bowling again.
It's been an interesting development in this game, as you mentioned. We saw him in the last year at times almost being the anti-Bazball. And after criticism towards the team of getting out too cheaply and playing rash shots, he's been the one to say, look, I'm just going to dig in. And at 36 for 3, you're right, he's got to pick and choose exactly how he does anchor this innings.
Well, Rhodes just pushes this down the ground. They'll get one. As McSweeney does the fielding.
From your
just
view,
reaching
Ash,
for that a little bit, wasn't he?
from your view, this bowling attack have all the energy, they've got all the momentum. Is it easier to stop that by just hanging about and slowly draining it, or do you want a quick change and to get on top with a few quick runs?
I think you've got to do whatever's right for you. I think you've got to identify a moment that actually at the moment Northamptonshire are on top here. Can we get through this spell of the two new ball bowlers who have had two cracks at it before and after lunch and have done very, very well? Can we get into that first and second change bowler and then get into the second spells of all of the bowlers? That one nearly trickles onto the stumps. Stokes uses his feet again.
Just trying to upset the length of Conway. He's bowling quite a heavy ball at the minute. He's hitting the pitch hard.
That's what he'll do. He'll do exactly what Ben Rain does and just challenge that fourth and fifth stump bowler. Like you say, he's bowling at what you call a heavy ball, a ball that's hitting the splice of the bat. Stokes comes down the wicket and absolutely launches it down the ground for 4. Did well just to keep his shape there, Stokes.
Yeah, it's Ben Sanderson, who has bowled really well. His 2 wickets coming from just bowling that good line length, and batters almost seeming slightly trapped on the crease. Alex Lee's being hit on the back pad. So Stokes just trying to counteract that by coming down the track.
I don't think Northampton will be bothered by that at the moment with their score on the board. That is a shot of real high quality from Stokes. Back-to-back boundaries to end the over. Nice and straight in the V.
Yeah, 2 attacking shots without a hint of risk in it. The first one was absolutely glorious over the top. One skip.
Yeah, I like the second one. I really do like. I'm not going to lie.
Equally as good.
That real straight bat. Again, it was a little shuffle, a little bit more control. Good signs.
And in doing that, he's turned what would have been a good length ball into one that was
into a half volley.
Full.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
Harry Conway to continue from the Lumley end. Persisting with round the wicket to the left-handed batsman. It's Will Rhodes on strike. That's very leg side, and it's taken one-handed by Vasconcelos and thrown away, all in one movement.
Those legs will be a little bit weary after spending so much time at the crease as well. He's moved really nicely to get a hand on that one. He's got the old double teapot on there behind the stumps as well.
Yeah, Ricardo
help a brother out.
187 with the bat. Doesn't want to be thrown down the leg side.
Batted a whole day, plus VAT. Was in there this morning as well.
Full, driven, and a little stare down from Harry Conway. There's that theatre that you so often brings.
A few years ago, he might have thrown that back. Not allowed to do that these days.
No, we saw some penalty runs for that, in a Surrey game a couple of weeks ago. An intimidating throw.
Intimidating, I like that.
5 penalty runs. Oh, it's a big play and a miss from Will Rhodes, who's played that a long way from his body. It's probably on 5th or 6th stump. He's trying to drive it on the up. He saw the width and his eyes lit up. It was good length from Conway. Slightly back of full.
Disappointed in that, Rhodes. I probably think I should have left that. But that is the temptation. Like you say, bowling that full length, that risk reward.
That one he has left. It's a good leave, even with the ball tailing in. And it's something that Vasconcelos did really well, is leaving the ball on 4th and 5th stump. Wasn't tempted at all to throw his hands at any. He faced 295 deliveries. So kudos for the concentration. Just made the Durham bowlers bowl at him, target the stumps, and he was very comfortable, very confident, tacking it off his pads. A lot of runs scored through mid-wicket, down to fine leg. That's the beauty of 4-day cricket. It's a long game. It goes in ups and downs. You have to switch on and switch off. So admirable, the concentration for Vasconcelos, who now, ironically, can't switch off. He's in the game every ball.
Tough gig. Opening batter and wicket-keeper. Very, very tough gig.
He was absolutely devastated to get out. Shy of his maiden double ton. It's left alone again. Rhodes thought about having a go. Conway, never short of a discussion, takes back his floppy hat, has a little word with Michael Gough, and that's the end of the over. He's got through 6 now, 1 wicket for 17. Durham a 45 for 3.
It's been an excellent start with the ball for the visitors. Sanderson with 2, Conway with 1. A little mini fight back here from Durham. Ben Stokes, 3 boundaries to his name. And he pushes into the offside and picks up a single.
For anyone who may be joining after the news of Ben Stokes coming to the crease, well, we had a great day of cricket yesterday, long day of cricket, which the Northants openers, having lost the toss and being sent into bat, put on 191 for the first wicket. Ricardo Vasconcelos with a career best 187, putting on a total of 450.
Again, Sanderson hitting the stickers of the bat.
It's not been an ideal start for Durham. Alex Lees went early. He was trapped LBW by Sanderson for 6. Ben McKinney fell to Sanderson as well. He was caught behind for 9. And David Bedingham from the other end, he was caught behind off Conway for 8. So these two, Will Rhodes, Ben Stokes, it's a bit of a rebuild mission.
Takes this one from outside off stump, turns it into the leg side.
Suppose these two can really now just settle in. They've got just over 30 overs, just under 30 overs, sorry, to bat until the tea break.
Yeah, it's a long session, this middle one, isn't it? What did we work out? It was 37 overs, I think.
About 35, I think we had.
Was it? 35.
Blue skies, on all accounts, a good batting pitch. There's no reason why they can't just settle in and go about their work.
Yeah, I think the old adage, the longer you're there, the easier it gets. Get this shine off the new ball. Get to those first and second change bowlers. Get some miles in their legs. But at the moment, Northants right on top here in this top of the table clash in Division 2. And just a little bit early on that Will Rhodes.
This is Sanderson's 7th over, and I imagine Conway will continue for 7 as well. With the new ball, the Durham bowlers got through 5 for Rain and 6 for Stokes, but with this opening spell truncated with the lunch break, it should mean that they could just elongate their opening spells, get more overs in from the openers with the new ball.
Rhodes one-handed flicks this one away through square leg. Touches and comes back for a couple. Harry Conway, well, collects the ball rather than does the fielding. That ends the over, just a 3 from that over. Important partnership building here between Rhodes and Stokes. It's going to be Conway to continue, and yeah, I guess that is the interesting thing now, is to look for those change bowlers. Got some good spin options as well in Harrison. Got Safe Sabe, and McSweeney bowled very nicely here in the T20 as well. Might be an option with 2 left-handers at the crease. But yeah, I've got all bases covered. We've got a leg spinner, off spinner and a left arm spinner.
Conway to Stokes at the beginning of the 14th. And Stokes advances a couple of paces down and pick up a run to square leg. Yeah, Parkinson, the only spin option for Durham, unless you're including the token 3 overs from Ben McKinney.
We're not.
So he managed to pick up the wicket of Safe Sabe. He didn't have loads of success. Left arm orthodox bowling to the left-handers. Bowled 14 overs for 77. And Northants saw that as a sign to take the attack to Parkinson. As you said, Ash, Northants a lot more diverse in their spin options. So go through it again. What have they got on offer?
So they've got Harrison who bowls leg spin. And they've got Safe Sabe who bowls left arm orthodox.
So that's going the same way.
Yeah, and then you've got McSweeney who bowls a bit of off spin, which will go away from the left-handers. So again, you've got some bases covered there.
Got a bit of something for everyone there. Pitch not offering loads, at least from what we saw from Parkinson. But as the days go on, as the pitch gets worn.
And you've got a left armour in Guthrie as well in the same attack, so they've got some nice options.
Down the leg side, again, a bit loose from Conway. I said before lunch, but perhaps a left arm seamer was something Durham was slightly missing out on. It was pretty monotonous, the right-handers, the right-arm bowlers against the left-hand batsman. I found it difficult to really work many chances, but maybe just with a change-up of angle.
That's an interesting one as well. I wonder if George Drizzle might have been considered.
Sit on the pads, but a touch high and probably a touch outside the line as well.
With Northants having so many left-handers, George Drizzle is an off-spinner for Durham. But I don't think... Callum Parkinson's been superb for Durham this year. So that's probably, if it was a discussion, might have been a short one. James Minto being the left armour, but then you're bringing in Stokes, which was probably again a short conversation because you're not going to remove Potts and Ben Rain out of the team.
Punched off the back foot, well stopped at point.
Other option is Graham Clark. Maybe we're a batter heavy. So do you bring in another all-rounder or another bowler in replace of Graham Clark, who again has done very well and I think if somebody was to be dropped, then they wouldn't be dropped on performance, it would be dropped on, Ben Stokes becoming available and almost a horses for courses against so many left-handers.
Yeah, the rest of the batting card, Graham Clark carded at 6, Ollie Robinson at 7, Casey Aldridge at 8, Ben Rain at 9, Matthew Potts at 10 and Callum Parkinson at 11.
The all-rounder Callum Parkinson in the runs this year.
It's the end of the over. Durham 49 for 3.
Probably just getting to the point here where Northampton skipper is in conversation with Ben Sanderson, might be thinking about a change. Hooked around with control, down to Conway in the deep, who unsurprisingly picks it up in a unique fashion. 50 on the board for Durham, 50 for 3. It's been tough going.
Yeah, it has been tough going. These two coming in a state of emergency. 30 for 3. Gone about their work. Got the team to 50.
A little tickle and then into the thigh pad. I think it'll be a run. I'm sure I heard 2 noises there.
I'll tell you what, Ash. These seamers have been pretty intent on coming round the wicket to the left-handers. Sanderson started his spell. His first 5 balls of the innings were from over, but he wasn't getting much movement. That last delivery we just saw did have a hint of indit back into
bit of shape.
Rhodes. Optimistic signs for the bowling side.
He's going to decide to stay over the wicket as well to Stokes. He's taking his guard. Looks like quite a long way down. And he comes even further down and plays and misses at Sanderson.
That's a right armour bowling to a left-handed batter. That's your danger ball. The ones that go across, they keep going across, and then you're just waiting for the one to come back in.
As a lefty, I would much prefer them to come round the wicket. I think this, if you can swing the ball back in, and then, as you've just said there, that one that doesn't swing back in, you still play at, I think it's such a dangerous delivery. But the fashion seems to be totally the other way at the moment. Stokes stuck on the crease on this one. And it was probably Broad to Warner that's really changed the way that people are doing it. Understandably so, with the amount of success that Broad had to Warner.
It almost became comedic in that 2023 Ashes. Every time he bowled today with Warner, just inevitable that he was going to get his number. Seen some interesting footwork from Stokes. Came down the track, and then that last delivery, he's gone right back into his crease.
Oh, and he lays back and slaps this one through the offside. Glorious from Stokes.
Yeah, he's not going to miss out on that. Slightly back of a length. Given enough width. Sounded great.
Yeah, you talked about sound earlier, didn't you? You can really tell the sound of these bats is something else. And there's something about, even at this level, the sound of the best players, the sound of their, like a Bedingham or a Stokes, it just sounds even crisper off their bats. This is whipped away, forced through mid-wicket, and he'll pick up a single. And he will keep the strike, Ben Stokes.
So we've seen Will Rhodes a couple of times, maybe just playing the ball slightly early, and
yeah.
Stokes played that slightly out in front of him as well. Well, Northants do have a man catching at mid-wicket, and I think for half a second probably thought he could have been in the game.
Yeah, there was a little bit of interest there, wasn't there?
Is it safe save in short and mid wicket, I believe.
That's 8 overs for Sanderson. I know there was a break in between the spell for lunch.
It's a handily timed lunch, that.
It was a perfect little session, wasn't it? Just pick up a wicket and go into lunch, only having to bowl a couple of overs. It was the perfect time to end your innings.
Conway to Stokes continues. Stokes looking to play the same shot as he did in the last over. Maybe slightly cramped for run this time.
Yeah, not in control, was he? Hand coming off the bat.
There's a bit of a discussion going on just in front of us, Ash. Ben Sanderson with the 12th man and a member of the coaching staff. Just talking tactics.
Just chilling, having a drink.
Short, taken on by Stokes. And he's controlled it.
I bet
Just a
Sanderson's
single.
pleased that didn't come his way because he's still got his water bottle in his hand. He actually never left his hand. He took one step and he's been talked to again here, Conway.
That's the third time, or fourth time now, I think.
Come on, Goffey, what's going on? You're getting soft in your old age.
Just giving him a thumbs up and a beaming smile from Conway, and on his way. It's the one for the over. Yeah, we've seen a couple of under 12 moments so far. And if that catch had come to Sanderson with water bottle in hand,
Imagine,
that would
just take it one handed.
would be right.
Sip. Put your cigarette down. He's not smoking, by the way.
It's just slightly erratic from Conway in the last couple of overs.
Yeah, it just seems that effort ball is not impressed. The wicket keeper. Vasconcelos is still on his haunches, contemplating life right now as he's no doubt stiff and sore after his batting effort. And not really appreciating the work of Harry Conway there.
No run to point. James Sales doing the fielding.
Looks like he's warming up as well.
I don't think Durham will mind just this slightly quieter period. It seems like a little bit of the energy has gone out the game. And that's what happens when you just start to build a little bit of a partnership.
Yeah, and get to the back end of a bowler's spell. That's what they've done here.
Towards the end of his 8th over in a row, Harry Conway. That's glorious. Absolutely glorious from Will Rhodes. Gets down on one knee and punches it through cover point for 4.
Yeah, and that's the one, isn't it? We've mentioned a couple of times. He's just played a little bit early. He's really let that one come under his eye line. Punched it away, as you said there, through cover point for 4.
Just leant right into it. The timing impeccable.
It's his first boundary.
A bit of bat pad. Well, it's his first boundary, but as you said a few overs ago, it's all about playing the role. And with Ben Stokes striking at 105 at the other end, I think Rhodes is more than happy just to stick around and when the chance presents itself, hit it to the ropes. End of the over, Durham 61 for 3.
Yeah, you're spot on. It's about a partnership, isn't it? One will dominate a partnership at different times. Both very, very different in the way that they approach their innings as well. Will Rhodes more than happy to bat for a long period of time. Ben Stokes often looks to entertain rather than necessarily batting for the long haul. But hopefully he can do both for Durham here today. Sanderson again back around the wicket. Everybody was interested there for a moment. Stokes has gone to pull that one. I'm not sure it's bounced as high as he thought.
Are they thinking there was a edge onto the pad?
I think it might have been both pads, but Vasconcelos again scrambling away. I'm not going to feel too sorry for him. What did he get, 187 or something?
Yeah, 187.
Yeah.
First class career high score.
Yeah. Sure he can put up with an ice bath or two over the next couple of days. Short, pulled away, in total control. Ben Stokes punishing that short ball. And that is Ben Stokes' 5th boundary.
He was onto that so quickly. Pulling it just in front of square. Umpire Goff doing quite well actually to get out of the way. It's raced away to the ropes. Stokes moves on to 25.
And again, it's interesting for Ben. He's not really played a lot of cricket, has he, lately? So he's played that test match, played a couple of first-class games where it hasn't gone his way. So he's almost gone back to the start of a season where you learn to build your innings, and that will take many forms. There'll be periods where you'll be really fluent, and there'll be periods that you'll struggle, and it's up to him to figure it out, which he'll do better than most. That's why he's played so many test matches for England. And that is dismissive from Stokes as he comes down the wicket. Gets the length he wants and hammers that away through mid-wicket for 4. Will the keeper stand up here? That's another option. Try and trap Ben Stokes in his crease like we've seen in the test match, like we saw from Alex Carey during the Ashes. We've seen Blundell put on a bit of a show for New Zealand in this current test match. And in fact, it's exactly what's going to happen.
You know cricket, Ash.
It's not my first barbecue, mate. I'm surprised that hasn't happened earlier.
Yeah, Stokes has been dancing since his second delivery. I mean, you're right, we've seen it in the test match and in the Ashes, actually.
Yeah.
Harry Brook has struggled when the keepers come
and
up.
Root, I think.
And it seems like it's just trapped him on the crease a bit. Not in that it's stopped him coming out the crease, but he just seems a bit hesitant to get forward. And I don't know if it's a psychological thing with having the wicketkeeper in your space, or just...
I think it just opens up more options as a batter when the keeper's back, especially to medium pace. That's no disrespect to anybody that has a keeper standing up.
I guess when the spinner's on, you still come down the track. It doesn't completely take it out of the equation.
Indeed. I'm just checking here to see if he's got keeping pads on.
Yeah, he does. He just put them on. That would be insane.
Oh, seen it before.
Good
And
take.
lovely hands. And again, just gives a new dynamic to the whole proceedings here. Keeper standing up. Stokes has looked pretty fluent when he's come down the crease, played some lovely drives, and now played a couple of pull shots. So now he knows that option isn't there for him, so what's his plan B?
Well, I'll be interested to see if he does still come down the track at some point. It would surprise me if he did.
He's solid in defence there to end the over. Couple of lovely boundaries there for Stokes. He's on 29. Rhodes is on 16. Durham is 69 for 3.
Yeah, a minute ago you said about different ways of building an innings, and how sometimes it's going to go your way and sometimes it's not. Well, for Stokes, it's been sometimes a bit of a frenetic start to his innings. When it's been there to hit, he has hit it right out the middle of the bat. But at times he's found quite a few inside edges. He's come down the track and failed to make contact. So it's not been completely plain sailing for his 29. But when he has hit it, God, he's seeing it well. Harry Conway to continue to Will Rhodes. Goes in the drive. Thick inside edge means there's no run. But yeah, as you said, Ash, big fan of that move from Vasconcelos and the bowling team. Just give Stokes something different to think about, or rather something extra to think about. Just another thing on his mind more or less takes one of his scoring options out of play. Then again, from a bowling perspective, does make the court behind slightly more difficult. That's the one negative. Although the dynamic shouldn't be too different from when a spinner's on and the keeper's up and you still see players advancing down the track. Of course, it's coming down a lot quicker.
Yeah, I think it's a bit more premeditated with the seamer, whereas with the spinner you can almost gauge with the release of the ball where it's got flight. Although there is definitely some premeditation involved in that as well, but I think there's definitely a lot more premeditation using your feet to the seamers.
It's edged and drops short of Calvin Harrison at second slip. Played it late and he played it with soft hands. It was a genuine nick. It was never in danger.
Yeah, it was well short, wasn't it? In fact, it was the right hand of third slip. Who's in at third slip? Is it Broad or?
It was George Bartlett at one point.
Sorry, it is. Yeah, you're right.
Left alone from Will Rhodes. Looked like he almost had a think about playing it. Just hear a shout from the Northants outfield. Come on, boys, one more.
Yeah, they're trying to whack a bit of theatre in there. That was about sixth stump, I think, as a leave. So it was a comfortable leave, but you almost want to put doubt into the batter's mind, even as a fielding unit, as a bowler. Just make him think it was a little bit closer than it was.
That was a bit closer to the outside edge this time.
It was indeed.
Genuine play and a miss. And Northants, you sense at the minute, feel that if they can just break this partnership, they can maybe start to run through it a bit. 30 for 3 was the score when Ben Stokes came to the crease. Put on 39 now. And the game's just settled down a little bit. But Northants far from flat. Still 3 slips in the cordon. Still coming so wide of the crease is Conway, trying to angle it in. It's the end of the over.
Let's see if we get a double change here as well now. Maiden over that one from Conway. Sanderson has his floppy hat on, so it doesn't look like he's going to continue.
Looks like he's going to stand back, Vasconcelos. The helmet going off the field.
Yeah, I've got Guthrie is about to come into the attack.
I think you're right.
Bit of left arm seam again. Nice to have that option up your sleeve. Batted quite nicely earlier as well.
Yeah, looked really good for his 22. 3 fours amongst that knock. There's a beautiful punched cover point drive. He's just led into it. It was not unlike the shot we saw from Will Rhodes
Yeah,
a
good
couple of
shot.
overs ago.
Oh, a late abort from Stokes. Something behind the bowler's arms put him off. Nothing worse as a bowler. Just about getting into your delivery stride.
He's taken 4 wickets so far in County Championship cricket. Ian Guthrie, best figures are 2 for 48 so far this year.
It's a nice start from Guthrie. I think he's played a bit of club cricket up here in the North Yorkshire South Durham League as well. You're a man for stats. I'm sure you'll be able to find out his club cricket. Be Barnard Castle or Richmond or somewhere like that. Keep you occupied for a couple of minutes, mate. Zips through to the keeper. Nice start from Guthrie. I mean, I might be totally lying. I'm sure he has.
Well, he has in his time. He's playing in the Yorkshire South Premier in 2023.
Stokes again advancing. Just a walk at this one. Clipping to mid-on, but no run.
Played in the South Durham Cricket League in 2025.
Oh, again through. It's a good start this from Guthrie.
More recently, he's been playing second 11 cricket. Played last week with the first team against Gloucestershire. Bowled well, took 4 for 50. But in the 4-2s games previous to that, it was wicketless. Those were all T20s, however.
This one, Stokes gets a thick, controlled outside edge out to the sweeper out at deep point. Interesting that they've got somebody defending that boundary straight away. Maybe that's part of their next phase, is that want to stop Ben Stokes' boundary options. Yeah, I thought it was it Richmondshire, wasn't it? I think he was somewhere around there anyway.
Well, Cricket Archive has not been good to me. For the stats, it said he's only taken 4 for the year. That's incorrect. He took 7 last week.
Oh, maybe they're just a little outdated.
4 for 50 in the first dig. 3 for 89 in the second.
Just ambles up and is just a little bit quicker than what you think. Liam Guthrie, it's a nice start for him. Just one from that and a couple of playing misses in the over. 70 for 3 now. Yeah, Western Australian, born and bred, spent a little bit of time over in Queensland as well the last couple of years after not getting a state contract, and I think played a few games for the Brisbane Heat in the Big Bash.
It is going to be a double change. Luke Proctor from the Lumley end. Did you have that on your card?
No, I didn't.
Nor did I.
Actually, once you see Luke Proctor bowl, you'll probably realise why he's come on. He'll probably enjoy bowling to the left-handers. A little bit of a quirky action, and he'll try and get the ball to move away. Almost off the wrong foot, but just really whippy through the crease.
Such a good visualisation. Almost off the wrong foot.
Yeah, it is. It's not quite, but you'll see what I mean right now.
Well, I'd describe that, Ash, as he's almost bowling off the wrong foot.
Yeah, there you go.
It's very, it's slightly... I was going to have a word with umpire Goff about where he's planted his front foot.
Good move for him, moving from Lancashire a couple of years ago, and he's found a great home in Northampton, the leader of the side now. Opening the batting, bowling, doing it all.
Stokes just takes a couple of steps across his stumps towards the offside, trying to open up that leg side, which at the minute is almost entirely vacant. Just James Sales out at deep square leg, but apart from that, so many runs on offer if he can just take that step across his stumps. That's down the ground. Punched absolutely beautifully via the finger of Luke Proctor. It skittles away to the ropes.
I think one of his fingers might still be on the ball. I hope he hasn't dislocated it, but he doesn't look in a good way in the middle of the pitch.
There's some concern.
In fact, for the Durham lads to be showing concern, there might be something wrong here.
It's his left hand. Is that his little finger, which looks like it's maybe pointing in the wrong direction? Or?
Nah, he's alright, get on with it.
Right.
He's annoyed. Maybe a little bit of blood off the fingernail or something, but he's going to call the physio on.
Well, welcome to the game. Over pitch one to Ben Stokes, and you know where it's coming, straight back at you twice as fast. It is that left hand.
It might have just hit right on the end. Sometimes you can get what's called a boxer's fracture if it flicks the end, and you get one quite high up in between your top knuckle and your wrist. Had a couple of them in my time. Very, very painful.
Well, he's picked up 8 wickets so far this year. 2 for 24 in the first innings against Gloucestershire. His best outing so far.
Do you know what it is? I like Ben Sanderson's take on this. We'll see if we can get the camera down onto him, down just in front of us.
Yeah, just going for the good
How's
old...
his mate doing? The physio's in, and bottom right of your screen there, Ben Sanderson's just having a little rest down on the floor, just to sit down, maybe a pretendy stretch.
Well,
as
I
you do
reckon.
on a lovely Saturday afternoon. Yeah, the grass is nice, and just that's 100% a token stretch in case his coaches are watching. Hopefully they're not listening to us. Didn't want to throw Ben under the bus there, but you just relax, mate. You've earned a great opening spell.
Yeah, I know. Footballers, when they're warming up on pitch side, if they go for just a standard standing hamstring stretch, that is the token performative stretch, just having a chat.
100%.
But Sanderson's not chatting to anyone there, he's just having a bit of quiet time.
Bit of me time.
They're having a bit of quiet time as well, the ground staff.
Yeah, just done a lap as well, the lads.
Victor Main in his deck chair with the blue sunnies on.
Got Barry, Ben and John. The lads saw John down at Durham University. He was in charge of that second team game, the pitch down there this week. As Durham took on Saka down there. It was an excellent game. Some real talent on show from the Saka lads as well.
Proctor continues and immediately just has a little look down at his left hand, which he's not happy with, and umpire Goff isn't happy with where he's planted
Just
his
throwing the little bandage on that the physio's rushed out there, put a bandage on. He's like, get that off. It's made me bowl a no ball.
Just overstepping slightly.
First inspection of the ball for the innings as well. McSweeney bringing the ball to umpire Goff.
He's definitely hurting Luke Proctor.
Yeah, they're funny ones. It looks like he is holding it where I was saying, kind of, if you're wearing a watch, just where your watch would kind of get down in the middle of your hand between your wrist and your top knuckle.
So he's going to finish this over, whether he'll bowl another or not.
Yeah, you might
time
go
will
off and
tell.
see the physio.
He's got the chance at snagging the England captain here, who advances down the track and punches it for a dot ball.
You're probably hoping he doesn't hit it back at him again.
Well, it was interesting when the ball was chucked back to him. We'll see this time as well that he caught it one-handed, and I do wonder if he was. Let's have a look. One-handed again. If he was to continue in the outfield, if a catch came to him, whether he'd be happy taking it or not. It's not his bowling hand, so he will continue. Full and driven via the outside edge, all the way to the ropes. Ben Stokes moves to 38. Durham move to a 50 partnership between these two, and they came in a real time of trouble. First wicket fell for 10, second for 19, and the third, which brought Ben Stokes to the crease. Bellingham fell with the score at 30. They put on 50 between them as the team moves to 80.
Yeah, much needed, George.
Really, really important partnership. Stokes advances again for a dot ball. It's the old cricket cliche that cricket is all about partnerships. but it's a cliche because it's true. And after losing 3 quick wickets, more than anything, Durham needed these two to just anchor and rebuild. And so far, they've done a pretty good job.
Yeah, I mean, this game's been played for a long time, hasn't it? And you're 100% right. You've got the cliches, but they are there for a reason. You've got partnerships, somebody standing up to grab the game. Can you bowl as many dot balls and build pressure as possible? Can you steal my sweets from behind my back? I'm watching you, Stevie, even though I'm not watching you.
Now, it looks like Scrimshaw has come onto the field mid-on.
Has Proctor gone off to see the fizz for a little bit, potentially?
Imagine Proctor has gone off.
Pretty unmissable Scrimshaw, isn't he? Another one going to the long and tall shop. It's good from Guthrie again. Sorry, I was watching the Blind Side the other day. If you've seen that great NFL movie, and the main character goes into the shop, and none of the clothes fit, and he's the bloke in the shop after the missus complains says that you need to go to longer and taller. One of my favourite movies.
You an NFL fan?
I just love sport in general. I do like my NFL, yeah.
I suppose as an AFL fan, the two sports aren't too dissimilar.
Yeah, do you know what it is? I'm a rugby league man, first and foremost.
Right.
Which again is probably even closer to NFL, without all the helmets and pads, etc. But mate, any top level sport I can dive into. The one that bores me the most, probably Formula One, if I'm honest with you. But yeah, while the game, there's been games flying around. I was watching football, the World Cup. I was watching the rugby league. It's absolutely heaven on a night time for me at the moment. All sorts going on. Good Yorker from Guthrie. That one might have just shaped in a little bit. Women's Cricket World Cup was going on as well. So yeah, literally wearing out my Sky remote.
Been really, really enjoying women's cricket this season. It's in its infancy in terms of professionalism, so it's been really exciting to see it develop and evolve in real time. See a lot of men's white ball cricket, and you see switch hits and scoops and all types of shots which don't even have names.
Yeah, it's tactically different, isn't it, with the extra fielder in the circle as well for a lot of the shorter format stuff.
We've almost become numb to a lot of what we see in men's white ball cricket, but for the women's game, there are so many innovations coming in, and every time we see it, it's exciting. What I've noted this summer compared to last summer is the extra power.
Yeah.
With that professionalism comes, I guess, more winter training, more winter gym. There's bigger hitting this year. Some big hitting around the women's game.
This one's guided away, but brilliantly fielded in the gully. Yeah, it is. It's moving along at pace. There was the competition a couple of years ago, wasn't there, that was kind of knocked on the head when the 100 started for the women, and now the new tier system in. You've got the 10 teams in. Yorkshire joining this year, or is it 9 teams? 9 teams maybe. Yorkshire joining this year anyway, a year early, but we'll leave that there. It's good again from Guthrie. He's made a really nice start here. A little bit of difference there. The left arm over the wicket. And a maiden over there.
You can say what you want about the 100, but it's been overwhelmingly positive for the women's game.
Yeah, it sure has, yeah.
It was a quirk of COVID, which meant that they did the double headers with the men and women playing at the same ground on the same day, one after another. But it's really worked well. And it's drawn in big crowds, and the money floating around for the women.
Yeah, was it Gibson?
Absolutely
We
insane.
talked about calls a little bit, didn't we? I think Danielle Gibson got a monster contract as well, maybe 190 grand or something in that ballpark.
Well, Luke Proctor will continue, but Scrimshaw is still on the pitch, which means that we've got a little game of deduction, Ash, to work out who has gone off. From the Lumley end.
My mate Sanderson's gone off after his little rest.
It's Proctor to Stokes, who advances and turns that into a Yorker.
I think it is Sanderson that's off at the moment. Just looking for the floppy hat brigade. We've got Harry Conway at mid-off. Is that Harrison at second slip?
Yep.
And that's your lot for the floppy hat brigade.
It's a good brigade to be part of.
Oh, I love a floppy.
The Culture Club. Short, taken on. I slightly lost that off the bat, but it has trickled along to deep square, where James Sales does the fielding. Now, I'm part of that brigade, Ash, but I do find it flies off a lot, and I think this may just be me and my tiny head. But it's like having two wings either side. As soon as the wind gets under it,
the battle is real. I'm
with
you. I'm in the Pinhead Club as well. The battle is real.
I have to ask some of these guys how they keep it on their head.
I think a lot of wear as well.
Stuart Broad, probably the figurehead for that England team that I can think of. He was resolutely a wide brim man.
Then he went rogue, didn't he, with the headband?
Yeah, the Ninja Turtle look. Umpire Goff just speaking into his walkie-talkie.
He's probably ordering something for tea.
Wide and driven beautifully through the gap. And safe Sable chase, but in vain. It runs away to the ropes. Rose moves on to 20. Durham move on to 85.
Crowd are a little bit more up and about here from a Durham point of view, aren't they? Big rounds of applause for the boundaries. Appreciating this big partnership that is, well, hopefully from a Durham point of view in its infancy here. This needs to go on, but things looking a little bit better than they were immediately after lunch when Durham was it 30 for 3, I think.
30 for 3. Tucked away. Proctor was interested for half a second. It goes towards the substitute fielder, Scrimshaw, who's on for Ben Sanderson, who's got through 9 overs, albeit with a little break for lunch in between. He took 2. In that time, LBW, he trapped Lees. And then he got his mate Ben McKinney as well. That was caught behind. He bowled a really good line of length. Struggled a bit more when Stokes started advancing down the track. And that's glorious.
That's a shot.
No need to advance down the track when you can play a shot like that from your crease. Beautiful.
And that shows he's in a pretty good place there, because as a left-hander, that on drive tests everything about your balance and your timing there, and he's played that beautifully right under his eyes, controlled, and that was for the moment it left the bat.
He just held the pose to show everybody having control.
Might be a couple of extra cameras around George as well, around the joint. I know that there's a few extras in from the BBC here this week as well. Just keeping the world updated on Ben Stokes' progress, which at the moment is going nicely with the bat.
It's going to be Luke Guthrie to continue, and I had one gripe. It would be if he's to wear a shirt that long, tuck it in.
I like it, the traditionalist. Doesn't make you a bad person. Yeah, you may as well look the part.
Respect the game respects you.
I'll tell you what, he started nicely with the ball, to be fair.
He has
Very
done, not
tidy
given a
figures.
lot away at all.
Just the one run so far off his 2.1 overs, and has beat the bat on a couple of occasions as well. Just got a nice little zip off the surface. Mate, just what a beautiful afternoon it is here. Saw some heavy showers yesterday afternoon. And again, right on the money from Guthrie. I was out walking the dogs during one of them, and do you know what? It was hot and it was steamy, and I absolutely loved just being out in the rain. It was beautiful.
I've been meaning to ask, how's little Rooster getting on?
Rooster's unreal. Yeah, he's good. Lost an eye not long ago, but he's incredible. My little best mate, little spaniel, little sprocker, and the other one, we got one last year as well. He just turned one yesterday. Little Toby's a cocker spaniel. But yeah, he got hit by a car, Rooster, the other week. As Rhodes drives now, more off the toe of the bat.
So you started that response by saying, "Oh yeah, he's unreal."
No, he is, mate. So he
got hit by a car last week.
No, about 4 weeks ago, and he's back to full normal health. Yeah. So it literally just clipped the side of his head, and the poor little bugger, his eye just popped out of the socket, and the vet decided that the likelihood of his vision being worth keeping the eye was minimal. So there was risks of infections, X, Y, and Z. So they decided to remove his eye, but.
What was the
he's good as gold.
What was the situation? Was he on a walk?
So he was on a walk with me at 6:15 on a morning before. It was before a game here as well, so I had to ring Sam Blacklock, bless him, and just let him know that I couldn't make it in, that I was at the vets. But yeah, he just managed to pop out between two cars when I was looking for him and shouted of him, and he looked at me as I shouted, and the car just... And to be fair to her, she was only going slowly. It's a top edge, not in control. And shelled by Harry Conway.
Who else?
Wow. Wow. Note down this moment. Georgie, you're good with your notepad there. Note down the score for Ben Stokes and for Durham. Ben Stokes on 43. How costly will that be? As the umpire's just inspecting the ball again. Simple chance off the top edge. And Harry Conway puts down at this level. Is a pretty regulation catch.
Yeah. Yeah, he's had to move a little bit, but he's made the ground in good time. Maybe he was slightly off put by Safe Sabe, who was coming in from deep mid-wicket. You'd expect 99 times out of 100 that'd be taken.
Yeah, you got to catch that. Especially the man who hit it. You don't want to be giving him many chances. This is driven nicely through mid-on this time. As often happens when a catch goes down the next ball. Maybe as a bowler, subconsciously, you just lose a bit of focus and you almost want to hurt your teammates when they drop a catch off your bowling. You're still thinking about it. You run in, and that was a half volley. That was beautifully put away by Will Rhodes. And that's a momentum shifter.
Yeah, you heard how loud the crowd were when that drop went down. I think in part 'cause it was Stokes, and probably in part 'cause it was Conway. I can imagine he's been pretty vocal with the crowd. I don't know, but
I hope so.
Maybe that was their chance to just give a little bit back.
Ends the over. 96 now on the board. 3 down. Should have been 4. But yeah, just finishing off on the Rooster one. Yeah, so I kind of put my hand up to the girl to slow down, and
so
luckily
you knew Rooster was on the road as she was coming.
He normally is right by my side, and I had the pup with me. I couldn't see him, so I just instinctively just shouted out, and it was like slow motion. He's popped out in between two cars. She's slowed down. It's just literally clipped the side of his head. It didn't run him over. It literally just hit him on the side of the head. He's took off down the street, expecting to still go for a walk. But I could see that all wasn't well, and yeah, it was a trip to the emergency vets at 7 o'clock in the morning, and then removal of an eye. But more on the game itself. We've got a bowling change here. Sales into the attack. So they've got lots of options here in Northamptonshire with the ball. James Sales.
From the Lumley end. Stokes defends. So Proctor had his first over, which he hurt his finger, then he had one more, but he was going at 10s and has been taken off. It's James Sales.
Yeah, you've still got Broad as an option as well, as a seam option. Then we mentioned the 3 spinners earlier in Harrison, Safe Zabe and McSweeney. So you've got serious options here.
Pulled away. This time does keep it on the ground. Ben Stokes, and it's just a single. Yeah, so James Sales had one heck of an outing.
Oof.
That was one heck of a noise.
Hopefully a backfire of a truck or a car, or that was a naughty sound.
James Sales against Worcestershire in early May at the county ground, hit 146 not out, and they won by an innings and 177 runs. It was Sales who took that match-winning wicket, trapping Ollie Hannon-Dalby LBW for 3 with his only wicket of the match.
I think Bartlett bowls a little bit of part-time spin as well, so I think just about the whole lineup for Northants bowls.
Bit of extra effort in that one, which feels a bit too straight. And Rose just clips off the pads for a single. So we had 9 over opening spells from both ends, and now Northants just not quite settling on a first change pair. Maybe in part due to injury.
Yeah, I think he can really roll through the options as well. It'd be interesting to see how keen they are to get spin involved. Where are we at? 24th over. Still want to, I guess, take as much advantage of the harder ball as possible. Maybe you get to the 30 over mark and you start to think about spin.
Well, into our 24th over. Catch it, and he does. But there's nowhere near the battle glove of Ben Stokes. Vasconcelos is absolutely fed up.
I tell you what, great work from Stevie up on the roof and Ross in the producer's box there. Getting the exhausted looking Ricardo Vasconcelos there.
295 deliveries faced with the bat. And now he's being chucked down the leg side.
He got about an hour off, didn't he? And then he was back out in the field with the gloves on.
He's earning his money this week. Final ball of this James Sales over. It's straight, it's full. It's a dot ball. 2 from it. Durham 98 for 3. He has bowled a bit this year, Sales. 9 wickets to his name. His best figures coming last week in the second innings of that Gloucestershire game. Took 3 for 57, including that match-winning wicket.
From memory, he bowled really nicely. He bowled 2 key overs at the back end of the T20 game here. And the game was on the line and he got Northants home. Ben Stokes looks like a change of bat.
Wonder if this is going to have to go through the gauge.
Michael Goff did send me the regulations through at lunch, but decided not to put everybody through it. George may well read if he's got any highlights of it there. Does it actually say that they have to do it, or is it just
well,
more
I have
of a
been
random?
having a little look through it just for when the chance arises. It's Ben Stokes knocking bat against bat to decide which one he's going to go for. There's one line here which really tickled me. And bless umpire Goff, he's highlighted bits of it. It says, if an umpire tests a bat on field and the bat does not pass through the bat gauge, the player shall be given the opportunity to attempt to pass the bat through the gauge themselves.
Okay. Guided through third, and that will race away for 4. Nice control from Rhodes.
It's not the bat being too thick, it's the umpire's not doing it hard enough.
Brings up the 100 for Durham. 102 for 3 now. We talked about Nick Maddenson's bat earlier. He definitely almost gouged the top of the spine of the bat away to try and make it flatter to get through the gauge. I definitely couldn't use it if that was the case.
There's nothing here which says that the bat has to be checked. An offence will be committed from the point a player enters the playing area with an illegal bat. Well, there's nothing to say the umpire must put it through the gauge.
I'll tell you what, you keep your eye on Stokesy here and see if they retest his new bat.
I can't wait for that moment.
Bat gauge watch. We've had flag watch here. The flag's a bit limp at the moment, actually. Northants flag, what we can see. And the Banks Homes Riverside flags, yeah, not much of a breeze out there. Clipped away. Stokes thinks of a couple and will touch and go.
It's a fantastic document. It's even got technique instructions for how to pass the bat through the gauge.
Oh my goodness. There it is, a little bit of flag watch for our Northamptonshire viewers. There she is, flying proudly above the pavilion. Our flag's a little bit further round to the left, and neither I nor the camera can see it, so that's why you've got a Northants flag.
So it says an offence will be committed from the point a player enters the playing area. So presumably, well, what happens if a player has faced 49 deliveries and it is tested and then fails? The offence was committed as they walked on the field, but now they've contributed however many runs. It just seems a bit baffling that if you are going to check the bat, that you don't do it immediately.
Yeah, I'm with you. Punch to mid-on. Sanderson doing the fielding. Right in front of some wicket ends there. Oh, I thought we were going to have a little bat gauge test there, but I think Will Rhodes has just had a little bit of tape or something cut off the edge of his bat. By umpire Treadwell.
Well, the bat gauge is big enough so that a bat with tape will still fit through, so you can't use that as an excuse. It says here.
I wasn't looking for an excuse, sir, I promise. What a weird game we love, right?
It's amazing.
Pulled away. Hammered in front of square by Ben Stokes for 4, and that brings up 50. Superb innings from him. Came in with Durham at real trouble. He moves on to 51. Durham were 30 for 3 with his arrival. 10 fours. His innings at just about a runner ball. 51. In fact, it is a runner ball. 51 or 51.
He was onto that so quickly. It's actually quite wide outside off stump, and he's managed to pull it all the way in front of square. And it's absolutely raced away. It's been a good knock. He's hit some glorious shots. That's just 2 down the ground in the same over. Off Sanderson, I think that was. It's not been without its thrills.
Yeah, that chance for Conway. Keep coming back. Was it 43 off the top of my head?
He was on 43. Sails in again, left alone. Yeah,
I like this guy, Sales. I really think he's a good cricketer. Young lad. Balls it heavy into the pitch. How old is he? What, have you got any?
Yeah, he's born in 2003, which presumably for you, Ash, is yesterday.
Wow. That scares me.
So he's a young lad. I make that 23 years old. Tucked away off the pads of Will Rhodes. Down to Sanderson, who has rejoined the field of play.
And interesting throwing technique.
Made Vasconcelos work with his throw, which
impressed.
was half underarm, half sidearm. And not very effective in the end.
Yeah, not a lot of shoulder in that throw, I don't think. But yeah, he's the one. I think the bowlers that really bang the ball into the pitch get a little bit of variable bounce. That one didn't bounce as much as what we've seen so far. They've got a really good unit here, Northamptonshire. No surprise that they are sitting second in the table.
Driven to the man for no run. It's the first time Stokes has passed 50 in County Championship cricket so far this year. Top score of 45 up until now. And he's looking in good touch. Some clean ball striking from both of these guys. Just a single down to safe Sabe. Brings Will Rhodes back on strike. Stokes is a man who's not always going to celebrate individual milestones. Go back to Headingley 2019 when he turned up and didn't even acknowledge it. But he's got to 50 here and he's made sure he saluted all parts of the ground. I think he enjoyed it.
Yeah, and I think he knows what it means to these members as well. He knows how important he is to Durham cricket and that he doesn't get to play here often.
Short. Easily evaded. June 2024, the last time these members got to see him play in a Durham shirt. And
not only for him, but he'll want to put on a show for everybody that's in the ground, just to remind everybody, you know, we hear of all these negative things that have come out in the press around him, but we still see so much good from Ben Stokes, and often that small negativity overrides the masses of good that he does. And he's an absolute entertainer with ball and bat in hand. And I'm for one glad he's Durham's. I love watching what he can do out on the pitch. We don't get to, like I said, we don't get to see it very often from a Durham point of view, but we're proud that he is one of our own.
It's been a really strong pipeline from Durham to the international stage. Stokes and Potts, Wood, Carse as a bowling lineup of recent years.
Go back before that, you've got Onions and Harmison and Plunkett. Simon Brown, who's in the building today, played for both Northamptonshire and Durham, and he's had a nice little catch-up with him. He's doing an interview with Radio Northampton. I think it will be at some stage. That'll go on for you guys down there.
So it is bittersweet having players of this calibre at the county. It's a great representation for the North East. It's also a shame that they don't get to put on the Durham shirt as often as the members here would like.
Yeah, but superb role models for all the kids that are coming through, getting to see these lads out there playing for Durham, playing for England, and they're your role models, which has been the great thing about having Durham in Tier 1 cricket for the women. Guthrie to Stokes. Maybe a little bit of shape away from the left-hander. Stokes looks curiously down the wicket and then around the corner.
Been good to see quite a few international players playing county cricket this year. We've had Gus Atkinson and Jamie Smith both playing for Surrey. And Smith looked unbelievable in April and May. We've had Brook and Root playing for Yorkshire. We've had Duckett scoring a lot of runs for Notts.
Yeah, I think that's important. I think that might have got lost off a little bit, where the value of county cricket is the breeding ground for where these players come from, and to have them back in. Yeah, to have them back in and around their own teammates, their club mates. And then, like I said, from the next layer down for the kids on the academy. So Ben's been working a lot with Durham's academy this year. In fact, nearly ended his career when he got hit in the face with a ball not so long ago, you know, during the winter. But he's in and around, and people won't see the value that adds, but he loves his Durham cricket. He's always looking maybe at what's next for him as well. Is he going to get into coaching?
It's something the previous generation have talked about a lot. Nasser Hussain and Michael Atherton have been quite vocal about the advantages of playing county cricket and playing red ball cricket in England when preparing for a summer of Test cricket instead of playing franchise cricket. It's very much the way it was with those guys when franchise cricket wasn't around.
Yeah.
When they weren't playing Test cricket, they'd be representing the county.
And that is the sacrifice that a few of them have made. Harry Brook, Ben himself, decided not to go and play franchise cricket. Jofra Archer foot in the other camp. Obviously missing the first test. That's hit in the air, but hammered through cover. Couple of bouncers skimming across the outfield for 4. Yeah, and you look at the likes of, it was Bethel as well who was away. So, and that's the thing for modern day cricketers. They've got to weigh up now the financial rewards and the development rewards of being in that franchise system. And you know, for somebody like Bethel's gone and spent time with Virat Kohli in the same franchise, probably paid quite nicely for that as well. Or do you come and grind it out in county cricket, making sure that you're ready for the first test? And I guess that's up for everybody to figure out what's best for them. Big choices, you know, there's so much financial reward out there now for these franchise players. You've seen the likes of almost, you know, Butler and Salt have given up on red ball cricket to chase the white ball dollar, and who can blame them? You know, they're like, your career's short in cricket, go and make as much money as you can and look after your family. That's why we all go to work, is to provide for our families. So I'm not sure how anybody can really have a go at anybody for trying to make the best out of their own situation.
It's hard to begrudge anyone for taking the money when it's on offer.
Yeah.
And credit to Jofra Archer and Jacob Bethel. They're still very keen to be prominent red ball players. And if that overlaps with the white ball stuff briefly, then that's the price they're going to pay.
England seem quite happy for them to do that as well. I'm not sure if that's player power or if they feel that that's developmental for them. Financially very, very lucrative for them, but yeah, you want your players happy, I guess, as well.
We want to protect the red ball game.
Yeah, 100%. That is the game for me.
That is the game.
Yeah, all over it now.
James Sales to continue. And it's that same shot again that we saw maybe an hour ago. Will Rhodes just leans into it and hammers it to the ropes.
Yeah, lovely again. Point of contact, perfect, right under the eyes, fully in control from Rhodes, and wasn't going to miss out on that one.
It's understandably very easy when you've got Ben Stokes back at Chester Street, back at the Banks Homes Riverside to focus on him.
Yeah, how cool for him as well. Like Will Rhodes getting to bat with Ben Stokes. I mean, that's developmental in itself, isn't it? Spending time at the middle, working out what they see the same situation that you're in.
Stokes has made his way to 56, but Will Rhodes has quietly gone about his business, and he's batted really nicely for his 37 so far. He's looked strong square of the wicket, and he's looked strong leg side as well. And he hasn't really offered up a chance. And he's been very happy just to play his role, which at the minute has been more of a supportive one. He's striking at 51 compared to Stokes' 95. He's very happy just to let Stokes score the runs, and he can just tick along. And he's seen 72 deliveries. He's well into this innings. And it's a good deck, as we keep on saying. It still is playing true. And he'll be looking at this thinking this is a great chance for him to go big.
Just looking at the wagon wheels there of the information we have from NV Play, where the analysts plot the scoring areas, and you're 100% right, there's one boundary down the ground from Will Rhodes, and the majority of his scoring shots have come square of the wicket, both on the off and the leg side.
And you've got the wagon wheel for Stokes as well, which is strong down the ground in the V, power hitting. He's hit 6 boundaries straight back from whence it came, and then all areas of the field as well. 3 boundaries through the mid-wicket region.
Yeah, strong on the pull shot, hasn't he?
One to third man as well. And he's not afraid to take on that short ball, which was almost his undoing. On 43, he was dropped with a score at 91 by Harry Conway, who will be looking at this every run that ticks by. As Durham now creep up to 120. And that was the story really of the first innings, was how Durham put down their chances. And it was Vasconcelos who was dropped early on when he was still in the teens. Of course, went on to make 187. And if Stokes was dropped on 41 and can go on to make anything similar to that, Durham will be very happy as he advances down the track. And Sabe was dropped a couple of times. There was a sharp chance for Callum Parkinson low to his right, which is really only a half chance. But yesterday, really for Durham, was a day of what could have been. On a deck that wasn't giving loads back to them, they managed to create a lot of chances, and that's what the head coach was most frustrated about.
Yeah, I caught his interview last night after the day's play. Probably just about the only preparation I did, apart from keeping up with a few highlights on NV play as well, some boundaries and some wickets. And you could really sense the frustration that they'd possibly missed an opportunity. Like you said, the pitch was good. But what you don't want to do is have to create 15 opportunities on a good surface, no matter how good your bowling attack is. But fair play to Northampton, they've took full advantage of that. They got 450 on the board, took 3 early wickets. Big bad Ben Sanderson's back into the attack.
He bowled really nicely in that opening spell.
Yeah, you bang on.
9 overs, got 2 early wickets. Both openers falling to Ben Sanderson, just bowling good line and length. Nothing fancy.
Not rocket science, is it? Again, not changing the history of the game. You put the ball in good areas, that new ball, and good things will happen for you. Trapped Alex Lees on the crease, LBW, then nicked off Ben McKinney. That's a floaty half volley on leg stump to start off with. Will Rhodes might be a little bit disappointed he hasn't put that away.
So he's coming over the wicket here, Ash. We've seen him come both over and round.
Yeah, he's got a couple of feed in there as well. He's got 2 slips and a gully in play, so he's probably looking at that angle, trying to get that ball across the left-hander.
We saw, just towards the end of his first spell, a hint of movement back in.
Yeah. That breeze has picked up as well, coming from the north now. Right into Ben Sanderson's face. And this time he doesn't miss out. Disappointment short-lived for Will Rhodes as he moves on to 42.
Yeah, that's exactly what he was trying to do the first time.
Yeah, he was. And again, just something I tell the kids, try and hit it straighter for longer. So the first one, he was maybe that little bit early and flicky at it. This one was really nicely controlled, just wide of mid-on.
It's a great little mental cue. Straighter for longer.
Yeah.
How many dismissals do you see in age group cricket with players getting through the ball too early?
And you mentioned there, he's gone straight back around the wicket, and this is tucked away off the pads, and Will Rhodes will pick up a couple. Moves on to 44.
Yes, this Northants bowling attack finding similar problems to what the Durham bowling attack did. Bowling to a left-handed batting partnership as a right-hander, a right-arm bowler, and just struggling to really settle on a plan.
This for me, I'd be looking at spin really early just to see if there's anything there. The 2 frontline spinners, you would say, both spin the ball into the left-hander, so that might play into it as well. We saw with Parkinson yesterday that the 2 left-handers enjoyed having the ball spinning into them and really challenged that. But they've got a nice lead as well, haven't they? They're still 324 in front here, Northampton, so all the cards are in their favour. Here's my twin brother doing a lap, trying to walk a wicket. Solid in defence from Will Rhodes.
Going to look up here, give you a wave.
Oh, that would be nice, wouldn't it? Just kick the Tobler as he's walked past.
Two slips in a gully waiting.
Solid. Again from Will Rhodes, who's grown nicely into this innings. He's quite prepared to be the quiet hand in the partnership. 44 from 79 to his name. Stokes is 56, being the aggressor. This partnership now on to 96 and has been absolutely vital after Durham with 30 for 3. I mentioned Sanderson picked up the 2 openers. Harry Conway nicked off David Beddingham after back-to-back boundaries for Beddingham. But it's interesting here, Darren Lehman is just down in front of us in the bottom right of your screen talking to the captain Luke Proctor, and I'm sure I saw the signal for spin, but let's wait and see.
Well, not yet. It's going to be James Sales to continue. And a sunny Banks Homes Riverside. It's Ben Stokes on strike. Will Rhodes thinks about the single. Stokes turns it down. It's a glorious, glorious Saturday in the northeast, and there's a gentle spread of people throughout the ground, some of whom no doubt have come to see the man on strike. They're probably seeing more of him than they thought they might have.
Indeed.
Just a bit of glove to help it on its way as it goes thundering into the Toblerones for 4, and Stokes moves into the 60s.
12th boundary for Stokes, and that brings up the 100 partnership between Rhodes and Stokes. Really important fight back after losing those 3 early wickets. But that 100 partnership is nowhere near enough at the moment. Needs to carry on and take Durham as far as possible.
It's quick and right at Ben Stokes. Yeah, spin. Maybe not a bad option. There's not a lot going on for the seamers as Sanderson just fiddles with the seam, maybe trying to dig out some grass. There's not been a lot of movement off the deck or in the air. Calvin Harrison's just going through some limbering movements. Leg side, but Stokes nowhere near it again. Vasconcelos with a half.
Very polite inquiry. Almost apologetic raising of the arms.
Not only is Calvin Harrison warming up his shoulders, but he's bowled that one back to James Sales, who's just strayed a little too straight and a little too leg side this over. 4 from it so far. Straight again. He liked it for half a second. I think I see Scrimshaw run again at mid-off. So again we play a game of deduction. Luke Proctor's just ahead of us here, so he's okay. He's on the field.
Big Harry down in the Toblerones bottom left, mate.
There you go. Calvin Harrison just accelerating his warm-ups a touch. Top hand coming off the bat. Stokes looks slightly displeased with himself. It's a dot to end the over. 4 from it in an over that brought up the 100-run partnership. It came off 131 deliveries. And it came when the team were 30 for 3 and in dire need of a rebuild. You do the maths. 130 for 3.
Nice round numbers for us, aren't they? 450 as a first innings total. Partnership started on 30. Yeah, just having a look around, and things are just slowed down a little bit here from Northants. Where are we at? 11 overs to the tea break. Just time for a little energy boost here for Northamptonshire.
Both batters just getting a little frustrated with themselves.
Yeah, Rhodes just falling across a little bit there. Missed out on a couple of scoring opportunities down the leg side.
Yeah, it's easy when you feel like you've missed out on a few runs to then go chasing it. Most important ball in cricket.
Just the next one.
It's up there with my favourite cricket cliches, I reckon.
Tucked away nicely for a couple. As you might have heard the call of 2 from Will Rhodes. Interesting, there's, well, I'd say more of a leg gully than a leg slip in place now as well. Just at the top left of your screen you might just see a shadow there. It's walking out a shot now.
Yeah, George Bartlett moved out of third slip. Put on the leg side. I think, is this the first time we've seen it from Northants?
I think so, yeah.
We saw it a lot from Durham. And it almost came to fruition very early on in the innings. And some people were saying, why do they persist with it for so long? I like it as an option. Because, example, that ball we just saw, they're bowling straight, they're bowling stump to stump, and if it does just veer a little leg side...
I'm laughing at Vasconcelos, who looks the unhappiest man with life right now out on the pitch.
And if it does just veer a little leg side, and the batter tries to tuck it off the hips, you may as well turn a boundary ball into a potential wicket ball. And Will Rhodes probably wasn't miles away from flicking that straight to Bartlett.
This time he punches straight and sets off immediately, and it's a good run to the left-handed Guthrie fielding it mid-on. With his shirt untucked, much to the annoyance of George.
Yeah, that's what he gets for it. You know, I just think, look good, play good. I think everyone else has got their shirts tucked in. Unless it's a jumper, that would be
I don't think
a
it is.
saving grace.
No, don't give him excuses. It's not a jumper day, really, is it? I think Calvin Harrison's got one on in the slips. A couple have them on, actually.
Maybe it's a superstitious thing to go back to that.
Maybe.
Weird people, cricketers.
Oh, yes. It's a big spectrum. Keeper up to the stumps here.
Yeah, I was wondering if we might see that again. It worked really well at the end of Sanderson's first spell. Stokes came down the track quite a lot. Got good success with it.
Thuds into the pad, but I think going well down the leg side.
Bringing the keeper up just keeps him in the crease, stops him dancing down. And maybe just something else in his mind to think about. So we see the ground staff, wonder what they're thinking about. They've prepared a pretty true deck.
Scones. Punched away through the offside. There is a sweeper in place.
Now, Ash, you're from a land down under.
Oh, here we go. You're going to ask a question, aren't you?
It's all about sun safety.
Yes.
And we've just seen the ground staff there on camera, coming from a place of purely being inquisitive, with their follically challenged heads in the sunshine. What's... Do you wear a hat?
Yes.
Or do you just sun cream up?
If I was in the sun all day, 100% hat.
Hat, yeah.
Hat. Maybe a bit of zinc for the bottom lip as well. Tends to dry out. But yeah.
Do you need to be extra sun safe with the skin exposure on top?
Well, if you've got a hat on, you're pretty safe, aren't you?
Yeah, just
Are you saying without it?
No, just seeing the ground stuff.
Yeah.
Hatless in the
Well,
sun.
Skin cancer's not funny.
James Sales. Slightly wide. Stokes goes for the drive, but miscues it. He's not been afraid to drive outside off stump. We've seen 2 approaches. Ricardo Vasconcelos leaving almost everything unless it was especially short or especially full. But as soon as Stokes gets a bit of width, he's very happy just to throw his hands.
Yeah, just checking in down at the Oval. England are 45 for 3.
Wide again, and he does throw hands. This time makes good contact. And it races away to the ropes for 4.
Yeah, lovely shot from Stokes. But yeah, Durham's Emilio Gay out for 11. Ben Duckett for 9. Jacob Bethel out for a duck. Kyle Jamieson's picked up a couple with Will O'Rourke. New Zealand being bowled out 362 in that second innings.
That's not
England
what
still
you want.
need 414 to win.
Lost that off the bat, and it's because it's been edged to a very fine third man for 4.
That's an extraordinary shot
He got
from
into
Ben
position
Stokes.
very early, Stokes. He just stepped back in his crease and leant into it. Maybe we'll try and work out exactly what happened. It's not sure what edge it's come off. We have another watch.
I think he's just carved it away, like really, really wristily. I'm sure that's not 100% where it was intended, but very flamboyant.
No replays on the score sheet, and he's 8 off the last 2 balls, which prompts a little bit of a meeting between the Northants bowling attack.
Buff's nearly back around again here. Putting the steps in. I might invite him up, might send him a message, see if he can come up and do half an hour with us. Maybe
Hopefully
tomorrow.
At some point we may get Victor Main in. We normally do. Chat about the surface. He's prepared.
Did you have any guests yesterday?
We did. We had Scott Borthwick for about
Brilliant.
20 minutes. It's leg side. They shout
Pad.
catch it, but I'm pretty confident it's off the pad.
Pad.
Michael Goff
I think I
is
said
too.
that as much hope as knowledge that I'm just like, please be pad.
Yeah, we had Scott Borthwick in for 20 minutes. He's hard to get off comms.
Oh, he
usually.
loves a chat badger. He'll be playing for Hartlepool this afternoon, no doubt. There's Darren Lehman.
Yeah, good to see him again.
Walking
He's
a lot.
always welcome.
Yeah, testimonial year for him. Got a big game next Friday up at South Northumberland, where some old Durham legends are playing against the PCA legends. Be a super day up there.
He wanted you in there, Ash.
Yeah, well, rumours were that he wanted me to, take the stripes and run the show, but unfortunately I'm in Kenya next week.
Well, that's a heck of a commute.
Yeah, he wasn't prepared to pay for that. And I don't blame him either.
May I ask what you're up to in Kenya?
You can.
What are you up to in Kenya?
A bit of a school trip. A little bit of cricket, a little bit of safari work. And a couple of the things I'm really looking forward to is we're going to visit an orphanage and do some community work as well. So I think for my youngsters and for me as well, it'll be 100% a pure life experience. Like we are going to get to play a couple of games of cricket, but to see different people in different circumstances in a different part of the world will be hugely beneficial to them and humbling, I hope, and something that they can take forward for the rest of their lives. So yeah, can't wait. Hopefully the beer's cold.
Who are the 2 opponents you've got lined up?
Again, great question. It's on an itinerary somewhere. Tucked in between a safari and a bike ride, I believe.
Beautiful. Do you know whereabouts?
Nairobi, and then we are going to Turi St Andrews, which is apparently the poshest and most expensive school in Kenya. They've been over to visit us and done some athletics and some football. A little bit of crossover, so we're going out to visit them. So thoroughly looking forward to that. If anybody's got any tips on Kenya, please whack them in the comments. Oh. Is that a chance? Is that a chance? Did it carry?
I think judging by the reactions, it's
I
pretty
think
safe to
it
assume it
has.
did.
I think it has. It's just... I'm just trying to catch a replay. That's just off shot. Leg slip is just wide enough outside our angle there. But from body language, you'd have to assume that that's a chance, George.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was talking about. When they put the leg slip back in, it's a bit of a loose delivery, and Stokes' eyes have lit up. Just tuck it off the hips. Before he knew it, it's gone straight to the man. Oh, it's Will Rhodes, my apologies.
Yeah. Keepers up. Chopped away down to third. And that will be another boundary for Ben Stokes, who moves on to 73.
That's why I like the leg slip with this angle coming round the wicket. If you're trying to attack the stumps, if it's just slightly loose, why not have an extra option of a dismissal? It has gone, by the looks of it, straight to the man. And Ben McKinney had one yesterday morning when Vasconcelos was in the teens. And I'm sure he'll be the first to go to George Bartlett and offer his condolences.
I bet he won't. Lots of real estate from second slip round to cover. And again, talking about the line there, you've got a sweeper out at deep backward point. McSweeney just going through a few ball throughs as well. Will they try some spin before tee? I would 100%, if I was the skipper, get that on just to see what's out there, just to change the tempo.
We've got 8 overs at the conclusion of this one before tee. It's worth a go. This partnership's now 117.
That one could be 4 leg buys as this one hits the outside of Ben Stokes' pad. And that brings up the 150 for Durham, 151 for 3. They won't mind how these runs come as this partnership continues to develop and is actually moving at a pretty rapid rate. Durham's run rate 4.6 at the moment. Something that they've done pretty much all season, apart from the last game where the run rate was around the 3 runs and over, where they fought hard on a tough to score on pitch. Got to a big total of 377, which was enough to get an innings victory as Stokes is solid in defence. Derbyshire, the visitors last week here, nearly pushed the game into a 4th innings.
So what would you be doing, Ash? 8 overs to go after this ball.
Spin. I'd go with the off spinner to
Both
start
ends?
with. I'm not against it. Stokes again trying to run that down to third. That was too tight. And maybe got away with that one, but that ends the over. Productive one from a Durham point of view. 9 from it. 151 for 3.
And if Durham can get to tee without the loss of a further wicket, I reckon they'll feel that they've done a pretty good job to somewhat rescue this. And Beddingham was dismissed, the score 30 for 3, and things really looking down. They were in more than a spot of bother, with the deficit still at 420. And it is Nathan McSweeney who's going to take over bowling duties from the Lumley end with some right arm tweakers.
Yeah, they've picked the option straight away that will turn away from the left-hander. I'm not against having a crack with either the leggy or the left arm spinner either from the other end. Just something different, change of angles.
So it's going to be Will Rhodes.
Sorry, Harrison's quite tall as well as a leg spinner. Apologies for cutting you off there, mate.
Not at all. I was just going to take us through the field, which has gone through some alterations. So we've got 2 out on the leg side. That's a deep backward square and a long on. Leaves Cow Corner wide open. The rest are in the ring. It's a full toss. Swept out into that deep mid-wicket region. They'll pick up a couple. And that is the half-century for Will Rhodes. And it's a really, really well-made knock. And a lot of the spotlight has been on his batting partner at the other end. And he's just quietly gone about his business. It's his first half-century of the season. And I see no reason why he can't now push on. Sweeney's given that first one a lot of flight. He's not yet hit the deck. Still hasn't. That's another full toss. Down the pitch for a single will bring Ben Stokes on strikes. We're just waiting here to see if the ball's going to turn, but McSweeney not yet giving it a chance.
Yeah, it's got to land a turn, hasn't it? This is what worries me here, actually.
There we go. What's that?
Just a little bit of part-time spin to Ben Stokes.
It's about advancing.
Totally different action here to what we saw in the T20 game, where he, a little bit like Sunil Narain, hid the ball behind his back in his run-up.
Not so much deception going on as frequently, at least, in the red ball game.
Yeah, a little bit more traditional, this. Buff's back again.
Does advance this time, gets to the pitch of the ball, bends it straight to the man. So it's the end of the first McSweeney over. Went for 3 and it brought up the half century for Will Rhodes. He's 51 from 86 and Durham 154 for 3.
Yeah, brilliant effort from Will Rhodes. Nice to see him back in the side, back in the runs, and involved in a crucial partnership with Ben Stokes. It's going to be Sanderson to continue. Seven overs left till tea. Leg slip back in place for Will Rhodes. Much to the delight of George, right next to me. Rhodes tucks this one away. Square of the wicket, will pick up a comfortable single. Stokes back on strike. Keeper up to the stumps. Sweeper goes back on the offside. And on the leg side. We saw nearly a drag on from Stokes in the last over. Sanderson will be looking to bowl tight. Got a man catching at mid-wicket. Covers pretty close as well. That one thuds off the inside edge into the pad.
Just gives these two something different to think about from either end. Pace on from one end and pace off from the other. Just a difference in how the ball comes onto the bat. Difference in how you've got to time the ball.
Nice areas from Sanderson.
So you can get into the rhythm against the fast bowlers. Get used to what you're facing. And by just changing up the pace, changing up the action, maybe just can help to upset the rhythm of these two. Have been going a long time now and still got 4.5 overs until tea.
Stokes just trying to give himself a little bit of room, not too much on the leg side, to open up that area square of the wicket. So again, you mentioned just try and present the batters with a different challenge. So we saw that Stokes has been really strong down the ground, so he's now got 2 catches at cover and mid-wicket. Mid-on and mid-off are pretty straight. So just trying to make him score now in different areas. And he hikes this one away over the leg side. And he'll pick up a couple. Not in control at all. And that, I hate the word moral victory, but that is a little moral victory for the bowler there. Stokes not in control of that shot. And Stokes will realise that.
Yeah, you're right. It was a bit of a hike. He's got through the shot quite early. There were shouts of catch. It was never in danger. But nonetheless, Northampton's bowling attack will be pretty joyous about that sight.
This time he does just open the face and keeps the strike. I'm not sure if that was intentional or not, but good counting to 6 from Stokes. He'll pick up a single 4 off the over. Stokes moves on to 76. Will Rhodes 52. 158 for 3.
What do you think brings about a shot like that? Is it boredom? Is it frustration?
Maybe with Ben, and this is, again, no disrespect to him, maybe a bit of ego that he's been tied down a little bit by Ben Sanderson. And he was wanting to dominate, which he has done pretty well. What is he, 76 off 90? So he's been the man in control out there since he's arrived at the wicket. And he'll be just wanting to stamp that authority on anybody around him.
It's Nathan McSweeney to continue to Ben Stokes. From the angle, he's bowling very wide of the crease, and his action is quite low and wide as well. It's going to take a lot for that to turn.
He might just be trying to catch the rough, just seeing if anything does deviate off it.
Stokes goes back to that. I'll pick up a single.
Do you know what it is? Up until tee, I'm quite happy for Ben Stokes to spend as much time as at non-striker's end as possible. Just get through to tee, reset, have a little shower, have a drink, and then come back nice and fresh after tee. Hopefully to push towards 100 and beyond.
Well, it's going to be Stokes back on strike. He's made to hurry a little bit. It's a throw from Luke Proctor, comes in hot. And that's the test of red ball cricket. It's that ability to maintain your concentration, to switch off in between balls, but to make sure that when you're facing, you're right on it. He comes down the track and hits it over the top. And a couple of bounces, goes away to the ropes for 4, and he's used his feet to turn a full ball into a full bunger. He moves into the 80s.
That is honestly one of my favourite terms. Had Ben last week said full bunger in the broadest Australian accent possible. That is probably the broadest Australian accent in the world.
From an Englishman.
Yeah, ironically, yeah.
Well bowled from McSweeney, tad straight and flicked away for a single. What do you think about Stokes going back to a ball that length? It just for half a second made me a bit worried.
I think with the line, he's probably just played that on the line just to open
Right.
up his front leg and just allow that almost to hit the bat, tuck it into square leg for a run.
So he's banking on it, not turning and just continuing on with the arm.
Yeah, I think it just as a lefty, it's something that you quite naturally do, just to open your hip up and tuck it into the leg side. Yeah.
End of the over, 165 for 3.
You don't really want it to be any straighter than that. So we're going to see spin from both ends here. We're going to see a bit of Harrison action. What have we got there? 5 overs left till tee, I think.
I'll make it 4. Oh, 5. I was
5.
reading the wrong overs.
Yeah, 5.
You're right. Never doubt you.
No, please do. As soon as I said it, all the info went off the screen in front of me, so I was was more in hope than knowledge, if I'm totally honest.
Calvin Harrison coming on to bowl some leggies with 94 first-class wickets behind him.
He's going to start around the wicket as well, which has been the fashion of the 2 days. Lots of right arm round the wicket to the left-hander. Different challenge to McSweeney. Obviously he'll be bringing the ball back in, and you would expect quite a lot more bounce from the tall leggy. Originally from Nottinghamshire. Made a nice home for himself at Northants. Got himself up the order as well. Stokes sweeps the first ball. Absolutely nails it. Absolutely nails it.
Tell you what, that's some shot.
Yeah, he got himself outside the line really quickly. Hammered that square. There's the fielder behind square. I think it's Harry Conway all the way down there in front of Bannatynes. He's very, very behind. So he's hit that perfectly square. And a good comeback from Harrison. It's a strange that he could do with, and he is moving now. He's 100% in the wrong spot. Or he's moving about 20 yards to his right now. You could hear the sound off the bat. Beautiful timing there. Just takes one down to long on. Loved his head position there. Got really close to the ball, right over it, and then just a little flick of the bottom hand. Manoeuvred that ball, but he's trying to hit the ball straight, which he's done quite a lot, hasn't he? Especially early in his innings, he's played beautifully and straight. Will Rhodes doing the total opposite, getting right across his stumps and whipping this one into the leg side.
Yeah, early in the innings, power through the V. That's where he scored most of his runs. Took Sanderson over the top and down the ground. And now there is a man moving back onto the ropes. Sanderson going all the way to long on. So if Stokes wants to go over the top, it's going to have to be over extra cover. And hitting against the spin, that's a bold shot.
Yeah, slip still in place. That one did seem to get a little bit of purchase and a bit of bounce, as you would expect from the tall Harrison. That ends the over. 6 from it. Stokes on 87. Rhodes 54. Durham 171 for 3. And fighting back here.
Yeah, 4 overs until tea, cakes and water. That was tea, comma, cakes, comma, water, not tea. Well, maybe they are going to have tea cakes, who knows?
Maybe there are.
It's going to be 4 overs a spin, I'd suggest.
Wonder if Blacklock's got any sweet treats for us upstairs. He had some millionaire shortcakes and
That sounded more
maybe
like
mini brownies or something like that last week. It's been a big time this week. You've been at the World Cup and things like that, so let's see if he's doing his day job.
Sounds like more a hint than a question. Sweeney continuing. And these two out in the middle will be very happy just to go along like this until tea. Take their pads off, have a little rest, and restart. So the game has just slowed down slightly recently. The fizz slightly going out of the Northants bowling attack as the seam is not getting a lot of purchase.
Yeah, you had that initial burst with the new ball, didn't you, where you had the couple of overs before lunch, picked up a wicket, picked up a couple straight after, and then they were up and about. But this partnership, 141 now. Yeah.
Rhodes will steal a single.
It's a strange field place. That is kind of halfway back, and there was always one there, but Maybe they're trying to tempt Will Rhodes to go over the top.
Well, for Stokes, he's going more or less all the way back. Stokes goes back to that. They like that behind the stumps. They were interested for half a second. That's what I was saying to you. The last McSweeney over Ash, was that one perhaps a bit straighter?
Yeah, I wasn't as comfortable with that one, if I'm honest with you. But he's probably seen them that well now. He's just opened the face and manipulated the ball. So he's probably thinking if the ball lands here, and the good thing is when you're in, you have several scoring options to depend on where the ball pitches. And he'll be literally painting pictures in his own head of what's going to happen. And yeah, going nicely so far. I don't want to put the mockers on him, but moved on to 88. Hammers this one away. We'll find the sweeper out in the deep. Sales doing the fielding. So it's Proctor, isn't it? Out there. Protecting his hand, I would assume, is why he's out on the boundary, the captain. Tried to stop one of his own bowling and Ben Stokes had belted it back.
I believe it still ended up going for 4.
Yeah, it did, yeah. Still no real turning. Do you know what I'd like? Even just to get a back pad in or a leg slip in here for Will Rhodes, just to try something different. Get a fielder right under his eye line. As he rocks back and casually tucks that one away into the leg side for another single.
Is that as much just for the psychological element of having some more company around him?
Yeah, 100%. You can create a little bit of theatre. One might just bounce a little bit more. We saw one, I think the last ball of the over, Stokes just indicated that ball bounced a bit more than he thought it was going to. It's got a very high release point. Oh, I don't like you picking the ball up, Ben. Don't be the nice guy. And he reverse slog sweeps this. Away for 4. Got into position very, very early and moves into the 90s. Almost too early into position.
I was going to say very early. He almost had to readjust.
He did.
Because the ball was maybe slightly either slower or shorter than he expected it to be. But somehow he still managed to find the middle of the bat.
Regroups himself a little bit there. And he goes again. But this will just be the single, as that brings up the 150 partnership between Ben Stokes and Will Rhodes. Outstanding recovery from these two. Much needed. 189 balls in just over 2 hours. You can see the contributions there. Stokes 94, Rhodes 50. Neither more valuable than the other, because they couldn't do it without each other. It's been very, very important.
Yeah, came in at 30 for 3. With Durham in real trouble. 150 between them. And barring that trot from Harry Conway off Ben Stokes, very few chances presented.
Just get me to tea, Benji, please.
Well, I was wondering a couple of overs ago whether Stokes would try and get to his century before the tea break. I think he's answered that in the last over.
Just get me to tea, Benji, please. I'm sure they're the words of his coach too.
On the reverse, misses it.
If he's going to go, hit the sight screen.
Goes back to a full-length ball. And even Ben Stokes maybe gets a little tetchy in the 90s.
Yeah, it's been a while since he's been in the 90s.
Five dots in a row off this McSweeney over. Be one to go until tea at the conclusion of this. Stokes at the striker's end on 94. And it's a maiden over.
Yeah, I'm happy
for
with
the
that.
first time in a long time. Durham 180 for 3.
1 over left to tee. Almost willing it Will Rhodes night watchman style. Plays it out. Little mind games, which I'm sure the Northants fielders will be letting him know too. Shame to throw it away after all this work.
Well, I wouldn't mind that suggestion, Ash, from the last Calvin Harrison over, of getting the man in close, and I think you are right. They are going to get that bat pad in.
Yeah, I like it.
Especially if they're just going to play out for tea.
Yeah,
and it's
just
going
whack
to
a
be
leg
defensive.
slipping as well. Why not? Like something, every now and then something freakish happens. Can you have your fielders in the right place when that moment happens?
There we go. George Bartlett up close and personal with Will Rhodes.
Love it. And there you go. There's the first real bit of turn that we've seen. Might just catch the edge of the rough.
Yeah, a bit of
Nice.
excitement there.
Get a leg slip in as well.
Well, so far, everything you've suggested has come to fruition with about
Must
an
be
over.
twin brother thinking.
Some telepathic type thing.
This one Rhodes clips away off his legs. And we'll pick up a single.
Well, Ben Stokes, 4 deliveries against the spinner.
Bring them up. Bring your mid on up.
It's,
Bring your sweeper out on the offside up.
Well,
Make him go for his 100.
they've got long on back.
Oh,
Deep
instead they're
mid-wicket,
dropping
deep
everybody
square
back.
leg, and now Sanderson's going to long off. There's a cover sweeper as well.
At least they're keeping short leg in.
It's short.
Oh,
And slightly miscued, I reckon.
yeah, it's off the leading edge for sure.
Calvin Harrison fields off his own bowling. 3 deliveries to go until the tea break. Stokes taking his guard just outside off stump. Sweeps aerially, and it goes to Zabe on the ropes.
Please
on
stay
the
down
bounce.
that end, Ben.
And it's almost wrong-footed him and gone for 4 with the
Yeah.
spin, but he's
The
just
old-
about
A little bit of check on it, wasn't there?
just a touch.
2 balls left of the session. And what a brilliant fight back from Durham after losing Lees before lunch, McKinney after lunch, Bettingham after lunch, and being at 30 for 3. Durham have accelerated onto 182 for 3 now. 2 balls left. On the back of a brilliant 152-run partnership between Ben Stokes and Will Rhodes. Conway does well as they amble through for a single. So last ball of the session. Stokes on 95. Not quite getting the Steve Waugh vibe in the Ashes. Harmlessly down the leg side, and that ends the over and ends the session. Durham 183 for 3. Rhodes 58, Stokes 95. Recovering from 30 for 3. Durham will go in a little bit happier at tea on the back of some excellent work from this pair. We'll be back in around 15 minutes with the evening session. Durham 183 for 3, trailing by 267. Well, welcome back to session 3 of day 2 with all eyes on the man on your right there, Ben Stokes, 95 not out, heading into tee along with Will Rhodes. Pair have rebuilt this innings for Durham from a perilous position at 30 for 3 to 183 for 3. And yeah, all eyes will be on Ben Stokes as he closes in on a century.
Yeah, that's what the people have come to see, but quietly in the background, Will Rhodes has batted really well.
Superb.
58 off his first 100 deliveries. So really comfortable, really composed. And he'll be on strike to start this third and final session. We've got 32 overs to get through. Unlike yesterday when we had a mammoth final session, which was 55 overs.
Pleased we're not having to do that.
Yeah, this one a much
Let's hope we
more
see lots of
manageable.
spin as well after tea, just for the fact we might get home at a reasonable hour. McSweeney's going to continue.
And a bit handsy from Rhodes to start the final session, playing it quite away in front of his body.
Tim Marsden's messaged in saying his relatives are over from New Zealand for a month. He couldn't get to the cricket because he's babysitting double the amount of kids.
And these two will just have to resettle in again. Just restart. Had a 20-minute break.
Send help or alcohol is the key message, I think. He's saying he's got to miss one of the few games that we've got Ben Stokes with us.
Rhodes on the front foot. And we finish the session with McSweeney from one end, from the Lumley end. And the leg spin of Calvin Harrison from the Finkel end. After the seamers not quite doing the business. After a really fast start, Alex Lees, well, he went for 9. That was 10 for 1. Ben McKinney went for 8. That was 19 for 2. And then David Beddingham left Durham in a spot of bother at 30 for 3. But since then, these two have gone really, really nicely. And they brought up their 150 partnership just before the break. And that's the end of the first over of the final session of day 2. And Durham are 183 for 3.
Both had a little life. Well, Stokes had a huge life where top edged a pull shot and Conway dropped a very regulation catch when he was in the 40s. And just before Will Rhodes brought up his 50, he was dropped at leg slip. A tougher chance. Harry Conway, arms flailing. He's going to have a crack for the first time from the Finkel end. Ben Stokes, 95 not out, will be the man on strike. Looks like he's going to start around the wicket, which we've seen quite a lot of, and George, you'll have seen even more than me, being here for both days.
I reckon this may just about make amends if Harry Conway can snag the wicket of the England captain. As you said, Ash having dropped him on 43. He's had to watch him score 43 and more.
Little hop, skip and a jump and into stride.
It's a bit strange on release there. He really scurried through. Not much of a leap at all.
It's got that little extended follow through as well, which there's just quirkiness everywhere about Harry Conway, isn't there?
He's having a word with James Treadwell there. He's never short of a word with anyone. Anyone who will listen to him, I reckon.
It might have just been asking about his follow through, to be fair, because umpire Goff warned him well, not officially warned him, but pretty much told him to get off the wicket several times. Stokes a long way across. And Vasconcelos looks just as stiff after tea as he did before tea.
Well, if I'd faced 295 deliveries, then been thrown down the leg side countless times,
Yeah.
I reckon I'd probably be in a lot worse condition than Ricky Vasconcelos. It's strange, 4 separate occasions that umpire Goff has had a little chat about the follow through, but no warnings yet.
Right on the money from Conway to oohs and ahs.
think a few oohs and ahs a bit louder than they would have been if Stokes wasn't in the mid-90s. Just anything to try and get in his head. Try and off-put him.
Slipping a gully in place. Sweep it out on the offside behind square. One at deep square leg as well. And a fine leg. Stokes down the wicket. And has he nicked this one? Or is it off the pad? Vasconcelos screams in expectation. Harry Conway just says, did that brush the pad? Gives umpire Treadwell a thumbs up.
Just testing your treaders. Yeah, it was definitely a sound, but Conway, I think, pretty happy with the decision in the end. What we did see there is Stokes just coming down the track a little bit, and particularly off the bowling of Ben Sanderson, Vasconcelos has come up to the stumps just to stop him doing that, and I was thinking maybe we might see that now.
Yeah, Conway might be a little bit sharper, I think. Not as accurate. Oh, and he rips through him. Conway gets the big wicket of Ben Stokes, who is on his haunches and has to go for 95. Big breakthrough after tea. Conway strikes Durham 183 for 4.
Yeah, that was both quick and accurate. It's through the defence of Stokes, which has looked so solid so far, and it looks like tea has come just at the wrong time for this Durham side, who are looking very, very comfortable up until the break. Just haven't managed to get going since. Ben Stokes came in with the team in real trouble at 30 for 3, and alongside his mate Will Rhodes, has put them back into a position they're more comfortable with, although at 183 for 4, and the deficit's still 267. But it's a fantastic knock from Ben Stokes.
Yeah, mentioned tea coming at the wrong time for Durham. It's come at the right time for Northants, who have struck again straight after a break. Ben Stokes goes for 95.
In the end, he's just missed a straight one.
Yeah, just, I mean, if you're going to be really critical, it's probably just played across it a little bit. Whereas played beautifully and straight for most of the day. Graham Clark, the new batter to the crease, in at number 6. One Cumbrian replaces another.
And there is the reprieve for Harry Conway.
Yeah, revenge, almost.
There'll be a lot of disappointed faces around the Banks Homes Riverside, who would have been very excited to see Ben Stokes
Definitely one in here.
get his first 100 for just going on a year. That brings Graham Clark to the crease. 3,750 first class runs. 117 of those coming this year. A high score of 83, which came against Worcestershire on a day where Durham won by 9 wickets. That's the first and only time he passed 50 so far this year.
Oh, and that's tight leave. Conway right on the money to start off the evening session. Picks up a wicket and a maiden over. It'd be interesting to see if they just go away from spin here and go back to their best seamers. Bring on your best bowlers at the fall of a wicket. Try and pick up 2.
It looks like it's going to be a change of ends for Calvin Harrison.
Yeah.
So it's going to be the right arm leg spinner to continue. So just the 1 over for McSweeney after the break. And Harrison has looked like he's getting more bounce, he's getting more turn, more purchase out of the surface. And especially now with the right-handed Clark, that works in his favour, turning it away from him. But it's going to be the left-handed Will Rhodes who's on strike first up, and Durham just haven't got going in this final session so far. Northants 191 before they lost their first wicket. Durham 183 for 4, so still a lot of work to do here for the home side. And we saw this bat pad short leg come in just before the break. And he's still in there, George Bartlett. Going with the turn. Well, Rhodes does just play that with the spin. Knocks it into the leg side and it's a dot ball. Yet again, very interesting passage of play coming up here. Will Durham rebuild yet again? Or Northants be able to just roll through this middle order? It's a really good finish to the middle session from Durham as they think about a run. And rebuilding from 30 for 3 all the way to 183. They put on over 150 between them. And despite that big partnership, they've got to rebuild again. This time with Graham Clark at the crease. It's a full toss, and it's really well fielded. Diving to his left, James Sales. They do sneak through for a single, which brings Graham Clark on strike. His first delivery against the leg spinner. They keep the short leg in, keep the slip in. Pretty much as we were with regards to fielding. Field placements. And Calvin Harrison is going to really enjoy this battle against the right-handed Graham Clark, and that one he just pitched maybe a touch outside leg stump, getting it to grip, which brings the short leg right into play. So there's a lot to work with here for Harrison. That one's a touch short though, and it can punch it away, Graham Clark, and he'll pick up the single, which means it's 2 from the over, and after the dismissal of Ben Stokes in the last one, means Durham 185 for 4, and the deficit is 265.
Yeah, tense little period this after tea. Can Durham get through this opening half hour without further loss and start to make further inroads into that healthy lead that Northants have?
Feels like a crucial period of the game.
Yeah, I'm with you.
After Graham Clark comes Ollie Robinson, and then we're into the all-rounders.
Clark's solid in defence.
Casey Aldridge, followed by Ben Rain, Matthew Potts,
Excuse me.
Callum Parkinson. So a big stand here needed for the home side. And there are plenty of runs down the order. Been talking about the batting prowess of Ben Rain over the last couple of days. Started his career, as you're saying, Ash, at the top of the order.
Yeah, indeed.
Nonetheless, if Northants can pick up this 5th wicket, they'll feel they're right on top. More so than they already are.
Could just do with a little quiet period here, Durham, just to get through this.
That's exactly what they had just before the break.
Mm.
After the 3 wickets, Northampton just built up a head of steam. And slowly, as the partnership ticked on, they just quieted down. In the sort of 10 overs before the break, there was just a bit of a lull. A bit of downtime in the game. But the break has brought a change of fortune.
Clark cuts. Doesn't get all of it, but gets plenty of it. And he'll pick up his first boundary. That's what you've got to do. Start this new partnership, but if you get a ball to score from, you put it away. That's exactly what Graham Clark did.
Yeah, no risk cricket, but still playing run-scoring shots when it's on offer with that big gap in the covers. A short and wide one, he's not going to miss out on that. You learn very quickly with Graham Clark, anything short goes.
Oh, missed out there. He's absolutely nailed that. Straight to mid-wicket. There you are, mate. Guthrie does the fielding.
Yeah, leg stump, half volley. His eyes would have lit up at that. It's basically Liam Guthrie patrolling the whole of the leg side. Graham Clark managed to pick him out.
Interesting. So, you mentioned there Graham Clark very strong on the short ball. They've just dropped deep square leg out. Clark moves nicely into a drive. Doesn't time it. But the footwork was good. Sometimes you can turn a strength into a weakness. That man out at deep square leg will just have that in the back of Graham Clark's mind now. Will Conway try and stick one up his nose?
Well, one delivery to come of the over. Yet to see the short ball.
Yeah, deep point dropping back as well. Right on the money from Conway. Pretty good over, except for that one ball that was put away by Clark. 189 for 4.
And they're going to persist, the visitors, with spin from the Lumley end. Calvin Harrison. His leg spinners to Will Rhodes. I think he probably would have preferred it if Graham Clark was on strike. Not only the new bat, but working with the angle as well. And looked lively when he did have him at the other end for the last couple of deliveries from his previous over. Rhodes is forward and it's hit the pad well outside the line. Just one out on either side sweeping.
Yeah, that one just catching a bit of rough there. It's a good delivery from Harrison. Catch at Bart's is the shout.
George Bartley in it, short leg. Very much in the game. That's just a leading edge. Turns the bat face on it slightly early. George Bartlett definitely in the game. There's a genuine play and a genuine miss. And it's going to be 4 byes. It's missed everything.
Yeah, it didn't bounce out of the rough, did it? Vasconcelos just coming up a little bit early. Getting through for 4 byes. I guess now Durham are looking at that deficit of 257. They want to make sure that they get through past that follow-on, which is the 150 mark in 4-day cricket. They're just the little milestones that they want to tick off.
That single makes it 107 further runs to avoid the follow-on. And you think a couple of wickets here, Northampton would really feel like they're in a strong position to win this game outright. Now he does have this right-hand matchup. Might just try and land it around leg stump. Short. Punched away from Clark. An interesting passage of play. "27 overs remain to be bowled in the day. These two will hope very much that they will be the two that bat out all of them." End of the over, Durham 195 for 4. The deficit is 255. Are you a fan of enforcing the follow-on if you get the opportunity?
Depends. I thought Durham did that really well last week. I'm also a fan of making a team bat last. So if you're convinced that by enforcing the follow-on, that team will bat last, then go for it. Yeah, take advantage of the best conditions. That'll suit your bowlers, I guess. I think Durham bowled out Derbyshire in about 30 overs in the first innings last week. So they had no hesitation in getting them to follow on. Pretty much bowled them out in a session.
Well, we had Scott Borthwick join us in the box briefly yesterday, and he was talking us through the decision making behind winning the toss and bowling. And if you look at this, the match situation at the minute, you may have felt that Alex Lees made the wrong call, but he said it's a hard pitch underground and it's a good batting surface, and they were comfortable chasing anything if they were to bat fourth. Good bowling conditions yesterday as well, with constant cloud cover, and we had the floodlights on since about 2 o'clock, and we played all the way until 7.
No need today, has there? It's been a beautiful batting day today.
29.4 overs it took Durham to bowl out Derbyshire in that first innings. Just 118 on the board.
Yeah, it took them about, I don't know, what was it, 90 in the second innings, I think. They had to get through, get to the second new ball.
Yeah, 95 and a half.
Yeah. Potts was superb. After they put on a couple of good partnerships.
Matthew Potts taking career best figures of 8 for 66 from his 24 and a half overs.
So I thought that, but apparently he's got a 9 for. There you go. You'll have to check that out. Stats guru. I think Ben shot me down straight away last week. Says that must be a CB. He's going to have to get the beers in. He was like, nah, he's got 9. I think against Lanks he might have mentioned. Clark whips this away. You get at least a couple. Sanderson charges after it. He'll haul it in. And Clark will turn and come back for 3. And Sanderson decides not to throw it in, so he may have some shoulder issues. Mentioned when he threw the ball in earlier, there was no shoulder involved in the throw whatsoever. He got a filthy look from his wicketkeeper who had to run and try and grab it.
Yeah, you're right. Bang on, Ash.
Ben was right, I wasn't right.
9 for 68 against Lancashire, September 2024.
Rhodes cuts beautifully in front of square. It's well fielded out in the deep. Excellent work. Keeping that down to a couple. It sails out there. Brings up the 200 for Durham.
Yeah, the only wicket he didn't collect that day was that of the opener Luke Wells, bowled by Callum Parkinson for 29.
Selfish that from Parky. Similar ball, but allowed through to the keeper to end the over. 5 from that over.
Just having a look at this scorecard, I've just not got the energy in me to go through a ball by ball of that scorecard.
No.
But he took 4 ducks and one of them was a golden duck. Was he on a hat-trick at one point?
Last week?
No, in the Lancashire game when he took 9.
I can't remember yesterday, let alone 2 bloody years ago.
Because if so, he took a golden duck. Then he got Bailey for a second ball duck. So I wonder if he took 3 and 4.
3 and 4. I'm sure he'll tell you. He'll remember.
I wonder if he's ever got a hat-trick. I'm sure I could find that out if I really wanted to.
Yeah.
Calvin Harrison to continue from the Lumley end. Good areas, brings Graham Clark forward. Have you been a part of any ridiculous bowling / fielding performances in your playing days? A bit more flight this time, a bit fuller, driven down the ground.
Who's that long on? Is that Harry? It didn't hardly move. Made long off, come and get it.
James Sales reduces it to 2.
I saw Chris Rushworth here took, I think, 15 wickets in a day against Northants.
Wow.
Which was incredible. That's about the pick of them for me. I wasn't playing, I was just here watching, but that was...
15 in a day, so that's rattled through 10. Bat again, lads, and then...
Yeah, worst feeling. I've been out twice in a day. That's probably the worst feeling in cricket. Worse than dropping a catch.
Just goes back to it for a dot ball. Yeah, worst feelings in cricket, getting out twice in a day.
Yeah, it's up there.
What about dropping someone early on?
Having double nightmares, that. I'm going to relive both short innings.
Hit the pad on the full, drifting down the leg side.
Yeah, dropping a catch is horrible. You feel like you've let your whole teammates down. I mean, anybody can get out, but yeah, dropping a catch, you feel really, really bad.
Calvin Harrison just doing some cleaning before bowling the final delivery of the over. Tad short again. It's a dot ball, 2 from it. Durham 202 for 4. Casey Aldridge had a tough one yesterday. Safe Zabe. He dropped him twice from second slip, both off the bowling of Matt Potts. Well, one of the worst things about dropping a catch is when you then see that batter go on to make runs. What's even worse is when quite a few of those runs come off your own bowling.
Yeah. Absolutely. Casey Aldridge got amazing hands as well. One of the real features of his time with us so far has been his catching.
I feel it's important to say that he's taken 19 catches this season
really?
alone.
Wow. I think Sam Blacklock, he'll probably message me now, he'll be listening upstairs. I think he's taken 3 catches 5 times in T20 innings for us.
He's taken 3 catches on 5 separate occasions.
Yeah,
wow.
Which is amazing for an outfielder.
The rest of the slip corn, and Ben McKinney actually did take 2 yesterday, so he moves on to 8, and David Beddingham is on 6 of the season. So 19, way out ahead.
There's some really nice stats there, but I reckon the stats that, and I don't have them in front of me, but I reckon we've shelled quite a lot behind the wicket as well from wicket keeper across the cordon. That would probably be one of the negatives on the season that we've had so far. We've had a great season so far, sit top of the table. But I really think that there's been a couple of days like yesterday where we've had to create kind of 14, 15 chances to knock a side over, and I think that'll be the thing that probably is bugging Ryan Campbell the most at the moment. Young Charlie Harmison down in front of us. Son of Stephen, off to the England under-19s next week. Very, very exciting young fast bowler. Another product of Ash Vegas. Or Ashghanistan, depending on which area that you might hit in Ashington. But yeah, very, very famous production line of fast bowlers, and he's another one from the family. Edged and gone. And a big celebration from Harry Conway. Gets that ball just to move away from Will Rhodes, who edges it through to Vasconcelos, who's having a great day himself behind the stumps. Apart from having to fling himself round on regular occasions. Is that his 3rd catch of the innings?
Yeah. His 3rd snaffle behind the sticks. And the ball before that also just had a hint of movement away from Will Rhodes. That one angling in and just holding its line off the surface. He batted really, really nicely for his 62. But now, as Ollie Robinson takes to the middle, Durham with two relatively new batters needing to rebuild yet again.
That's what you want to do. Just keep chipping away, keep making it uncomfortable out there. They've kept the runs down pretty quietly after tea. That run rate's dropped down now to just over 4 and over. And they've got two new batters at the crease. Two right-handers, George, which you'll be pleased with.
Yeah, it's not a combination we've seen a lot of over the last day and a half.
As you mentioned, Ollie Robinson, a new batter to the crease who will be busy. Scores quickly. That's the nature of his game. Great little burst this from Harry Conway after he picked up a couple. He's got 3 for 32 now.
And the home side just yet to get going after the break. Looking so comfortable before it. It's just come at the wrong time. And as you said, Harry Conway's been straight on the money right from the off. And he's picked up 2 wickets as a result. The England captain Ben Stokes dismissed clean bowled for 95. And there we just saw Will Rhodes caught behind for 62. And now this right combination just allows Conway maybe just to settle into a bit of a rhythm.
Oh, and he gets through Robinson. First ball.
I'll tell you what, that's moved quite a long way. Moved in to Ollie Robinson, which is the same type of movement as was the one moving away to Will Rhodes. It's coming quite a long way in the air, which we haven't seen loads of. But he's now bowling with the angle.
This one thumps into the thigh pad and they'll scramble through for a leg bite. Maybe, just maybe, that ball's reversing. So we are now in, what, the 49th over, the back end of the 49th over, and the ball does seem to be definitely tailing into the right-hander away from the lefty. Unless they've just got a really nice shine on it.
Yeah, it's something that Scott mentioned yesterday, actually. When talking about how to take wickets on a good deck. Mentioned the reverse swing as a weapon.
It's a big shout, but I don't know if he's nicked that onto his thigh.
My initial thought was bat.
Yeah, it's definitely hit the back thigh, but excellent over from Harry Conway, who's got this ball probably moving as much as it has throughout the whole game. 203 for 5. Robinson yet to get off the mark. Graham Clark on 11. And the number to keep your eye on is that 247, which is what Durham still trail by. Outstanding work this from Conway, especially this spell. He's got 3 for 32.
Again, it's coming a heck of a long way. And if it's not taken the bat, I think it has taken the bat.
Yeah, I think he's nicked it. He might be a bit lucky he's nicked it onto his thigh.
Otherwise it looked pretty good. James Sales replacing Calvin Harrison. So with this ball just starting to talk a little bit, it's back to all-out seam. And Ash, you've been really impressed with James Sales so far today. He's bowled tight.
I just like what he offers. He's just bowls from a good height and hits the pitch hard. I think that's all you can ask from your seamers, and I think he might be one that will, with a little bit of extra airspeed, may be able to get this ball to shape as well.
And he's got the fresh to the crease, Ollie Robinson. That one's tailing in and just clipped away off his toes, and he'll pick up a couple.
That is one way to transfer the pressure back, is just to get busy in the partnership. It doesn't have to be boundaries, but keep the scoreboard ticking over. Ollie Robinson, a natural scorer. Graham Clark can be more patient and really wait for a bad ball. Ollie Robinson will make good balls into bad balls.
That's thundered into the pad. And a big shout. But umpire Goff turns it down.
It's definitely tailing in.
It's tailing in a long way too far on that occasion. I think drifting down the leg side, but it was a decent shout. And Ollie Robinson just struggling at the beginning of his innings. And this ball, now into its 50th over, is definitely talking. Bit shorter this time from Sales, but still movement on offer. And Robinson just slightly miscues.
Yeah, maybe a little bit lucky not to drag that one on.
All of a sudden, those 95 runs are seeming quite a long way away. James Sales last week taking 4 wickets against Gloucestershire, 1 in the first innings, 3 for 57 in the second. He's taken 9 so far this season. He's bowling well so far today. Tad shorter again. And now the field changes as they send a man out onto the sweeper boundary on the offside, maybe just offering Robinson the single. He sees it out. No, still one more to go. Got Liam Guthrie sweeping on the offside, Safe Zabe sweeping on the leg side. Just the one slip in at the minute, Justin Broad flanking Ricky Vasconcelos. It's a little bit of a meeting here between mid-on, mid-off and the bowler. It's coming massively and it's middled by Ollie Robinson straight to the man. It's 2 from the over. Durham 205 for 5.
It just feels a bit quiet and flat now, probably from a Durham point of view. Northants on the back of a couple of wickets after tea to the big fella Harry Conway. Picking up Stoke straight after tea. And then picking up Will Rhodes. A little feather behind to Vasconcelos. He's got 3 grabs to his name along with 187. Staking a claim for man of the match honours. That's whipped away by Clark, who immediately shouts 2. He might get more than that. In fact, he'll get double that. He'll pick up 4.
Cricket's a funny game. It's a long game. And momentum comes and goes. And those 91 runs at the minute seem a long way away with the ball talking and these two bowling well. But after a big partnership, the score just comes down. It's a funny old game, and if you just hang in there, it suddenly becomes a lot easier to bat. It's a good deck still, it's still a good batting pitch.
Clark drives that nicely to mid-on, and Sanderson gets around and prevents that going for any runs.
There are plenty of runs on offer. It's sunny, it has been all day, blue skies. Good batting conditions still. And Durham may be thinking, where does this game go? How can we get something from it? If you just stick around, these two, both very capable batters, the momentum can change.
Conway very interested. It's going to take some getting the ball out of his hand here. He looks in good rhythm. He looks like he has the ball in exactly the condition that he wants it to. He's controlling it nicely.
They're working it really hard, trying to keep this ball in exactly the condition they want it to. Keep it reversing.
Clark whips this away fine. That will just be the single. Yorkshire revival for England down at the Oval. Root and Brook both in the 50s.
Still a long way to go for England though. A big old chase needed at the Oval. That's another track which is historically pretty good for batting. They still require 327 to win. Durham's Emilio Gay has had success since being called up to the international side. 250s, the most recent of which, or the first of which rather, at Lords was a really impressive knock with everybody falling around him. Not quite had that same success today. He fell for 11, Duckett for 9, and Bethel for a full ball duck. But since then, as he said, Ash, the Yorkshire revival will keep England hopes alive. Day 4 there at the Oval, still a day and a bit of a session to go.
Oh, thick inside edge. It's a big appeal. I'm the best part of 100 metres away here and could hear the inside edge there. Ends the over. A good strong over again from Conway. First ball went for 4. Then asked a few questions at the end. Just the 5 from it.
Yeah, there's no doubt that the Northants bowlers are on top right now. And Robinson and Clark just need to see out this period. The ball's moving, but it'll die down soon.
Yeah, this is a moment to identify, can you get through Conway's spell right now? Where's he at? What's he bowled? He must have bowled 5 overs after tea. Let's have a look.
The first over of which, of course, bringing the dismissal of Ben Stokes. Clean bowled for 95. Many here at the Banks Homes Riverside turned up to watch him and were treated to a fantastic knock and would have hoped to see him through to his 100. The sales continues. And he looks so good for it until the tea break. And since then, Durham have just struggled to get going.
Yeah, 5 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 14 in this spell after tea for Conway.
One of those maidens must have been a wicket maiden.
Yeah, it was, yeah, that first one, yeah.
Really taking good care of this ball, taking ages to shine it. Luke Proctor on lead shining duty. What is the key to getting the ball to reverse swing?
Keeping it very dry. Not letting hardly anybody touch it, really. Getting good shine on one side. But yeah, the dryness, I think, is the key to it.
It's been beautiful and sunny all day here in County Durham. Yesterday we had just a little bit of rain. Went off for an early tea. It's created a mammoth final session. A little bit of a wet outfield, although it's still pretty quick. To be fair to the ground staff, they've done a great job. Got this place looking in great condition.
Yeah, it's a beautiful view, isn't it, that we have here, that you guys can see all from the brilliant camera shots from the guys from the media company. Do a brilliant job. Got Ross and Steve with us today.
It's a bit loose from Sales, but legal, says umpire Goff. Yeah, it's a fantastic place to watch cricket, and from our position here at the Finkel end, you've got Lumley Castle off to our right, just peeking through the trees. Shorter, punched away for a single. And England's lucky to have some beautiful cricket grounds all around the country. I was driving past Cheltenham College actually a couple of weeks ago, and I've never been before. And I was literally just driving past, and wow!
Is that where they hold the festival for Gloucester?
Yeah.
Right, okay.
It looks unbelievable. And apparently it's a really nice track as well, but just from the surroundings, you've got the cathedral, the chapel, or whatever it is, and then some old buildings. I'm no architect, but some lovely looking old buildings. And it was a sunny day. It just looked like an absolutely glorious place to play cricket.
Yeah, some of those independent schools have got some incredible settings. There's one just up the road here at Durham School. It's got a beautiful setting, a lovely little ground.
That's not a bad shot either.
Yep, that's home for us.
It's more modest than some of the other international venues. Mostly single-tiered, barring the LNER stand just off to the right of shot.
Yeah, hopefully the hotel gets the go-ahead in the next couple of days.
Where's that going?
There's a hotel due to be built at Fine Leg from where Harry Conway's bowling here, so in the top right corner. Clark whips this one away. Sanderson will get around and cut it off, just be the single. So that's the idea, is to get that hotel in place, and that will come around and kind of join up as one all around that eastern side of the ground. Hotel kind of above, bit like Old Trafford, etc. And
of course became invaluable during the COVID summer.
Indeed.
The Aegeus Bowl one, I believe.
Yeah, that was a bubble. Robinson pushes this one away into the offside and will pick up another single.
We're talking about Cameron Steele before the day's play.
Yeah, what a guy.
Unfortunately forced into an early retirement, but he's taken that in his stride and is working towards a strong career in media and journalism. And
yeah, he's a natural.
Sam Blacklock was telling me before the day's play that you wrote a really nice article about cricket in COVID. It must have been such a strange time for those playing, spending more time with their teammates and their families.
I mean, there was one of the great moments in the club's history here. Chris Rushworth, we talked about him earlier, took a wicket that, God, I hope I'm right here, took him to number one on Durham's all-time list. And the ground was empty, but his dad had managed to sneak into the car park at the top end of the ground and was watching, and it was a pretty emotional, incredible moment, actually. But yeah, in front of nobody.
It's a weird one watching highlights back from that year. In hindsight.
Clark tucks this one away into the leg side and will pick up a single. And another one of my real memories of that is Mark Wood singing Jerusalem down at the cheers ball, I think it was at the time. At the top of his voice, the idiot that he is.
Yeah, that was amazing. And in the moment, it didn't seem too strange. We were just so glad to have any sport back. But in hindsight, what a weird time of watching sport. What was interesting, though, is you could hear much more what was going on in the pitch. Players had to be slightly more careful with what they were saying.
They tried to put the fake crowd noise over the football as well. That was weird. The best part about it, and working from home, I can say it now that I'm not employed by that company, was working from home, and the weather was like this for quite a lot of it. And I reckon the sale of Lazy Boy spas went through the roof, and I spent a lot of time in water. Just keeping my eye on the emails every now and then, but yeah.
I think the good weather that spring and summer probably contributed to a lot of people actually quite enjoying that time.
It made it almost copeable. That one just squares up Robinson to end the over. How many more has Conway got left in the tank? What's that? Is that 14 for the day for him? The scoreboard's just
15.
gone off in 15. Split in 3 spells. One just before lunch, a big spell after lunch, and this one after tea. His 3 wickets have Northamptonshire in a good place. Durham 214 for 5. That'll be the next goal, is to get through to the next bowler from this Finkel end.
Yeah, he's been phenomenal since the break. Harry Conway picking up 2 pretty key wickets. Stokes and Rhodes. If they can see him off, that'll be at least one job done. James Sales again from the Lumley end. Short and punched away. Although you say see off Conway, but that only brings Ben Sanderson back into the attack, who's equally been magnificent today.
He has. I'm just thinking, if the ball's reversing, Conway and Sales have that little bit of extra ball speed, whereas Sanderson is probably more your bulk medium pacer, so he might not get the ball to move as much. Reverse swing normally needs a bit of pace on the ball. Not going to reverse swing from that length.
No, he's been punching it in quite short over the last couple of overs, James Sales. If you're going to get it to swing, you've got to give it a chance. You've got to be a bit brave and pitch it in the other half. These two now just seeing themselves in. Clark's faced 34 deliveries, Robinson's faced 15. The wicket of Will Rhodes coming 14 runs ago. 202 for 5 when that fell.
Managed to tick it over, haven't they, without exploding out of the blocks, this partnership. The scoreboard has kept moving. That run rate now down to just about 4 flat, where it was hovering around the 4.5 and above earlier on today.
It's around 3.5 at the beginning of the day with the 3 wickets and then the rebuild, but once Rhodes and Stokes got into their work, the runs came a lot faster. That's a lot more effort. Good sound effects from James Sales.
Yeah, it was effort, wasn't it? Real effort ball, short and, well, just very short. Graham Clark just almost watched it sail through to the keeper.
Been working hard, the Durham coaches, with their slingers, the sidearms.
Yeah, got betters. Obviously only lasted a few balls. Wanted to get a few more under his belt in preparation for the second innings.
It's moved a little bit and caught Vasconcelos off guard.
Yeah, it's good delivery that from Sales. That one did tail in.
It's moved a mile after it's past the stumps.
There he is. Dale Benkenstein on the left. David Benningham the man with the pads on, and Graham Onions. He's just wandering out onto the pitch there. He's just picked something up. Knowing him, it's probably 10 pence or something, and he'll throw that in his pocket. It'll still be there till it's 20 pence.
Driven away. Oh, 3 runs of that over coming to backwards to deep point. 3 from it. 217 for 5. Robinson on 4. And Clark on 21.
Yeah, just a little lull, isn't there, in the proceedings at the moment. Partnership building in ones. Rebuilding after the fall of 2 wickets after tea. And I'm very curious to see. It is Ben Sanderson. It looks like he's handed his hat.
I think it might be Liam Guthrie, is it?
Oh, you're right. Bit of left arm. Maybe his ball speed as well with a bit of swing. Maybe try round the wicket, get it to swing away from the right-hander.
Judging where he's put his marker, he's just moving it now. I think he's going to... It's hard to tell at the minute, to be fair, but Robinson suggests that he's going to be coming round the wicket.
Yeah, I don't mind this. Just again, create different angles.
I mean, the shirt is long. It is long.
You can't get away with it, can you? I love it. Don't let it go, George. Always hold a grudge.
It's covering the badge. It's about 5 overs for 22 so far. It's not going to get a lot of movement from that. I think this is the first time we've seen him bowl to a right-hander.
Yeah, good shout.
I think he bowled exclusively in the Rhodes-Stokes partnership.
There's just that tiny little bit of tail, bit of reverse.
Yeah, I don't mind the look of that. Definitely a hint of movement. They're really taking care of that ball. Probably not massively helping the over 8. Looks like they're 1 behind at the minute. So nothing too dramatic. Just under 19 overs to play in the day. It's creeping towards 5:30. Played until just past 7 o'clock yesterday.
Just got an email in. I'll read it out in a moment. Just proves you can't please all people all the time. That one's driven beautifully by Clark. And well fielded in the deep. Really nicely fielded. Clark will pick up a couple. Yeah, Terry Stewart says, could you ask the commentators on the live stream to give some credit to Durham, as they appear to rather lean towards the visitors, which can be annoying. It's nice to know I'm not the most biased Durham commentator that's going, because I generally am.
And coming in at 30 for 3, that 150 odd run partnership definitely put Durham in a better position than they thought they would have. And again, some credit goes to Durham as a bowling side for creating as many chances as they did.
Don't pander, George. Don't be that guy. Hammered by Clark. Full toss, got exactly what it deserved. You can see what Guthrie's trying to do. Pitch it up and get it to swing. And Clark just getting some momentum back for Durham.
However, look at the scoreboard. That one is definitely behind. Deficit still 227. Still a way to go before they avoid the follow-on, and then they're still 150 behind from there.
Stop being negative towards Durham, please.
I can't win.
Short and down the leg side. And the aching body of Vasconcelos does well. Sun blazing on his back.
Ooh.
And again, wild and down the leg side. Hasn't quite got it right to start off this spell from Guthrie. But nice partnership building here for Durham. Still trailing by 2.27. Clark on 27. Robinson on 4. 2.23 for 5. Not all the numbers. And importantly, 18 overs remaining in the day.
Going to be James Sales continuing after Ricardo Vasconcelos just has a little bit of attention from the 12th man.
I reckon it was Stevie who sent in that email.
Not entirely sure what that was about. Looked like he was tending to his gloves. Probably not best pleased Ricky Vasconcelos about being thrown down the leg side time and again, having already faced 295 deliveries of his own, putting on 187. It's James Sales. Wally Robinson, short and wide. Cut away. They come back for the second and get home pretty comfortably, and it's good running. And it's not being a partnership laden with boundaries, just a 3 off Graham Clark's bat. Well, that's the case. You've got to make sure you still continue to apply pressure with running between the wickets. Turn a good ball into a single. Fast bowlers hate that. And they bowl one of their best balls, and you still manage to make it into turn it into a run-scoring delivery. Angling right in, honing in on the pads. Wally Robinson. He looked a bit shaky to start with, but he's 17 deliveries into this innings now, looking a lot more comfortable.
Exactly halfway, mate. 2.25 for 5.
At this point, the trumpeter normally plays a certain tune.
A little bit of a mix-up out there.
Almost. Tried
No
their best.
harm, yeah.
All it needed was a bit of Emilio Gay.
Oh, wow. I wonder if Ben Duckett's forgiven him yet.
Well, it's that new opening partnership, Duckett and Gay. After Duckett and Crawley looked pretty in tune with each other. Pulled away, over the top. And it's really good from safe save to cover round. Robinson not quite getting all of it. But again, they come back for 2.
Harry Brook gone in the test match.
Ooh.
58 from 54. Matt Henry carrying on his good work.
Brings James Rue to the crease. Ash is a fellow left-hander. Does it seem maybe a touch early for him to be playing Test cricket?
It's no. I think he's deserved his spot on the way to runs, and what I do find strange is that he's batting in front of Cox, and I don't know whether they're just wanting to keep kind of Smith batting at 6, Stokes at 7 kind of vibe going along.
I guess one explanation could be Cox batting with the tail, maybe. As a bigger hitter.
Potentially, yeah. Ollie Robinson just starting to look a little bit more positive in his movements. You mentioned a touch of a shaky start, but it looks like he's now got his bat flow working and he's looking to score.
It's 4 from the over. 4 from the over. 2 twos. Durham 227 for 5. The deficit is 223. It's going to be Liam Guthrie again from the Finkel end.
Yeah, it wasn't a great start from him, was it, in that first over? Tried to bowl really full.
You're just having a look at the local leagues. Ash, how are your boys getting on?
Just took a wicket on tee there, felling 71 for 5, chasing 253. AJ Ty just picked up his first wicket, which is nice. Benwell Hill 318. Castle Eden 109 for 4 in pursuit. This might be a day of draws by the look of it. Look like they've almost shut up shop there. The top of the table clash. Clark pushes and runs to Harry Conway, who's clapping, I'm assuming, the bowler rather than the batters for taking the single. Yeah, South Northumberland 129 for 3, chasing 240 for victory away to Burnmore. If South Northumberland win that, you'll think that'll take them a long way to winning the title back.
Sounds like that game's well set up. 120 odd to win.
Yeah. That's a nice flow again in defence. Ashington 99 for 7, chasing 288 at Shotley Bridge. Seam Harbour have just lost a wicket. They're 80 for 4, chasing 280. So, some interesting games set up for the last kind of hour and a half of Premier League cricket this afternoon in the North East. Robinson drives nicely, but it will go straight to the sweeper. Safe Saib out there on the boundary. Do they go back to spin here? Would you go back to Harrison? Or would you try Safe Saib? A couple of righties out there.
Well, we saw the ball reversing a few overs ago, but it seems to have just died down a little bit. Guthrie not quite having the effect that they might have hoped.
Yeah, I think Conway had it right under control, didn't he? He kind of worked into his spell with that ball. That's short and pulled around the corner and pulled away for 4 by Clark. Nicely controlled. Guthrie just leaking a few here.
Yeah, boundaries have been few and far between. But Clark latching onto that one quickly. Short and down the leg side, and he won't miss out on that. Yeah, I thought Calvin Harrison's looked quite good today.
I think the advantage that Harrison had when he was bowling to the left hand is he was catching the rough.
Yeah.
So that now kind of disappears a little bit with the two right-handers being in. So it just again offers a different dynamic to the game. Clark tucks this away into the leg side. They'll think of a second, but will settle rightly for 1.
I still think the leg spinner with that rough just outside leg stump, the bat pad in, maybe even a leg slip or a leg gully or something.
I think his height's a good advantage, so he's going to get bounce.
Extra bounce.
Safe Zabe, not the tallest, but will probably give you a little bit more control.
I mean, they've got runs to play with.
Yeah, still leading by, 215, 216?
They can afford to be aggressive.
I'm surprised I haven't really gone to a short ball tactic yet either. We saw that from Durham quite a lot. Maybe they feel that their attack doesn't really suit that. But it seems almost a default of most sides that you see these days. A little partnership develops and all of a sudden it's bomb alley. As you can see what a beautiful afternoon we've got here in Chesley Street.
Yeah, they started going short to Stokes, and he did offer up that one chance off the short ball, the
He
top
did,
edge.
yeah.
But on the whole, he was pretty comfortable playing it. Durham didn't have loads of success with the short ball either. And I think where Northants have had success, it's just bowling on that line and length. And maybe chucking in the odd short ball for the element of surprise. But they've taken 5 wickets today in a session and a bit. I don't think there's any need yet to change it too much as James Sales continues. Again, they've got runs to play with. Maybe it's worth having a look.
Yeah, just trying something different. Maybe they're happy with the patient approach. Got a couple of sweepers out now and making Durham almost work for every run. Sometimes when you go to that short ball tactic, runs can flow. Are we going to get a ball change here? McSweeney, not for the first time today, has approached umpire Goff. He's now obscuring our view. Is he trying to get it through the rings, or is there a part of the ball that's maybe needs some attention?
Looks like he's
got the scissors,
out.
yeah. Little multi-tool Michael has at his disposal.
Well, yesterday we saw a new ball for Durham, which was changed super early on.
3, wasn't there?
In the 20th or thereabouts over was the first new ball, and the second new ball came in the 47th over. So they changed the ball twice. So when they did take the new ball in the 80th over, it's actually the 4th different Duke's ball they had in their hand. It's just some late tail in with the aid of the surface there.
Yeah, again, I think they could be a little bit fuller here. Really try and target the stumps with that reverse.
Yeah, since James Sales has come back on, he has just dropped his lengths back a little bit. And he's looked less dangerous since he's done so. Just be a bit brave. Chuck it up a little bit. Oh, we're going to have a further delay here. Luke Proctor, chief bull shiner, not happy with the state.
Get the scissors back out. Coffee.
CBO. Luke Proctor for the afternoon.
Oh, getting a bit of sweat off the back.
Chief ball officer. Wherever you can find sweat. I saw some chest sweat was on offer earlier. Some
nice.
Forehead sweat.
Definitely seen the armpit in operation.
Down the leg side again and parried for a single. That will be byes.
Yeah, it's not a happy wicket keeper. It's a tired wicket keeper. He still hasn't got himself up yet.
He can have a laugh about it.
He does see the funny side. Sort of.
All I've heard there, I've just heard the word James Rue. I don't know what the context of that comment is. But maybe he's feeling sympathy for his fellow wicketkeeper. That's tailed in a long way as well. James.
Oh. What was Conway doing there? Is he cramped up, do you think?
Yeah, looks like it.
He's got the old straight peg leg on. Yeah, going into stretch mode.
He's got through a lot of work today. Some long spells. Just cramping up at the wrong time. Did still stop the ball, though. Yeah, James Rue has been in the spotlight quite a lot yesterday.
He's in it right now, isn't he?
And he's in it right now at the crease. 3 or 14 so far. There is the short ball. Fended off by Euler Robinson, who I thought might go crossbat, but he's risen with the ball. It's hit right up near the handle. Pretty safe hands for James Rue. He's batting with Joe Root, who's faced 107 deliveries. When you come in as a new batter, it's always nice to have someone who's set at the other end.
Oh, yeah.
And if there's anyone to guide him through this innings, it's going to be the standing captain, England's leading run scorer, Joe Root. That was an amusing moment in the first innings, actually, when Root hit his first boundary. And the Oval crowd let out a chant of "Roo"
Rather than the old tea at the
rather
end.
than "Roo." And then we were, well, not we, the old fellas on TMS were thinking about a situation in which Root and Roo may bat together and the confusion that may entail.
Absolutely. Well, they're in the thick of it right now, aren't they?
Getting their wish. Roo has hit a boundary, so I wonder, I wonder what happened. We have fun. We do have fun.
We've got a little change here. Or do we still have Guthrie? I'm looking through double tinted windows.
Looks like it's going to be Sanderson.
Yeah. Yeah, not a great spell that from Guthrie. Just allowed pressure off a little bit. Ball very full that first over. Clark meets him with a cut shot. That will go out to the sweeper.
So they haven't turned to spin yet, but James Sales, I reckon, won't have too many more from the Lumley end. So when he comes off, I wonder if it will be back to Calvin Harrison.
Is that him in the gully who's doing some random calisthenics stretching?
Well, he's got the wide brim on,
I think it is, isn't it?
which narrows it down slightly. Oh, that's not
That one
bounced
gets
at all.
through just about everything. Ollie Robinson standing up, looking to punch.
Just looking back in a confused daze, because that really hasn't bounced at all. Barely got above his ankles. It's an absolute P-roller. Wonder what Victor Main will be thinking, lounging in his deck chair at the sight of that.
I think Ollie Robinson's just happy that wasn't straight. Solidly onto the front foot this time. Moved into double figures now, Ollie Robinson. 10 from 30. Graham Clark on 35. Still 14 overs after this remaining in the day. It's been a great day's cricket. See Durham hit back this morning, picking up the 4 wickets that they needed. Then Northants punched straight back, picking up 3 wickets either side of lunch. Before a brilliant partnership between Ben Stokes and Will Rhodes took Durham into a position of strength. Edged and will run away. Down to third for 4. Died before it got to slip. But not totally in control there, Ollie Robinson, at all.
No, he just played it soft enough and late enough that it's died before getting to Justin Broad.
And then a little burst after tea from Harry Conway. Picked up Stokes on 95. Picked up Will Rhodes. And Durham were back in trouble. Another nice little partnership building here between these two. Nicely played. A couple of shouts of weight there.
It's a lovely straight shot. It's not quite straight enough to hit the stumps, but it does remind me of a video I saw a couple of weeks ago, which I think was maybe even from last summer, in an age group game, a County 18s game, where the batters hit it straight.
Oh, he got bowled.
So hard.
Yeah, that's weird, right? Oh, a little bit of lift there from Sanderson. Ollie Robinson aerially gets that past Harrison in the gully and will pick up a couple. A little bit happening in that over. 7 runs from a Durham point of view. 1 running underground and 1 with a little bit of extra bounce.
Yeah, he hit it so hard that it rebounded off middle stump, rolled all the way back and hit his own stumps, and he was given out bowled. But they have now changed that law. So if that does happen, it's no longer out bowled.
How unlucky is that?
Yeah.
He should have got 4. He's hit the stump. You encourage your kids to play straight. He hits it straight.
Yeah, absolutely.
Imagine explaining that one to Dad. How'd you get out? Oh, I got bowled. What?
James Sales does continue. I wonder how many more he's got in him. At least one. He's got through 10 so far for 33. Looks like a call of a no ball from Michael Goff. I'll just wait to see. Yes, confirmed, no ball and a leg by. Now James Sales inspects that front line where his left foot pitched. That is one thing maybe to note, that in the Northamptonshire innings they were given 47 in sundries. Just a bit of extra help would have been their
It's a lot of help.
top scorer. "14 buys, 15 leg buys, 8 wides, 5 of those coming in one delivery, and 10 no balls."
There was 1 4 wides this morning that Ollie Robinson had 0 chance of getting to. I think it was Stokes pushed one down the leg side. The ball just kept swinging away. Ollie Robinson knew it was buys and just almost turned his back on the world.
It's short.
That's
Is it
gotta
too
be
short?
wide,
It
yeah.
is too short. So we've had a head height wide, we've had a front foot no ball. What else is in this bag of tricks? James Sales has run in 3 times. The scoreboard says he's only bowled once. No ball plus leg by. Gee, that's only 1 delivery, but that 2 no ball plus 1 leg by takes up about half the
It's a
scoreboard.
busy scoreboard.
That's a full bunger, which is missed out on by Ollie Robinson. He looks up to the skies.
I'm on Vasco watch. Is that? Can we just make that a thing now? There he is.
There we go. He wouldn't be putting on this much for a show if he hadn't scored 187. That's for sure.
Hopefully he's milking it.
So we've had a full banger. We've had a no ball. We've had a head height wide.
What a shot.
A lovely, lovely straight drive for 4.
Just came wider on the crease there, Sales, and Ollie Robinson met it with a beautiful straight bat. That brings up the 50 partnership, does it? And the 250. Is it the 50 partnership? Where are we at?
It will be, yes.
Yeah.
252. That brings the score. They came in at 202 for 5.
There you go. Good fight back from this pair after tea. There you can see it flashing up on the board. The media company guys are on fire right now. Ross is munching on something in there. Not sharing as usual. The leftover Chinese from last night, probably knowing him. Yep, thumbs up. Stevie's upstairs, got a weed or something to nibble on.
What was your dinner last night?
I had a curry. Yeah,
Oh, you said
had that
the mixed meat curry,
madras.
of
Oh
course.
my god. Sign me up. I'd do it again.
Had myself a little chicken stir fry with a big
Nice.
pack of mixed veg, which was 75% off. Still came to 126. Oh, I thought it must have been an expensive pack of veg. That's missed everything somehow from this over, which has had almost everything. Maybe everything just barring a wicket. This run rate still just hovering above 4 and over. The deficit into the 100s. 198. Well, it could be a 6 from here, to be honest. I'm so far away. I reckon that's an 8 for my money.
Yeah, my eyes are not great through multiple windows and sunglasses. 198. Yeah, bang on, they were 450, weren't they?
And that is the end of a slightly truncated James Sales over, and I wonder maybe that will be his last. A wide, a no ball, and a boundary. 252 for 5.
Yeah, 60 overs done now. First batting point on the board for Durham. Northants 1 wicket away from a second bowling point. If you want to keep your eye on all the bonus points as it goes up on the old scoreboard right now. Right on cue.
On the subject of points in county cricket, I for one am of the opinion that something needs to change, because there are so many draws.
Do you think
in
people
the county
play for
championships.
bonus points rather than results?
You get so much for a high scoring draw. You get almost as many points for a high scoring draw as you do for a low scoring win. And it just doesn't quite sit right for me, and I think it potentially leads to teams playing for the draw, because why risk losing in order to win when your reward for winning doesn't match the risk it takes? That was a very ineloquent way of saying my point.
It made sense, even to my thick head.
But in my
No
opinion,
ball again.
they just need to disincentivise the draw.
Yeah, I mean, there's no real bonus point system. If you compare the Sheffield Shield back in Australia, you get points for a win. You do get points for a draw, but there's no batting points, bowling points. So the reward is there to, rather than thinking like we're talking about bonus points in this game now, is to see how can either of these teams set up to win the game. So yeah, I think it's a very valid point that you're making.
Talking of winning the game and being aggressive, we've got Guthrie, who's just come in incredibly straight. He's almost standing on the wicket.
Yeah, got good field here. Catching mid-wicket. Man catching at, well, not quite a silly mid-on, but a very short mid-on. Man catching in the covers. Calvin Harrison still warming up, doing his can leg kicks in the gully.
As is Luke Proctor.
Clark allows this through. 254 for 5. In reply to 450 all out for Northamptonshire. Tell you where the action's happening at Ropery Lane, mate, up the road. Felling a 7 down. Last I checked, anyway. Might be 8. Clark defends to that man Guthrie, who you rightly pointed out. Eight down now. Felling.
Some serious stretching going on.
It's a great... If he's not coming on to bowl, this is the biggest hint I've ever seen in my life to a captain that I am ready skipper. He's gone on to do some Merv Hugheses on his back and leg rotations and lumbar rotations. Liam Guthrie in play again. Just the no ball from the over, or are we done? Or do we still have one left? Still one left. Ben Sanderson was kind of hoping that was the end of the over. .254 for 5. Closing in on 6 o'clock here. Still 12 overs remaining after this one. Clark misses out on one down the leg side. That does end the over now. 254 for 5.
And with this partnership now just beyond 50, the game feels like it's just going into a bit of a lull. Durham managed to just slow down the momentum from the early wickets in this final session. Stokes falling first at the hands of Conway, and then Rhodes not far behind him. Calvin Harrison is going to come on from the Lumley end. There are some pads going on as well. George Bartlett is going to stick the helmet back on at short leg. This will be Calvin Harrison to the right-handed combination. With 12 overs to go, we may think about where this game can go from here. Durham still 196 behind.
Yeah, you're trying to look ahead, aren't you, here as both sides? Where do you want to be at close of play? Durham ideally don't want to be more than 5 down. Northampton will be thinking, if we can take 2 here, and then we build a big lead tomorrow, then we make them bat last on a pitch that's wearing. Has shown the odd one's gone down. There has been a little bit of turn out of the rough. So how can we move into a winning position?
Liam Guthrie, my apologies. Calvin Harrison gives that plenty of flight. Doesn't manage to pitch it. That's a familiar sight.
Can tell you what.
Scrimshaw on means someone's off. Imagine it could be James Sales. Wicket's the key for Northants. Looks unlikely as it stands that they're going to be able to enforce a follow-on.
Partnership's the key here for Durham. Where are we at? Still 18 overs after this one to the second new ball. And you always feel here at the Riverside that it is a new ball wicket. I tell you what, things have escalated quickly up the road at Ropery Lane. Chesley Street have won. AJ Ty with 4 for 35. Gets the boys home. Young Zach Maudsley on the academy here with 3 for 26 as well to his name.
There's a bit of turn.
Yeah.
Gave it a bit of flight. A lot of revs. It's probably turned a stump and a half. Although he's far too wide to be of any danger. Might just be in the mind of Ollie Robinson now. When he does pitch one there on leg stump, he had to come forward, wrapped him on the pad. We just saw Safe Zabe there on screen. I wonder if he'll have a bowl at some point today. Maybe that's been and gone. Down the ground. And there's no fielders there.
Great shot.
4 runs to Ollie Robinson's total. He moves on to 25. Durham to 260.
It's on the back of a handy win for the seconds, who have got home by 9 wickets as well today. Nice day for Chesley Street Cricket Club. A nice little period of play here for Durham as we close in on the end of day 2. This game is moving forward.
You get the sense it's a big 11 overs coming up. As you said, Ash, pretty key here that Durham go to the close of play still 5 down. If Northants can pick up a couple of quick wickets, I think they're right within a chance of winning this outright.
That one hits the pad. Oh, the finger goes up immediately. Wow, he's giving him out quick there, Treadwell. Graham Clark doesn't like it. I'm going to have a look at that one on a little replay on our stream. But no matter what I think, that Clark has to go. That's a big breakthrough. 260 for 6.
It was definitely flirting with the leg stump, but it looks like it's certainly doing a lot on the angle. think for my money that might be going down.
I
think he'd certainly be reviewing it if he had the choice, if he had the chance.
Well, it ends an excellent partnership. We just said that Durham wouldn't want to go any more than 5 down. But Clark goes LBW for 36 to Ben Sanderson. And the pick of the bowlers really have been Sanderson and Conway. I mean, obvious statement when you look at the scorecard. Casey Aldridge is the new man to the crease. Both opening bowlers have picked up 3 wickets each. 3 for 73 for Sanderson, 3 for 40 for Conway. And again, Durham need another partnership here. They do bat deep. Got Aldridge, Rain, Potts and Parkinson still in the shed.
Yeah, Aldridge, not a bad batting record. 2 centuries to his name. And he's amassed nearly 1,500 first-class runs, a high score of 180 coming against Somerset last year at the back end of the season. And this year, high score of 99. He was trapped LBW by Higgins on early May against Middlesex.
Right, on the money again, Sanderson asking good questions.
You don't mind that. A double centurion coming in at number 8. And Ben Rain coming in after him. Also very handy with the bat. (190) the deficit. 41 to go to avoid the follow-on.
It's a thick inside edge. You can just feel the energy is really lifted there amongst the Northants fielders.
Yeah, this wicket come at a really good time, as it just feels like the game is going into a bit of a quiet period. And that 50 partnership had come up. And Durham had just managed to stop the Northants' momentum. And just as that happened, they managed to pick up another wicket. They're re-energised.
Aldridge defends comfortably.
So we're saying Durham going to the close of play won't want to be any more than 5 down, or they certainly can't be any more than 6 down. Conversely, Northamptonshire will be thinking if they can just snag a quick couple of wickets in the last 10 overs, and they're in P1.
They've got a great little period here. Can go hard, then they can go hard, and then they'll pick up the new ball early tomorrow morning. 260 for 6, Durham. And an over. Wicket maiden for Sanderson. Excellent work from him today. 260 for 6. To a ripple of applause from maybe 2 or 3 people just out in front of us.
It's going to be Calvin Harrison to continue. Yes, the helmets are wielded out, and George Bartlett is going to be stuck in at short leg. Justin Broad at first slip. And Scrimshaw's back off the field now, as he continues a long walk round back towards the pavilion. short. Cut away for a single.
He's got the jumper on now, Guthrie. That'll please you.
At least it covers up.
Would you be double filthy if you could see the shirt underneath the jumper
It'd
hanging
be
down?
so much worse, yeah. That would be inexcusable. If you can see the shirt under the jumper poking through, that is your number one sign that needs to be tucked in.
McSweeney got the long sleeve shirt on and untucked. Might be an Aussie thing, mate.
Yeah, at least McSweeney's shirt's not as long. Can't be the only one. It can't just be me. Shirts come untucked, of course, that's a possibility.
Yeah, I don't think there's any excuse. You should have your shirt tucked in. I'm with you. Maybe not as passionate, but I'm with you. Glen Chappell just having a wander down in front of us with a couple of the medical staff here. A Lancashire legend, now part of the coaching staff with Northamptonshire.
Talking of cricketing aesthetic,
Oh, here we go.
Alex Lees had quite the look at the end of the day yesterday. He had his cap off, tucked into his trousers, and he had his sunnies
Oh, yeah.
pinned down his shirt.
Just needed the overthrow.
And it just looked like he was on holiday. Maybe just a touch short this over from Harrison. One from it. Durham 261 for 6.
There is Chappie on the right there. Be happy with life at the moment, I would have thought. The visitors played some good cricket so far this week in what was billed up as a pretty big game. Top of the table clash. Durham sitting on top, Northamptonshire sitting in second place. Kent have had a real resurgence as well in Division 2. They sit in third place. Kent in battle with Middlesex. Kent 416 all out. Middlesex 262 for 6. So a good battle there as well between third and fourth. Edged again. This one hit slip. Maybe right on the knee. Doesn't carry. And Robinson will pick up a single. I'll tell you who's on a real bad run at the moment. Lancashire. Derbyshire 364 all out. Lancashire 161 all out and 120 for 4 in their second innings. Still trailing by 83.
It's been a feature of their last few weeks. Low totals.
And Worcestershire 210 for 5 in reply to Gloucester's 289 all out. So lots of interestingly poised games in Division 2.
That Kent game, incredibly parallel to this one here.
Nuts.
Middlesex also 6 down, trailing by 153.
Max Holden and Zafar Gahar with a big partnership, bailing Middlesex out there. Aldridge defends away into the offside.
It's been a good day's cricket so far. Plenty of wickets have fallen. There Been plenty of runs and some glorious shots in that partnership between Stokes and Rhodes. And a healthy enough crowd here at the Banks Homes Riverside have enjoyed the sun. Saturday.
Aldridge again defending, yet to get off the mark.
If they're to come back tomorrow, well then you'll see Durham batting for the first bit of the day, trying to pile on as many runs as they can, try and get as close to that 450 as possible. And then, no doubt, I'll see Northants try and pile on some quick runs, give themselves enough time to try and take all 10 wickets.
Aldridge again, solid in defence. Doesn't look in any hurry out there, knowing that this is a huge period in the game, leading into into stumps even on day 2. 8 overs left after this ball from Sanderson. I think around half an hour left in the day. Bright sunshine here at the Banks Homes Riverside. It's been a great day for cricket, and we've seen some really good cricket from both sides. It's ebbed and flowed. Aldridge pushes into the offside and somehow gets a run. I'm not sure, that was hit pretty much straight at Scrimshaw. And Aldridge keeps a strike. 1 from 15. Robinson 27 from 45. Durham 263 for 6. Trailing by 187.
It's been a good day's cricket, but look at that shot. It's been a good day for watching cricket.
Yeah, it has.
We've still got a fair few patrons out in the LNER stand, enjoying the late afternoon sun. The time just ticks past 6 o'clock. Just ticks past 6:15. Still got 8 overs to bowl today, and at least one of them is going to be bowled by Calvin Harrison from the Lumley end. Again, maybe just a touch short. I'd like to see him trying to bring these two onto the front foot. I think that's where he's going to be most potent. It's a better length, but maybe a tad too straight. And it's clipped away off the toes of Aldridge, and it goes for 4.
He's timed that beautifully, Casey Aldridge. Shouts of catch. Couldn't quite see how aerial that was, but it was right in a gap.
It seemed like a bit of a hopeful shout for me. Seemed pretty in control of it. Just turned his wrist over it beautifully. That's the area. That's exactly where he wants to be, Calvin Harrison. Pitching on about middle and leg. And we've seen enough evidence so far that the odd one might just turn. There we go, that's exactly where he needs to be. Because the one that doesn't turn, well, that's always got the possibility of just taking the inside edge, hitting the pad and ballooning up to George Bartlett at short legs. This is a really good couple of deliveries from Calvin Harrison. Maybe just drags it a touch short there. But as long as he is on that length on middle and leg, he's in the game. And so is LBW. So is Bold, and so is George Bartlett at short leg. That one given a bit too much flight. Ends up being a full toss, which is driven down the ground. Casey Aldridge will keep the strike. 5 from the over. He moves on to 5. And Durham move on to 268 for 6. That's Aldridge on 6. My apologies.
7 overs left in the day's play. It's going to be Sanderson again, Just wondering if we would maybe see a little burst from Conway to finish the day. The pair of them have been superb. 3 wickets apiece. They're in deep conversation. Come on, lads, it's 20 past 6. Still 7 overs left. Come on. Let's get this game moving. Aldridge gets it moving with a lovely pull shot. But we'll find the sweeper, Liam Guthrie, out in the deep. Just pick up a single.
Even though the ball's not moving as much as it was around 50 overs in, they're still taking really good care of it. Luke Proctor's taking ages to shine it. Now it's George Bartlett who's given it a go on his jumper. They're really taking good care of it, just in case it will start to reverse again.
Robinson hasn't had much strike, George, has he, of late? No, it's hit him a similar line to the one from Clark.
No, maybe these two are short on boundaries. Just need to rotate the strike a little bit more. Stop any one bowler from getting into a rhythm and having too many consecutive deliveries at the same batsman.
Good from Robinson, lovely straight bat, and really good from Sanderson as well. Seen some top quality cricket here from the two best sides in the division, going head to head.
They've done well, these two, so far, just to dig in a little bit. Make sure that 2 wickets did not fall in quick succession.
Robinson eases onto the front foot and pushes one out to save Zabe, who's done plenty of grazing out there in front of the scoreboard. Well, the electronic scoreboard anyway. Pick up another single, Ollie Robinson.
It's Harry Conway. Sorry, Ash.
Go on.
Harry Conway, who's got the ball to talk the most with the reverse swing. He's still keeping really good care of it. I've just seen him start to warm up a little bit. So with 6 overs
I'd give him a couple at least.
to go in the day, I'd be surprised if we don't see him with a short burst for a couple of overs before stumps.
Bringing in the man at deep square. There's a catcher at mid-wicket, catching cover. In fact, that man McSweeney, mid-wicket, goes right onto the edge of the pitch. You'll see him come into your picture when Ben Sanderson starts running into ball. 2 catching men on the leg side. And he's knocked him over. He has knocked Casey Aldridge's off stump out of the ground. And Northants pick up their 7th wicket. Aldridge goes for 7. 270 for 7. Still trailing by 180. Just looks like he's played down the wrong line.
Yeah, he's played down Piccadilly. The ball's gone down Bakerloo, as blowers might have said back in the day. And it has looked like it's pretty up and down, to be fair. He's putting it in the right areas though, Sanderson. It's tailed in just a touch. And Durham, we've said this a few times today, are in a bit of bother. It's 270 for 7 as Ben Rain walks out into the middle. The deficit, importantly, still 180. They need to get beyond 150 if they want to avoid the follow-on. Ben Rain's got a lot of power behind him when he likes. He's got a surprise 100 draft coming up later in the summer. bad little snag. He's got some batting to do here. Just over 6 overs to go. He's got a delivery of Sanderson, and then you liked it earlier, Ash, was the leg spin of Harrison hitting the rough outside off and coming back in to the left-handers. We'll have a bit more of that, no doubt. And then he might have a bit of Harry Conway to navigate before the close of play as well. It's glorious sunshine here at the Banks Homes Riverside. Proper evening cricket as we are one day from the summer solstice, the longest day of the year. And it's days like this which is what I look forward to so much in the winter, as the shadows just start to lengthen and the sun still blazing out over the field of play.
4 for 77, Sanderson. Rain off the mark immediately, guided down to third. He'll pick up a couple. That ends another wicket taking over from Ben Sanderson. 4 for 79 now for him. 6 overs left in the day. Durham 272 for 7.
It's going to be Calvin Harrison again, who removes his wide brim hat and hands it to Michael Goff. Now, at what point do the umpires change ends? I thought it was a change of innings.
Yeah, normally, yeah. No, change of like total first innings. So
total first innings, right. Goff has been stationed for the best part of 2 days at the Lumley end, Treadwell at the Finkel end. And it's been Treadwell who's had the majority of the decision making. A lot of the close calls coming from the Finkel end, and he's been fairly hesitant on raising the finger. Less so today. Some last minute adjustments to the field. Ollie Robinson on strike, which means everyone's back. I think he's quite keen to have a go at the fresh to the crease Ben Rain. No fielders in the ring on the offside, and only one fielder in the ring on the leg side, and that's George Bartlett, who's actually on his knees right now. I imagine he'll stand up, but there we go. 2 slips in and a short leg. Calvin Harrison just had a couple of deliveries in that last over which were perfect for me. That's where I'd want him to be bowling. It's a touch short and a touch wide, but it will bring Ben Rain onto strike, so we won't mind that. And I'll have 3 deliveries at the left-hander. So what you noticed earlier, Ash, was just landing it wide of his off stump, hitting that rough and bringing it back in.
Yeah, he'll surely come round the wicket here as well.
He's having a little discussion off screen.
I'd have kept the field exactly as it was there. Leg slip, short leg.
They've taken a slip out. So they brought everyone in to the ring, barring one sweeper on the leg side. And he's coming round, you're right, Ash. Ben Rain advances down the track. And it's well stopped off his own bowling by Harrison. So an interesting tactic here from Rain, trying to get to the pitch of the ball. As he takes his guard well outside off stump. Trying to cover off the stumps as much as possible, and by the time he hit that, you could pretty much see all 3 stumps behind him.
Proctor still favouring that left hand. You see him just feeling that ball there and was wincing as he picked it up. Probably forgot it's been that long since he's fielded a ball.
Saw him for 2 overs. In that first over, he injured his hands, courtesy of Ben Stokes, and haven't seen him since. Ben Rain getting outside the line, half a shot of catch as he flicks it away to a longish on, and he takes a single. He'll retain the strike. 2 from the over. Durham at 274 for 7.
Yeah, tidy over again from Harrison, keeping some pressure from his end as the seamers wheel away from the other end. Well, they just change it up and give Conway the last couple from the Lumley end. Lovely day to be stuck inside all day, but watch some great cricket here today. There's definitely worse places to be.
We've had the window open.
We
which
have.
has been lovely. Makes it feel slightly more outside.
At least we've got air in here. The boys in the mixing studio it's like a cesspit in there. You can smell Ross from here through the walls. Ben Rainford, yeah, like a teenage boy's bedroom. No air, 2 fans on, bless them. And we've got the best of it here. Window wide open. Great view. Chesley Street bathed in sunshine most of the day, especially here at the Banks Homes Riverside.
Well, our commentary box here is the same one that Test Match Special use. And the stipulation for them is that they have to have a window in the room for their effects.
It's a bit diva-ish, isn't it?
And when they built the new media centre at Lord's,
No windows?
not windows that open. Had to redo
Well,
it.
obviously they've got windows, otherwise you'd watch everything off the monitors. What a stupid... It is late in the day, guys, I apologise. Yeah, no, just a brick wall. Get a look in the car park.
They had to redo that at great expense, and they've now got windows which open outwards. So we're lucky to have the fresh air coming into the box.
Indeed. Rain in defence. Thinks of a single. Guthrie does the work.
One of those days, Ash, which won't happen because it's mid-game, but you can just see the outfield bathed in sunshine. You just would like to see some of the kids having a kick around on the outfield, a few of the players with a drink in their hands.
It's funny that I've just thought about, like mentioned a few times, my club game finished probably about 40 minutes ago, and I know for a fact they'll all be sitting there rehydrating on the outfield, and there will be kids running around playing.
Oh, that's what it's all about.
100%. Nicely clipped away by Ben Rain. Should pick up a couple here. Safe Sabe does the fielding.
When it's deep in winter, and I think forward to the summer, that for me is my image of summer. Is a bunch of people in slightly dirty whites after a long day of cricket with a drink in hand, maybe a barbecue going as well.
Oh,
And some kids around playing a bit of
the dream.
uppies.
Bit of one hand, one bounce. I was just checking there. I doubted myself, but Safe Sabe is one of those ones that throws right arm, bowls left arm. Oh, he's left it right off the face of the bat. Saw Harry Conway do that very early this morning.
Do you say?
Yeah, throws right hand.
Throws right hand, bowls left
There's
hand.
a load of them knocking
So
around.
I've
Like
been told-
Summit,
Leach,
Mills.
Dawson.
Yeah. So there's a load of them.
I can't remember with whom I was talking about this earlier, but I was a couple of weeks ago. And I wonder where it comes from. It must be a naturally right-handed person.
Agree. But
Maybe
Safe
it's
Zabe, left arm batter, left arm bowler,
just developed as
throws right hand. This is driven in the air but doesn't carry to the man behind point. That ends another Sanderson over. 4 overs left in the day. 276 for 7.
It's an interesting one because being a left-arm spinner, especially as a youth cricketer, you're of more use, you're more in demand.
Oh yeah.
You're
Everybody wants one.
a rare species. Does it just develop as, all right, lad, you're going to be a left-arm spinner because you'll have a better chance?
I think most of them probably start out life as a seamer. I know I played a lot of cricket with Graham Bridge, who's at Burnmore Cricket Club now, but played for Durham for quite a number of years, and he was a quick but had a bit of back trouble and ended up bowling left arm spin.
Calvin Harrison resumes. He's still just a touch short for my liking. But we have a lot of right-handed bowlers who bat left-handed. That makes sense because your right hand is your dominant hand.
Agreed.
But throwing
So why are we
with
called
one
left-handed?
hand- That's a great shout.
We bat on the right-hand side of the stumps.
I guess it's right-handed because that's just correct-handed.
So it's right rather than right.
Yeah.
Right? Hey, we're getting deep here at the end of the day.
Now, a maximum of 5 deliveries against the left-handed Ben Rain. They'll like the look of this. Safe save comes in to a straight, short mid-on, we'll call that.
Yeah, you can have that.
He uses his feet to come down the track and drives it straight under the dive of Luke Proctor for 4.
Yeah, it's not what Proctor needed, that to his left hand, which he damaged earlier, trying to field the ball off his own bowling from Ben Stokes. But positive footwork from Ben Rain.
That's a
Advancing.
great camera shot as he just hit it towards the advertising hoardings which said don't get caught on the back foot. Well, he certainly didn't do that. Come dancing down the track to turn a good length ball into a half volley. Oh, they like that for a minute. For me, I think that's hit the pad, but it's well outside the line.
Back hip, I think, yeah.
Squared himself up quite nicely there, Ben Rain. Got himself into a touch of trouble.
It's a good delivery, that from Harrison.
That's what you've been saying. That's the area outside off stump. Get it coming back in. Swept.
Oh, no.
And that is some end of day fielding. We've had a few under 12 moments today, and that may be the most under 12 of them all.
That is, I'm going to catch it. I can't get it. Oh, no. And other words to those.
I think by the time, at the moment the ball's past him, he's got his back to it.
Yeah, he tried to butt cheek it down, didn't he?
Gonna get that on the replay. Yeah.
Well, you can see he's reversed, yeah.
Long story short, 4 runs to the total of Ben Rain. Punches that off the back foot, and that's going to be 4 to a vacant offside.
Oh, it's going to tease Conway, but it gets there. Harry didn't want to set off after that one. You could hear one of the lads just shout, "Come on, Harry!"
It's been a strange couple of deliveries, and it's been a very end-of-day couple of deliveries.
I think Conway was hoping there was a sweeper out there, realised it was all his work that had to be done.
Well, for Ben Rain, he's now got 12 off this over. It was a well-hit sweep shot, slightly aerial. He hit it well.
Yeah, you're looking right into the sun there in defence for Guthrie. It's a tough place to field at this time of day. Gets worse in the T20s.
Sweeping again, this time missing it. It's going to go away to the boundary. Is it going to be leg byes, or was there a bit of glove?
None of the above.
Straight byes.
We've spent too long together.
And it's 17 off quite an expensive over in the end.
Tell you what it has done.
293%.
It's got that deficit down to 157 in a real hurry. So the first target for Durham, not that you want to think on the negative side, is to avoid that follow-on. And now just 8 runs away from achieving that target.
Yeah, and at times that's felt a long way away.
Oh, here we go. A bit of end-of-day Harry Conway action. It's exactly what we wanted.
It looked like in the last over he couldn't quite be bothered to chase it down off someone else's bowling.
Yeah.
But now he's got the chance of taking a wicket. He's more than happy to take the ball. So he comes on to replace Ben Sanderson.
3 overs left in the day. 2 from the big fella. It was superb. Picked up a couple of wickets after lunch. Sorry, after tea, wasn't it? Picked up 1 after lunch, picked up 2 after tea. Ben Stokes. And Will Rhodes, the two-in batsman. Just sorting out his bowling marker there. It's 20-7, mate. Come on. Robertson drives that nicely into the onside and picks up a single. Proctor flings the ball at the stumps. Let's check out a bit of Harry Conway. Vasconcelos is face down on the floor. I'm probably feeling like a few of us in the ground today.
I enjoyed that from Ben Rain as well. He's very much gone for a full-blooded pull shot, and realising he's missed it, it might have been quite close to his gloves, then puts his arms up in the air as if he left it.
So he's 33 years old now, Harry Conway. Ran right down the middle of the pitch, and he's going to get another gentle warning. Look at... See, this is why I wanted him back on. He's that tired, he can't follow through off the pitch.
He's muttering to himself as he walks back.
Absolutely gold.
By James Treadwell having a little giggle. He was pleading with him like he was a referee about to give him a yellow card.
I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry, sir.
He sees the funny side of it.
Ben Rain drives in the air, but powerfully through the covers for 4. Ben Rain's in a hurry tonight. Ben Hall moves better than anybody to fetch the ball in there. Maybe Ben Hall wants to go home as well, part of the ground staff. Because at least I've got an interview to do after the day's play. The ground staff have got to cover the whole square, and they might have other work to do. They've got a pitch they're preparing as well for the T20 International here at the start of July.
It was hit really hard by Ben Rain, but it was travelling at about neck height the entire way.
Sweeper goes out now.
I don't know how far away it was from the fielder, but he didn't move.
He drives solidly again to Proctor, who won't want that ball to come to him. He flings it in, and Stoke style. Ben Rain gets a little deflection. So you're not currently contracted to a state in Australia at the moment, the big fella. Hailing from Sydney and moving to South Australia. This one gets... Mate, that follow through. He's got to be warned there. He's got to be warned. You can't follow through like that.
You've changed your tune.
I'm actually all for it, but it's not in the rules. Like, he's now getting a good telling off from Treadwell, but how many times can you tell a bloke off and not warn him? Conway pleading his innocence, if you can just see that. Kind of the tiny... There he is there. He's definitely not tiny in the big shot.
Well, he actually ran off.
On the wrong side?
On the wrong side.
Yeah. And do you know what? If he's not getting warned, carry on.
That's now the 6th time it's been mentioned, and James Treadwell is writing down something.
Unless they did warn him.
Not sure if that is a warning or not. I'm sure you can find out later.
I'll check it out. What have we got here?
Nathan McSweeney to finish the day. 2 overs to go. And the last over from the Lumley end will be bowled from the Australian off spinner. Calvin Harrison clearly not fancying.
Yeah, he caused a few issues there.
So Nathan McSweeney from over the wicket, turning it back into the right-hander. It's not bad first out.
298 for 7. 152 the deficit.
One blow away.
Yeah, good call. Don't need a run out at this stage.
One blow away from ensuring that they will only bat again after Northants have done so.
England have lost a 5th wicket. Must be stumps.
Just a single.
Yeah, 182 for 5.
There's more pointing as we tick around to 7:15. Quarter to 7.
It feels like 7:45.
More tinkering. Ben Rain has been left with a big old gap at cow corner. He just prods forward and takes a quick single. That's a good run. An especially good run at this time of the day. And that gets the deficit down further.
Another batting point.
And it's the 300 runs from Durham. They need every point they can get at the minute to keep their lead at the top of the table. Which before the day's play, or before the game started yesterday, was 8 points. 128 played 120. And the deficit now 150. So they won't have to bat again, barring something remarkable. Almost a wicket there, an inside edge onto the pad, and George Bartlett was very interested, but it just flew by his left-hand side as he stays on his knees, thinking he really was in with a chance there. So just 1 over to go in what has been a really good day of cricket, a day in which we've seen Ben Stokes, which is always a treat to get to see him bat in the flesh and bat really well for his 95, some glorious strokes, the pick of which for me was when he advanced down the track to Ben Sanderson and knocked him back over his head. But he departed a while ago now, and these two have been plugging away really nicely. Robinson has made his way to 32, Rain to a quick fire 22, and it will be Harry Conway to deliver the last over of the day.
Well, we've made it, George. It's been a long one, but it's been a great day. Ben Rain solid in defence, and Harry Conway's running back to his mark. The man's a lunatic. I love it.
It's always a good day when I get to watch cricket alongside you, Ash.
Mate, it's been a pleasure, George. Absolute pleasure to be here today.
Watching cricket with someone who really knows the game.
This one's tucked away beautifully off the hip by Ben Rain. Pick up one and turn and come back for a second. And that is target 1 achieved. Follow on avoided? Is that averted? Avoided?
They can either work.
Yeah.
Take your pick.
We don't have to follow on. There you go. Oh, stop it, lads. I tell you what, Stevie and Ross have had a great day as well. No artistic shots, though, I must admit. No crows sitting on top of posts or
I think it's maybe
flowery shots.
a bit nicer being stuck up on the roof when the sun's shining.
Yeah, 100%. The lad said it was a bit nippy up there, a bit breezy. But definitely better than sitting in the hot box next door to us. Solid from Ben Rain. Couple of balls left in the day. You have to say Northampton still be the happier of the two sides.
Yeah, absolutely.
Durham have had a couple of partnerships but lost wickets in clumps, and that'll disappoint the home team. But they've made the visitors work hard today. They'll have to back it up again tomorrow. Searching for the last wickets to bowl Durham out and then try and set the game up. Ben Rain thinks of a single, but never one there. Harry Conway's follow-through is getting shorter and shorter as the day goes on.
Well, you almost tried to call stumps by knocking the pails.
Yeah, I thought he was going to do the old Stuart Broad and change the bails around. Just see the one the other day where I think it was Yorkshire. And it happened about 3 times. The bowler did it, then the batter changed them back, and then I think Bairstow went and changed them again.
Surely it doesn't work if you do it at the non-strikers end.
Yeah. Oh, this one nearly squeezes. Harry, don't be silly. Don't be silly, Harry. And that ends day 2 in a brilliant top-of-the-table clash here between Durham and Northants. As you can hear, the tractor's engine start up as the covers are about to come onto the ground. Durham finished day 2 on 302 for 7, still trailing by 148. Northants bowled out for 450 on the back of 187 from Vasconcelos. And Ben Stokes' 95 as the highlight for Durham. As George, it's been a great day's cricket. We'll leave you there, and hopefully you'll join us tomorrow for day 3, which is a brilliant set-up day. Can Northants take those 3 early wickets? Can Durham's batters put on a partnership? Well, we'll find all that out tomorrow morning as you'll join us here for day 3 at the Banks Homes Riverside. From George Gompert and Ash Thorpe and the guys from the media company, we'll see you in the morning.